Yeah, for some reason the camera won't load.
Hi, Doug. This is Maria. Do you have two cameras?
Yeah.
Do you see a webcam icon so that it knows it's selected the right one? You might be trying to use your desktop one.
Oh, okay. And where is that?
You should, across the top, you should see an icon that says choose my webcam or a drop-down menu. Up at the top, there should be 3 little dots that say menu by your webcam, and it's a select webcam.
No, I mean, I see what you're talking about, but it doesn't, the dots don't give me a drop down.
Okay, hold on and let me, I'll send you an email.
Oh, wait, here we go. Well, it says the HD Pro webcam. That's what it should be.
Oh, okay, maybe just try and restart it, but, so you off. You're not there anymore. The black screen's not there.
Let me try reconnecting, or?
Just, yeah. Did you click start my webcam again? The black screen is on.
Let's see. Trying it again?
Yeah, I don't see you on there, or even that it's trying to start.
Yeah, I can see that it's trying to load.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah. I'll have someone email you to see if that we can maybe Kayla can reach out to you via email, and maybe at the break we can try some troubleshooting.
Okay.
I think I'm going to need some troubleshooting as well. I'm not getting that done either.
Okay, the Adobe did do some updates, and I'm not sure if you were prompted to update Adobe, but I'll see if I can send you a note on the back end just in case. See if that'll help.
All right, thank you, Maria. I don't think I'm going to get my video going, so here, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 258th meeting of the North Pacific Council. Just a few housekeeping reminders. Please recall that the meeting is being recorded. Self-mute if you're not speaking. Expect and be patient with any visual lags. I'm experiencing a big one right now. If you have any problems, exit and re-enter the room. This will often fix any issues that you have. If you have any problems, please feel free to use the chat or email npfmc.admin@noaa.gov. Get help. So today we're going to start off as usual with our B reports and then move through our agenda in the order listed on the agenda. The AP report will be given in full following council action on B reports, and then the balance of the SSD report will be presented tomorrow. Is there any objection or change to the agenda?
What is it?
Okay, I'm on the.
Sorry, what's that?
Mr. Chairman, this is Maria Davis. We have a lot of callers today, joined just by phone. So we're muting them on the back end, but I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis. Good reminder for members of the public when calling to please mute your phone. Okay, so before we get into B reports, we have two special awards that the council would like to bestow. And so with that, representing the state of Oregon in the council. Representing the state of Oregon as a council member for over 23 years, Bob Mace is known for his integrity, dedication, professionalism, and conservation ethic. In Bob's honor, the council established the Bob Mace Distinguished Service Award. This award is only occasionally bestowed by the council to an individual that exemplifies the highest levels of dedication, professionalism, and conservation ethics necessary to make the fisheries off Alaska the best managed in the world. It is my pleasure to announce that the council has established, the council has selected Ms. Lauren Smoker as a recipient of this highly prestigious award. Ms. Smoker advised the North Pacific Council in her position with NOAA General Counsel over the course of over 3 decades. In that capacity, Lauren worked on some of the most complex and controversial fishery management actions in Alaska, including, but not limited to, the Community Development Quota Program, the crab rationalization and Amendment 80 programs, and salmon management. Her depth of knowledge about the legal requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act helped guide the council to ensure its management decisions would be robust and defensible to litigation. She helped establish clear procedures for council members on recusals and record building, and was always available to answer questions both on the record at meetings as well as on individual matters. These accomplishments and her fairness and openness have earned her the respect, confidence, and most importantly, trust of all the council members she worked with, as well as members of the council family. Her many years of dedication and her assistance with the defense of integrity of the North Pacific Council's work on NOAA General Counsel Advisor deserve recognition and praise. As such, I present the Bob Mace Distinguished Service Award to Ms. Lauren Smoker. Congratulations, Lauren. Perhaps you would turn on your webcam, and I invite council members to briefly turn off your mute and give Lauren a round of applause. Lauren, I'd like to pass you the microphone for any remarks you'd like to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Simon. I had a few remarks prepared, but I have to say, during the presentation, I got a little overwhelmed. Thank you. My job was a big part of my life, which meant that you all were a big part of my life. And receiving this award is an honor that I'm kind of at a loss for words to express how honored and grateful I am. And if you know me, to be at a loss for words is something unique. I know how prestigious this award is. I had the great honor to work with Bob for a few years while he was on the council, his last few years, and got to see the man in action. And I know how this award reflects, and the description of this award reflects his integrity, his humor, his honesty, his approach to fisheries management, and how wonderful that was and important that was. So to receive this is, an honor beyond description. I also am grateful and very honored that you all decided to award this to me. That that is so appreciated by me. And it is recognizing so many achievements that I was a part of, but I was not solely part of. So many of you all and others that have been before were part of those achievements in terms of guidance and support and camaraderie and teamwork. And I thank you all for making those achievements possible and letting me be a part of that. I'll just end by saying I have about a month in now to retirement, and I'm really enjoying it. It's a lot busier than I thought it would be. But the one thing that has hit me this whole month has how much I already miss interacting with all of you. And so I hope that over time we will be able to keep up those connections. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. Best of luck in retirement, Lauren.
Thank you.
Okay. So, next, Dr. Terry Quinn II was a very active member of the North Pacific Council's Scientific and Statistical Committee from 1986 till his death in 2019. In Terry's honor, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council established the Terry Quinn II Distinguished Scientist Award. This award is bestowed by the Council on an individual who, over the course of 10 years, has made outstanding contributions in fishery science or other related fields, and has been dedicated to ensuring that fishery science and management in the North Pacific are the best in the world. It's my pleasure to announce that the Council has selected Dr. Ann Halibut as the recipient of this highly prestigious award. Dr. Halibut's contributions to fishery science, ecosystem-based fishery management, and the implications of climate variability on fish and crab stocks are internationally recognized. We are fortunate to have had long-term participation by this globally recognized scientist in the North Pacific Council process. As a member of the Council's SSC since 2003 and the SSC co-chair since 2018, and the leader of the stock assessment team at the Alaska Fishery Science Center, Ann has been instrumental in upholding and progressing the scientific foundation of groundfish and crab management in the North Pacific, both through her own research as well as mentorship of SSC members and new scientists. She embodies the Quinn Award values of integrating science and management by prioritizing innovative research that links to scientific advice that is actionable in a management context and imbuing those values into the AFSC culture. By all metrics, Dr. Halibut is exceptionally worthy of this special honor. With that introduction, I present the Terry Quinn Distinguished Scientist Award to Dr. Ann Halibut. Dr. Halibut, and if you turn on your webcam, I'd like to invite council members to briefly turn off mute and give you a round of applause and pass the microphone to you for any remarks that you would like to make. Congratulations, Dr. Halibut.
Oh, wow. I'm just overwhelmed. I am so grateful for this award. And of course, I'm so honored to be, selected knowing the legacy of sound science from the previous awardees, Gordon Cruz and Jimmy Anelli. They are just some of my favorite scientists. And of course, Terry, oh my goodness, his contributions to the design and implementation of science-based fisheries management in our region we are just so thankful for his legacy. and he was such a kind person too. I'm so lucky to have known him. And as I think about, you know, it's similar to Lauren, not seeing you guys as often as I have over the last few years. I just am so thankful for all of the work that goes on at the SSC, all of those members, their dedication to bringing sound science and careful analysis to all of you. It's just been a pleasure to work with all of them. And of course, working with all of you, the work that you do every day for the betterment of fisheries management is just, it really sets the standard for the nation on how we can all work with fisheries communities to move forward in a progressive and ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management. It really is, it's been such a pleasure to work with each and every one of you. And then, of course, I can't help but thank all of the people that I work with, the federal scientists, the state scientists, the academics, you know, all of them. We stand on their shoulders for the science, innovative science that they bring forward, and we couldn't do any of it without all of them. And so I just am so thankful for this, and thankful for being able to have served all of you over these years. And like Lauren, I will miss you, and hopefully when I retire in June, you guys will carry on. Thank you. Thank
you, Dr. Halibut. Okay. Well, with that, thanks again to Ms. Smoker, to Lauren, and Ann. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's move into our B reports. We're continuing in this virtual setting to limit the B report oral presentations to be more efficient as we work through our agenda. Written reports have been submitted and are available on the e-agenda, and agency representatives will be available to answer any council member questions. We'll also receive certain oral presentations today. Under B1, we'll have a report from the BREP crab bycatch project. Under B2, we'll have a report from the IPHC director. And under B5, we will receive oral reports on the IUU fishing and foreign activity. And finally, we'll receive an oral presentation on the B7 IPHC report. We will then take public comment and any deliberations on the B reports. For members of the public, please sign up to testify before the council receives the AP report. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Witherell to walk us through the report and presentation. Good morning, Mr. Witherell.
Good morning. Thank you. I'll wait for the PowerPoint to load up. Okay, I'll start with the Executive Director's report. Sarah Rhinesmith recently joined the council staff as a fishery analyst. She'll be working with the scallop and crab plan teams and take on EFH issues and preparing analyses. So welcome aboard, Sarah. The SSC has selected and AP have selected their chairs and vice chairs for this year, and these elections are subject to approval by the council, and I've listed those elections on this figure. The NPRB has nominated Danielle Dixon to replace Dr. Joanne Mellish on the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan team. This nomination was reviewed by the SSC, and you'll get their recommendation in their minutes. And while we don't have an executive session at this meeting to discuss the nomination, I think you could just let Simon know this week if you have any concerns about the appointment. Lastly, consistent with our comment policy, I am reporting that the comment period was open for 15 days and no comments were removed. Staff worked with NIF staff to develop a flyer on North Pacific right whales to inform the fishing fleet about identifying and reporting sightings of these whales after several sightings this past year. The Tanana Chiefs Conference is hosting a Yukon Salmon Summit starting on February 28th and continuing through March 2. Everyone is invited to attend, and there is a reservation link on the B1 action memo, so you can go ahead and register and listen in or participate if you will. The Department of Interior has published a Federal Register notice requesting comments on the data atlas for tracking conservation and restoration of lands and waters as set forth in the America the Beautiful report. Comments are requested on specific topics, including the data used, the attributes of the data and the areas, and the level of conservation provided. Comments are due March 7th, and I've gone ahead and provided some draft comments that could be used as a basis for a council comment letter, and that's attached to the B1 agenda item. We may receive public comments on this issue, and that's why I'd like to post those in advance. In addition to public input, the administration announced several steps it was taking to advance the initiative. One of these is to establish a federal advisory committee to provide advice to NOAA on area-based management and marine and coastal waters. And NOAA is likely to call for nomination in the next few months. And I would think we would want representation of the North Pacific Council on this federal advisory committee, particularly because we have more conservation areas than any other region in the country, and we also harvest more seafood than any other region. A proposal for a new National Marine Sanctuary was posted on the National Marine Sanctuary website in December. The proposed sanctuary, which would encompass 100 nautical miles around the Pribilof Islands, is currently undergoing review by the National Marine Sanctuary staff to determine if it meets the requirements for inclusion in the inventory of successful nominations. Sanctuary staff have informed me that they anticipate the review taking only a couple of months. I have a link to the proposed sanctuary nomination in my action memo, and I'm not going to attempt to provide you with all the details of the proposal. However, I anticipate that you'll receive public testimony on particularly the co-management governance framework that's envisioned with respect to managing fisheries in the proposed sanctuary. Alaska Senators Sullivan and Murkowski have introduced the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force Act. The task force would consist of Alaska salmon stakeholders and research experts with the objective of identifying Pacific salmon science needed to understand and manage salmon returns in Alaska and provide recommendations on research priorities. The task force members would be appointed by the Secretary of Commerce and would include one member of the North Pacific Council. And I would assume that the council could nominate the person to represent the council on the task force, but that process is not clear in the draft legislation. On January 25th, Representative Huffman introduced the Salmon-Focused Investments in Sustainable Habitats Act, or the Salmon Fish Act, a bill to require the NOAA administrator and the director of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to identify salmon conservation areas and salmon strongholds. I haven't had much time to fully digest this bill, but identification of these areas would affect forest road decommissioning and fish passage projects and transboundary pollution response. It would also establish a salmon conservation area grant program to fund projects that conserve or restore salmon in the identified areas. The last item on the B1 report is a presentation from the Natural Resource Consultants, Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, and the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation on their work to test gear modifications in the pot fisheries for cod and halibut to reuse crab bycatch. And I believe we have Ms. Jamie Goen and Mr. Scott Goodman online ready to provide us with a report. So I'll stop here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Withrow. joining the presenters box. Colin and Dr. Goodman, whenever you are ready.
Mr. Chairman, this is Scott. Can you hear me okay? If you can, we'd also like to add Kyle Antonellis to the presenter, so there will be 3 of us today. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Loud and clear. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman Canine and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, and together with me is Scott Goodman from the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation and Kyle Antonellis from the Natural Resources Consultants. As co-PIs on this project, we're here to update you today on preliminary results from a study on gear designs to reduce crab bycatch in the Bering Sea, Pacific cod, and halibut pot fisheries. This work is being conducted as part of 2 grants under NOAA's Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program. And before we get rolling, I want to do a quick sound check. We heard from Scott. Kyle, can we hear you as well?
Kyle, it looks like you may need to unmute your phone on your side, but try again.
Looks like it might be a system mute as well. There we go.
Kyle, speak again now. There you go. Looks like you're good.
Nope.
I saw it go off mute for a second.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Great.
Good morning.
Okay, thanks. Good morning.
First of all, a big thank you to all our collaborators and supporters on this project, including the Council, NOAA Fisheries, and the associations representing the fixed gear sectors. A highlight of this project is the collaborative work with fishermen across sectors and with agency managers and scientists working together from the ground up to come up with solutions to reducing crab bycatch. This project was ignited after a high crab bycatch event in 2018 among the pot cod sectors. Around the same time, the Council was moving forward with a new regulation to allow pots to be used to fish for halibut in the Bering Sea, raising some concerns over the potential for further crab bycatch. I want to take a moment to really acknowledge and applaud the pot cod sector for stepping up after a high bycatch event in 2018 and taking the initiative to come together to figure out solutions that could reduce crab bycatch. The goal of this project was to work with fishermen, managers, and scientists to develop gear designs to keep crab out of pots in the first place while maintaining target species catch, thereby reducing bycatch and allowing cod fishing to remain on prime cod grounds. And if effective, this is really an ideal solution to bycatch by addressing it before crab even become bycatch. The objectives of this project are to collaborate between fishermen, managers, and scientists to develop effective practical designs to test, and then conduct controlled experiments in a lab, field test them, and then disseminate the findings as we are starting to do with the written update to the Council last February and with this preliminary report on findings. This project was born by industry seeking solutions and is really a highlight of the project. At the start of the project, we got hundreds of years of fishing experience together in a room, observations and knowledge, and brainstormed to develop ideas around gear designs with gear manufacturers and scientists, and then tested them under a scientific method. We're excited to share this effort with you. Now that I've provided the motivation for this project and the context of this collaborative effort, I'll turn it over to Kyle to show you the gear designs and talk about the lab and field testing methods.
All right, thank you, Jamie. My name is Kyle Antonellis with Natural Resources Consultants. Thanks for the introduction and for leading us off. I'll begin here by showing some photos of the primary gears within the cod fishery. You can see Neptunes, which are the orange finger style triggers, and the Hilti, which are one-way vertical stainless steel bars running parallel across the length of the tunnel eye. The Neptunes are along the top and on the bottom right, and the Hiltis are those in the pots on the bottom 3 on the left. Here's some other photos of the test gear.
This includes on vessels and in the lab. This also includes the Hilties and the Neptunes, which were used as control. We want to emphasize here the sock insert, which you can see along the top 4 images. This is a small metal frame covered with small mesh designed to impose an entangling obstacle for invertebrates with spines, such as red king crab. And you can see some of that interaction there in those photos. Also shown here are vertical barriers, which act as basically fence lines across the base of the pot tunnel. Those are there on the bottom right. And the horizontal barrier, or what we're calling the false tunnel, which denies tunnel access from below, and that is in the center, the 2 in the center on the right. Also, we have vinyl slick ramps and semi-slick ramps, which were designed to impede crab ability to travel up the ramp. So as far as methods, in the lab, prior to lab research, about 80 crab were captured during the Bering Sea commercial fishery and were transported live to Kodiak by a volunteering catcher vessel. Animals were transferred to the Kodiak Seawater Lab and tagged and measured and fed, and then split into 3 even populations and kept in the ADF and G tanks inside the Kodiak Lab. Trials included 4 tanks, each equipped with gear modification variants. Gear variants per tank per trial were generated randomly so that each variant would be tested 6 times throughout the experiment. Prior to each trial, pot panels equipped with gear variants were secured in the center of the tank. Bait bags containing cut herring were placed on the inside of the tank to attract crab to cross, simulating the inside of a pot, as you can see in the image there. 6 crab, 3 male and 3 female for each tank were chosen randomly from only one of the 3 populations per trial. In the Opelio tests, we switched to only males due to interactions between males and females, excessive grasping, which was distracting the crab from attempting to cross. Each gear variant went through 6 trials, therefore 36 crab were subjected to each gear variant, and the trials lasted 18 hours each as a proxy for soak time. Effectiveness of gear variants was measured by the proportion of crab per 36 total that crossed the panel to the bait side of the tank. And for field methods in the fishery, started with requests for vessels to participate in the field testing. It was broadcast primarily through contacts within the Industry Gear Committee that was developed for this project. And then gear options were split among vessels based partially and primarily on the suite of gear already being used on each vessel. Captains and crew were instructed on the rigging of gear and the data collection. All test gear was labeled and then placed randomly within the pot gear to be set. Fishing was done as usual. There were no specific instructions about where, how, and when to fish. Participants collected per pot data on test pots and the chosen control pots, which included count of target species and count of crab by species, soak time, and set number that could be linked to the logbook data for further analysis. Captains were also requested to provide feedback regarding feasibility of gear modifications incorporated into the day-to-day fishing operations. Additionally, some of the vessels were provided cameras to place inside test pots, and the resulting videos provided a review of crab and fish interactions with the test gear. And with that, I'll hand it over to Scott Goodman to talk about the results to date.
Okay, sound check real quick. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Council, and thank you, Kyle and Jamie, for a summary of information so far. So I will pick up further to provide summary of some of our preliminary results. In the next few slides, you'll see coverage of lab results for red king crab and Opelio for all lab work to date, and a summary of field work so far with some focus on last September during field trials in the 2021 pot cod fishery. So generally speaking, our results to date so far are very supportive of finding gear options that reflect reductions in crab bycatch while allowing for minimizing substantial loss of CPUE for cod. And we have one higher bycatch event that we'll touch on too. So the first slide that you're seeing right now is from round 1 in the lab for red king crab completed in November of 2019 after live red king crab were delivered to Kodiak from that fall's fishery. As we described in our written update, also the lab testing was a basic record of crab passing or failing to pass during their trial in a particular tank with a particular gear panel that Kyle just covered. And red king crab lab 1 results show from 8 panel tests that the percentage on average of crabs successfully passing through the panel, which is a proxy for entering a pot, ranged from a high of about 72% for the control panel down to 0% for a panel with a sock and a slick ramp. The success rate for crab getting through for Neptune triggers ranged from about 35% to 55%. For Hilti triggers, it was about 5% to 25%, and then for socks at the low side, it was 0 to 3%. So in each case, results reflect that a slick ramp, which was a plastic material attached to the floor of the tunnel, reduced the ability of crabs to pass. And it's worth noting, in particular here, that the control, Neptune, Hilti, and sock tests with no other variant reflected a scaled reduction of successful passage downward from 72%, 55%, 25%, and 3%, which you can kind of see in this figure fairly clearly. Preliminary results from the next lab trials for red king crab, which was our third lab actually from November of 2020, are similar. After we adjusted the testing variants based on feedback from field trials, which we note further in our report, the 10 test variants from this lab show very similar results of a large reduction or total blockage, in fact, of successful crab passage for gear panels with socks versus no socks. The passage success results for the 10 variants range from a high of 86% down to 0%, which you see in this figure with these red bars. Two things in particular quickly are worth noting from these results. Number one, the control test panel results were very similar to those from round 1, 81% versus 72%. Noting that the control, again, is a blank open panel with nothing obstructing pod entrance. So basically that means that about 70 to 80% of crab can successfully pass through that open. And number two, that although the gear variants differ from round 1, there is pretty clear evidence in each trial case that the sock addition substantially stopped crabs from passing through the panel. For our lab results from Apelio from March of 2020, we see preliminary results that are similar again with the application of variants to the gear that impose either a slick ramp floor, a sock, or both, that are showing a reduction in successful passage through the panel with test crab, but to a lesser extent. Overall success rates from the Apelio versus red king crab in lab trials were lower, but in general, these preliminary results support again that socks and or a similar gear approach are good at reducing crab passage in lab test pots, which can be inferred to keeping crab out of pots during fishing. Our final lab testing is a quick note on Apelio. Our final lab testing for Apelio will begin likely within the next 60 to 90 days from now when our live crab samples are delivered to Kodiak from the fishery. Our field work from last September was our first opportunity to obtain information from a fishery with strong target catch rates, meaning solid cod CPUE, and also a robust enough signal from the bycatch, being red king crab CPUE. From 4 vessels, which fished during those trials, 272 test pot lifts were completed with 5,021 cod captured and 1,663 red king crab taken in those test pots. Across all boats and all gear, stock variants had consistently low bycatch CPUE of red king crab. Cod CPUE for the test pots across the major test gears grouped ranged from about 12 to 24 cod per pot lift. And CPUE of red king crab across the major test gears by the same grouping ranged from about 1 to 16 crabs per pot lift. with the exception of the low bycatch CPUE for the Neptune results. The SOC results reflect the lowest general crab catches. So just quickly noting in these figures, they're slightly different than the lab, where the blue bar represents the cod CPUE and the red bar represents the red king crab catch breeding effort. Those are both against the left side axis. And then the red dots are the pot lifts, and those are counted on the right side y-axis. At the vessel and gear level, stepping in one level further here, some further details pop out. Cod CPU for test pots by vessel variant ranged from about 10 to 30 cod per pot lift, averaging about 18.5. The red king crab CPU for test pots by vessel variant ranged from about 1 to 36 crabs per pot lift, averaging 6.11. You'll see one really high red bar there. I'll come back to it. We see for one vessel that these preliminary results differ from the other three using similar test gear panels, and this is shown in the figure where vessel B, red king crab catches ranged from about 5 to 35, with vessel C and D results all below 5 for red king crab, and vessel A ranging from about 2 to 10. It is worth noting that this apparent vessel effect and our final analyses will take all of this into account, so we're going to be looking very closely at this. For now, briefly, and for this info, it's also noted further in our written report that vessel B caught 58% of the test pot observed red king crab, which was 965 crabs, in 20% of the test pot effort, which was 54 pot lifts. One gear type, the Hilti on this vessel, caught 30% of the total red king crab, which was 503 crab. And in contrast, the highest catching of pot of red king crab for vessels A, C, and D was 19, 17, and 16, respectively. So further observed test pots from vessel B also had the lowest cod CPU at about 13 cod per pot lift, which was about 30% below the 4-vessel average. The final note here on this one, it's worth noting that regardless, crab CPU from modified test pots on this boat were significantly lower than those in unmodified control pots, supporting the efficacy, again, of the gear modifications to reduce Bristol Bay red king crab bycatch. So regardless of some vessel effect to sort out, there's still some tendency of the same trend that the SOCs, even in a higher boat event, are lowering crab bycatch. So in summary, our lab and field results for red king crab and pot cod trials so far support the concept that pot tunnel, ramp, and entry elements can change the way that cod and red king crab are able to pass through gear panels and enter a pot, and further that this can vary per vessel. Lastly, as Kyle noted briefly in our methods, also video from the pots was recorded opportunistically on 2 of our test boats, where 2 cameras from NOAA Seattle were on loan and placed on top of pots to view activity as fish and crab entered to access the pot and its bait. And the preliminary review of footage shows very few red king crab evident, many cod, many flatfish and sculpin at times in the pot, and the information from the video is high resolution and very clearly shows bait that draws fish and crab into the pots. And we have a very short video clip that we hope is shareable in a few moments here. And just a final slide here before our closing slide. Our next steps in our project are to proceed with final lab and field this year, with anticipated project end being in October of 2022. So for further questions you may have, please take a read through our written report, reach out to the principals at any time, or we are open to field any that you have now. And thank you very much for your time. And I think if the council tech folks can help with our video, that would be great. Perfect. So briefly, what you're seeing there is a big cod pushing his way on the right side of the image through a sock tunnel and accessing the bait. And as soon as this cod gets out of the way of the light and the camera, you can see that the cod that came through is eating and munching and holding on to the bag as he accesses the bait. So in this frame, you're seeing an entrance on both the left and the right, which were sock tunnel variants.
Great footage. Okay, thank you, Dr. Goodman and Ms. Cohen and Mr. Antonellis. Any questions from council members? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Scott and Jamie and Kyle. I'm trying to remember, I think you had control pots, but as I was trying to read the labels on your charts, I didn't see that any of those were in the charts. And so I guess my question is, A, were there control pots? And B, have you looked at how those compared to the different gear modifications, or will that be in the final report? Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Ann, for the question. I'll go ahead and jump in here, Kyle and Jamie. Yes, that's a great question, Ann, and I'm assuming that you're referring to our field work. The controls were in all of the lab, and some of our field trials we did have controls, and we are collecting the information through other sources. We've got the logbooks from the 4 boats to try and help us with a matter of scale, not only of the whole number of pots that they had on board, what kinds of gear they were using normally, and then also how many pot lifts that they completed, so that we can understand the scale of our test gear within their full effort. The specifics of your question, yes, that will be summarized in our final recording.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Further questions? Okay. All right. Thank you again. With that, we'll go back to Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I continue on with the reports, the other B reports, I'll stop and see if there are any questions on the B1 portion of the report.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I just had a question on the Alagoon Canal Sanctuary proposal. What action is the council expected, or comments is the council expected to take on this? I know you said we're going to hear more about this in public testimony, and but my assumption is that we wouldn't comment on this until after the decision's been made in a few months as to whether this will be accepted into inventory by the NOAA sanctuary folks. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Down, that's correct. The council really doesn't have a role or an opportunity to comment necessarily until the stage where the accepted nomination from the inventory is proposed to become designated as an official National Marine Sanctuary, in which case the council has an opportunity to comment on the designation. So there's no action for council at this time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Mr. Chair, thanks, Mr. Witherell. Following Mr. Down's question, what would the council role be if this area was designated? I realize it needs to be placed into inventory first, but upon designation, what is the council role, and what is the role of the MSA in management of federal fisheries within any sanctuary area? I just need a little bit better understanding based on the regulations you put in the B report.
Yeah, the council has a role that's specified in the regulations, and so when the designation process happens and there's an EIS developed, a management plan developed, part of that is any fishery regulations that would be implemented, special regulations that would be implemented upon designation. And in that case, councils have 120 days from the notification to make a recommendation on preparing those regulations. And the way the rules are is that the secretary shall accept those regulations that are developed by the councils unless they fail to fulfill the goals of the Sanctuary Act and the goals and objectives of the proposed designation. And the council has to take into account the national standard guidelines when they make those decisions on fishery regulations. So there is a role. Of course, the secretary has the ultimate authority and certainly doesn't necessarily have to take into account the council's recommendation, or doesn't have to adopt the council's recommendation necessarily.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Then, in that part of the process, is it the sanctuary proposals, goals, and objectives that the council is held to? Is that the primary authority, or is it the Magnuson-Stevens Act? It's the goals and objectives of the sanctuary proposal, the designation proposal. Thank you.
Not the Magnuson Act.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherall, relative to the Yukon Salmon Summit, have the organizers of the summit requested any presentation or any materials from council staff for the summit?
Mr. Twite, not to my knowledge, although I know that Dr. Stram has been providing presentations when requested, but to date, not the Tanana Chiefs for the summit.
Okay. And then second question is just, is this to some extent an alternate arrangement? Is this intended to be an alternate arrangement to the plans that the council and Tanana Chiefs have been making for having a series of conversations actually in the Yukon watershed last summer that had to be scuttled due to COVID? Is this a sort of an alternative approach to achieve the same objective, or is there still some consideration of some more direct council Tanana Chiefs dialogue?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Mr. Twite, I don't necessarily think it's an alternate. I think it's supplemental. If we may actually get an invitation from the Tanana Chiefs again this summer, I'm not entirely sure, but my understanding is that there is some interest in having council members participate in this summit, or at least listen in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further questions? Mr. Witherell.
Okay, moving on. The General Counsel, wait a minute. Did it twice. Moving on to the NIMS management report. In addition to the rulemaking progress report and the in-season management updates, the NIMS report provides an update on a number of issues, including a status review of the various petitions to NOAA fisheries, including the emergency rule request for North Pacific salmon bycatch and the red king crab savings area, and a transition to ropeless gear for pot and trap fisheries listed as MMPA Category 1 and 2 across the United States. A positive finding from NOAA that ESA listing of sunflower sea stars might be warranted, and a petition to cap take authorizations for Cook Inlet beluga whales. modifications to cost recovery fees for IFQ and rockfish fisheries, and there are also full cost recovery reports for all applicable fisheries attached to the NIMS management report. And at this point, I'm going to stop because we have a oral presentation from Dr. Bob Foy on the status of the Science Center and other scientific initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Good morning, Dr. Foy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Quick sound check while the presentation comes up.
All right, loud and clear.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Bob Foy. I am the director of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. My goal today is to walk us through our annual discussion on the state of the center and also a couple of information items as well. Okay, so I'll start with just a review of our resource allocation process at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, a walk through at a very high level, a new 5-year strategic plan that the center has developed, and then talk about some budget trends and expectations in FY22. Those expectations will focus both on the research that will be underfunded this year, depending on some scenarios, and what work will be our high priorities for the year. Just to remind the council members of the process at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Just a minute, I'm going to find a pointer here. Okay, just a reminder. So really, I want to focus in on the middle here. The Alaska Fisheries Science Center develops an annual guidance memo. This memo is to build on what is to the left, our strategic planning process, as well as obviously the language that comes through our budgeting process in terms of what our priorities are on an annual basis. The annual guidance memo allows us a little annual flexibility to deal with emergencies as they may come up throughout the year, at the beginning of the year, or changes in our overall budget allocations. What we do within the center is we build out a number of activity plans, over 100 activity plans at the center, where they are then ranked and scored, and then initial allocations are made within the center based on the funding that we receive. Those allocations are refined and then provided at the beginning of the following year. As you know, this is all affected by the timing of the federal budget, but in essence, this is the process that we follow. It's quite a detailed process in terms of making sure that we are following our internal criteria that is guided by national policies on priorities for the National Marine Fisheries Service. And that scoring process allows us to make sure that our highest priority work is conducted. It makes sure that we're considering voices of our stakeholders, such as the council, and also allows us to consider the breadth of what we believe we should be doing in order to accomplish our mission, and the priorities that we make in order to end up with a balanced portfolio each year. So I'm going to start by walking through our strategic science plan. This is a document that we revise every 5 years. This year, we had quite a substantial revision in order to refine a number of things, being more focused on our organizational excellence and how we're making sure we can complete our mission, focusing on the laws, policies, and procedures that guide our directions, and then identifying the need to think out in a decade-long purview of what our research should be, what our priorities need to be, and how we innovate for the future, especially with what we've seen with climate change, for instance. So the goals of this document are to communicate our priorities as directed, in laws and other policies, but then also to inform our annual guidance memo. The link to this new strategic plan is here on this slide and will remain in the presentation. So members of the public, members of the council can go here. It is also linked in to this agenda item, the full document. Next few slides, I'm going to walk through that document just a little bit. We start with this strategic science plan focusing on our vision, core values, et cetera. But as I mentioned, focusing and identifying what laws, policies, executive orders, et cetera, guide us in this process. And this is critical because not only do we have a number of different laws, policies, et cetera, to follow, but then we're also working with regional stakeholders. We explain some of the organizational structure, which can be confusing at times. So we tried to highlight that in this document this time. Some of our human capital resources and facility assets that we have in the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, so that it's clear what the footprint for conducting science to meet management goals in Alaska and for the council are. And then identifying challenges and opportunities, acknowledging that resources are limited, acknowledging that climate change is real and affecting the complexity of how we meet our mission. As I mentioned, we start off with our organizational excellence, and we spent quite a bit of time focusing on this in this particular update of this document to make sure that we are acknowledging the importance of integrity, transparency, and service in everything that we do in meeting our mission. And obviously, each of those has on-ramps to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. And our responsibilities to serve the council, our responsibilities to work with the council and our other stakeholders in achieving our mission, and really underpins everything we do at the center. We've made a number of commitments there. And again, most of these commitments may seem like common sense, but it's important to make sure that we are revisiting this on a regular basis. And as discussions are occurring with regard to how we prioritize our funding, making sure that we're staying true to these organizational commitments, such as our culture within the center to maintain our transparency, our engagement, our accountability and respect, making sure that we have a focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility within our agency as well as our stakeholders. Integrity of business operations, safe working environment, proactive and strategic communication. Obviously, in the time of COVID, these have become critical to make sure that we can make sure that our staff can conduct our research safely and focus in and make sure that we can get our mission done, and we're aware of the value and the importance of that mission. State-of-the-art information technology. It's never been more important to make sure that we are managing our data well. As we look to innovate our data and the gigabytes turn into terabytes, it's critical that our information technology is front and center. Change management. We are constantly facing change, as are you. I believe that's going to increase. And it's important that we manage that change over time. Resilience to crises. This seems to be a daily focus, and it's not going to change with the environmental variability that we're seeing and the impacts that it has on the fisheries communities. And lastly, develop and promote partnerships and collaborations. And this is across the board. The need for everyone who's focused on fisheries management in the North Pacific to work together, to partner, to collaborate. There aren't enough resources to go around. So this is a huge component of our commitments. So the specific science plan is broken up into goals, objectives, and strategies. The goals are focused on National Marine Fisheries Service core mission, focusing on sustainable fisheries and conservation or recovery of protected resources. Our objectives describe more specifically what outcomes that we are going to have for each of those goals. And our strategies get into the details, and they identify a series, we've identified a series of strategies in this document that will help us achieve each of these objectives. Overall, at the center, we have 3 main goals that I'll walk us through. I'll touch on the objectives. I won't go through the individual strategies, but they are in the document if folks are interested in looking through those. Our first goal is monitoring, assessing fish, crab, marine mammal populations, fisheries, and marine ecosystems. And again, some of this might seem either basic or common sense, but when we look at our objectives, Objective 1A, conduct assessments, 2, conduct applied ecosystem and socioeconomic analyses, we quickly start to realize that it's difficult to prioritize the importance of all of this. And these top 2 items represent our most important priorities. And when I have communicated in the past about the importance of a balanced research portfolio, a lot of that balance occurs right here. How do we get our assessments done? How do we incorporate ecosystem focus? How do we bring in socioeconomic analyses in a way that informs the management process and adequately represents stakeholders? This is a critical balance that plays out here in this goal and drives some of our priorities. Creating next generation stock assessments or assessments across the board, and reducing bycatch. 2 critical items for us to remain relevant in the next decade. Focusing on better assessing our living marine resources and reducing bycatch, which is obviously a huge component of what the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council works on, and a huge focus for a lot of research from the center. So this is why it is highlighted, one of our top objectives. Science goal number 2, focusing on investigation, modeling, and predicting ecosystem and climate impacts on our living marine resources. So this is an acknowledgement that climate drivers are affecting every aspect of our science portfolio and every aspect of our ability to manage. This has our objectives including ecosystem changes, hindcasting, forecasting, and projecting, and also an acknowledgement that the high Arctic research priorities are important. This is something that we have elevated as the environmental processes, both atmospheric and oceanographic, have been clearly impacting our ability to manage living marine resources, and our focus needs to solidly support where we've been, but look north to the future as well. And our third goal, advancing new initiatives and innovations. We're not going to be able to do all this without innovations and new initiatives. The first objective there, data innovation improvement, as I mentioned before, we must manage our data. We must support data science in addition to data management and data collection. We must innovate our technologies. You have heard, you're well aware of the importance of some of these tools, artificial intelligence, electronic monitoring, our use of UXS systems, tagging, acoustics, etc. We must continue the research and development efforts. This is difficult in a resource-limited environment. So making sure that we're balancing what we fund and make sure that we're also thinking out towards the future is critical, and we continue to do that. Working on omics, new tools that allow us to better understand our ecosystems, and a footprint in the aquaculture world is a national priority, and we continue to focus what we can on aquaculture in Alaska. So that was it for our strategic science plan. Mr. Chairman, I'm now going to move into budget trends for the last few years and focus in particular on FY22 and where we think we are right now. I'll remind everyone that we remain in a continuing resolution. We don't know what to expect with changes in budgets this year, so my presentation will focus on a continuing resolution. If we were to remain in a continuing resolution for the rest of the year, what would that mean for our overall portfolio? So we'll also touch on what that means for some of our research projects. So you've seen these slides before. with the inclusion of FY22, the final bar in each of the 4 graphics. That final bar, again, is what happens if we remain in a continuing resolution. It starts relatively static from FY21, but there are changes. So in the upper left-hand side, this shows the total permanent funding. So this is everything combined in roughly a $65 million budget. This includes all of our labor. This includes all of our operational costs. You can see that on the surface, it looks like we've been relatively flat overall, with a slight increase in with a continuing resolution in FY22. I will add that the dark blue here is our base funding. The light blue are the additions that we have received to support our basic 6-region, 6-vessel surveys, groundfish surveys in the past few years. You have been instrumental in communicating with us about your desires to see those survey resources increase, and so we highlighted that in this graphic. I should note that this does not include any temporary or external reimbursable funding. This is just base funding into the center. I'm now going to break that down into the other three areas: observers and training on the right-hand side, protected resources on the bottom left, and fisheries on the bottom right. Try to use this arrow too. So observers, upper right. You can see that overall there has been an increasing trend in our funding into the observer program. The council's well aware of how that has been critical for us to meet our criteria, and your directions as well in terms of overall observer coverage. The difference between the light and the dark bar here, the dark blue is our base. The light are temporary funds that we may have received on an annual basis that have been made permanent, meaning that we can count on them from year to year. So this is a good thing. This shows that we have continued to see increased focus and support for our observer program, noting the levels here on the y-axis. On the protected resources side, bottom left-hand side, you can see that overall resource provision has been extremely flat across all of the years. And on the fisheries side, you can see that it's been a bit more variable, with decreases in 21 and expectations for 22. I'll note again that those survey additions here are pulled out and separately colored in the light color versus the dark green, just to show what those adds have been. What this shows is that had we not received those increases in survey funding, that the overall focus on fisheries funding would have decreased over time, more than it did between 2020 and 2021. This also represents a slight increase that we expect in some base funding in 22 with the continuing resolution. So overall, you can see that we have received relatively flat funding, but what this does not show is inflation. So with inflation ranging between 1% and 3% from year to year, higher in some categories relative to chartering and some of our supplies, it shows that the overall operational dollars that are available to us is decreasing. And I'll get into those details in a minute. Just to highlight where these funds go, you've seen this graphic in past years. Most of the funding goes towards our labor, 75%. And this is where we're at in FY22. I've shown graphics in the past that have shown decreases in our labor over time to try and address resources, with slight increases in recent years. The second highest portion of our portfolio is focused on fixed costs. This is facilities and keeping the lights on. We've got our fish operations. So this is the funding left over to get the job done. This is our surveys, our vessels, our supplies, et cetera. at 4.8% of our budget, protected resource operations at 3.5, observer operations 2.2, and cooperative research at 1.3. This slide shows the operational funding trends. So this is what's left after we cover labor. This is broken down in protected resources, fish operations, and observer operations. I'll focus on the latter. You can see the increases that we have seen in our operational funds there, sorely needed at that level. You can see the relatively flat, if not somewhat decreasing in 21-22, operational funding for protected resources, and the decreasing trend that we've seen in the fish operations from FY17 through FY21. You'll note that our expectations during a continuing resolution, again, slight increase in 22 over 21, but still extremely low compared to previous years. So, future predictions. What does this mean? Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Before we move on, let's go to some questions here. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Dr. Ford, can you go back to the previous slide? Yes, this one. And I think you showed almost the same thing in slide 13, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a really general question about, we seem to be getting or maintaining flat funding through protected resources. We seem to get flat to increased funding based on our observer component, and I know some of that is definitely temporary funding, but we just seem to go down in the fisheries operations. And I'm just hoping you can characterize for us, especially given our advocacy at the council level and at the industry level, for not just maintaining survey funding, but increasing it. Why are we having so much trouble maintaining kind of our very baseline fundamental information for managing federal fisheries?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, excellent question. I'm going to use this slide and the previous one. This represents inflation. And to clarify, these are different sources of funding. So, one can't be used for the other, just to make sure that's clear. Fish funding is used for fish operations. But this is the inflation aspect of our portfolio. That's why it is a faster declining trend than in the other pieces of our portfolio. I'm going to go back now to this budget trend. This is operations and labor. So this is everything. And what you can see here, if you look on the y-axis, while we have a $65 million budget, the observers are a fraction of that. The protected resources are a fraction of that, and the bulk of it is in the fisheries categories. So the effect of inflation on the fisheries category is going to be greater. Remembering again that we have seen increases to our budget associated with surveys, that still results in what you see here, which is that decrease we saw in FY21 and flat with potential for continuing resolution in FY22. Hopefully that helps answer the question, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and I might have misunderstood. So these graphs do accommodate or do include inflation? I'm trying to
Mr. Chairman,
reduction from FY20 to FY21 that looks so significant in the fish operation category.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, let me see if I understand the question. These inherently include inflation because these are the funds that we have had available in order to operate our mission. So the reason those funds decrease is because we get a flat resource allocation, but we have to absorb inflation associated with things on this slide, like our labor and or fixed costs to keep the facilities running, et cetera. Hopefully that's a little bit clearer.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting us ask all these questions. But so just to be clear, Dr. Foy, then we're the budget numbers that you're getting for things like the protected resources component and the observer component are just a high enough increase to accommodate for inflation increases. And what we're getting in fish operations is not. Am I getting that?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, close, yes. Because those dollars are so small, you're not seeing the subtle decline that we see here as a result of inflation in the blue lines on the protected resources side. There still is a slight decline. It's just not the same magnitude of what you see in the red fish operations bars because of the magnitude of the funding budget category. And the increase in the observer program is because there have been substantial increases in that program's overall dollars that are greater than inflationary costs in those programs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Additional questions, Mr. Chairman?
Doesn't look like it. Dr. Foy. Oh, Mr.
Okay,
Down.
thank you very much. And I do appreciate the questions. We try to improve on our messaging on this each year so that it's clear the situation that we're in. So in terms of future predictions, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Foy, I apologize. Mr. Down to the question. Mr. Down?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Foy. My button was a little slow to respond. I just want to go back to the previous slide, if you would. And on fiscal year 22, understanding, as you said, we're under continued resolution. What opportunities might exist, or what's your outlook for on the observer operations side for supplemental funds to become available, or do we already know the answer to that question, or is that something that could potentially change the outlook on observer operations? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, thank you for the question. I don't have a good answer for you at this time. Right now, the increase that we already have from base funds from the agency is a good thing in supporting our goal of overall coverage in our fisheries. And I know there are a number of different potential opportunities that we continue to look for on the observer front, but I don't have those details for you right now.
Thank you, Dr. Foy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Nunn. Okay, looks like we are ready to proceed. Dr. Foy.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So this slide, the goal of this slide is to communicate what might happen in FY22. And obviously this is a huge prediction on what we think might be in the budget, could be in the budget, what has been in the president's budget and the discussions in Congress. So as I mentioned before, on the left-hand side, I've talked about a stable budget and a continuing resolution. What that means is that overall, we're pretty confident in our ability to hit high priority items in FY22. I'll talk about what those are here in a moment. But what it also means is that we will have a difficulty meeting high mission priority items in FY23. That would be due to the fact that we forward fund, for instance, our surveys as much as we can. We take funding from this year to support our surveys for next year because it takes time to put contracts together, because we need to know before January whether or not we're doing those surveys, et cetera. So if we do remain in a continuing resolution for the rest of this year, we will have limited ability to meet high priority mission items in fiscal year 23. Of course, this doesn't speak to an FY23 budget at all. and we're not attempting to make predictions about what would happen in FY23. This is purely speculation on the impacts of what happens in FY22 for your awareness and to manage expectations in what we're able to achieve next year. Second row here, if we see an increasing budget directed specifically towards surveys, and there has been some language to that effect in potential budgets, this would be a good thing for us in terms of taking care of forward funding our surveys for FY23, which would mean that our concerns are then for FY24. And again, the previous caveats remain. This doesn't say anything about an FY23 budget or any of the possible permutations of budgeting that happen between now and then. It's to try and provide an example for how this year's budget affects multi-year ability to meet mission, and how our budgets live through multiple years, which is a critical component of communicating the previous slides of where we're at. Third row here, if there are funds that both increase our survey portfolio as well as our climate research portfolio, which has also been discussed in numerous budgets, that would go a long way towards pushing us out to FY25 before we have serious issues being able to meet core mission in our surveys and our climate portfolio. This includes some of the ecosystem-based fisheries management focus that we have in terms of collecting data that support our ecosystem status reports, our ecosystem status profiles that you have seen and supported over the last few years. So again, apologies for going through that one a little slow, but trying to identify a new way of articulating how our budgets go through multiple years here. So next few slides, I'm going to get a little bit more specific about what this means for some specific research. I'm not delving into projects per se, but overall general topics. So if we remain in a continuing resolution in FY22, these are the projects that will be underfunded, but rank very high within the center on our priority list in terms of meeting mission and meeting priorities for the agency. North Pacific right whale assessments, we will be limited in our ability to conduct those in a continuing resolution. That's a project that has scored high in our process. And right now, these projects, this is just our protected resources and our observers. I'll touch on fish projects here in a moment, remembering that each of these fund categories is separated. Second, focus on abundance and distribution of some of our large whales in all of our regions. Some of our work on marine mammals using uncrewed aerial systems will be limited. And so that's on the protected resource side. And on the observer side, the ability to incorporate some of our marine mammal monitoring in the observer program will be limited. That's something that we have continually tried to improve upon. And with flat funding this year, that will be difficult to achieve. Now, I'll note I'm only touching and skimming the surface on those highest priority projects. There's 50 or 60 projects under this that don't rank to our highest priority work, but that we still think are important that we won't reach at all. And these are the projects that remain on the list and have been for a number of years. Moving on to our fisheries portfolio, some of our high priority work that will be underfunded this year. Most of these we will be able to put labor towards because we've got our labor as our number one priority, making sure staff are paid, making sure we have people focusing, but our operational funds to continue this work are underfunded, in some cases not funded at all. Salmon bycatch work. We will continue to be able to do our genetic work, but aging of fish, for instance, to support that will not be able to be completed. Our food habits laboratory has been underfunded for a number of years. You'll remember this is at the core of our ecosystem-based fisheries management for decades. Pacific cod research in particular, process and tagging, some of our ecosystem work. It's RPA as our Recruitment Process Alliance program. This program continues to see decreases in funding that support the ESR's ESPs, as well as some other initiatives on the ecosystem side. Little Port Walter is a research facility that we have in Southeast Alaska that has focused on some salmon work and is transitioning to focus on other research associated with mariculture opportunities in coastal communities. That research will be limited in funding. Some of our midwater work, our assessment tools have been changing. So we have been, and this is for some of our pollock surveys in the Gulf and the Bering Sea. We've been working on new nets, new tools, and our side-by-side comparison work will be limited. Some of our tagging work for sablefish, and lastly, focus on transboundary movement of pollock. You'll remember we have focused on some acoustic techniques in that regard. So these are all projects that sit in that high priority area that if we remain in a continuing resolution will remain underfunded this year. So the rest of this presentation, I'm going to focus on what we are fully funding in FY22 under a continuing resolution. Again, of course, I can't go through the details of every single project, but I will be highlighting the ones that are critical. And that... Yes, sir.
Dr. Floyd, but before we move on, we've got a couple of questions I'd like to circle back to. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Foy. My question is on the slide before this one, I think number 18, and your first bullet there under the high priority underfunded research. And I apologize, I probably should know the answer to this, but for the salmon bycatch aging support, I thought that was largely labor, but can you describe the resources that are actually required from the center for that work that are different than the labor that I think you said you largely will be able to provide?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. I won't provide the details on funding here, but often our aging support programs employ contractors. So that would fall outside of the FTE labor that we are able to, that we obviously prioritize as the funds come in. And then this also includes the general support for the laboratories on the aging front. And if you're further interested in that, Ms. Baker, we could talk offline and I could get you some more details.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Foy, thank you for walking through this presentation. As I was looking at this slide, I just started thinking about the proposal from Senators Murkowski and Sullivan to form a salmon research task force, and was sort of wondering about some of the overlap between the strategic, the funding decisions and the funding constraints that the center faces, and on what that legislation might affect. So I guess a pair of questions on that. One is just when you or folks on your staff, scientists on your staff provided information to the senators, did you describe these kinds of funding decisions to them? So, I mean, are they aware, for instance, that Little Port Walter research is currently underfunded, even though it is a high priority? And then the second question is, do you have enough familiarity with what's being proposed in the legislation to know whether and how, if that legislation were to be passed, and if it ultimately resulted in additional funding, give a sense of how, for instance, the underfunding right now might end up making future funding decisions more difficult?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, let me ask some clarifying question. Is your last comment specific to salmon?
Correct. Yeah, I'm sort of thinking all this is just one segment of your whole portfolio.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, thanks for the question and thanks for the clarification. So I've got a few slides here on salmon research I'll mention in a moment, but we are aware of the Salmon Research Task Force and have been communicating with them. We will be providing our expertise in some presentations here coming up soon. In some of the original discussions on the Salmon Summit with senators, we did make our general funding portfolio clear. In terms of focus on salmon, it was not necessarily in the context of our whole portfolio and the rest of our requirements to meet Magnus and Stevens, for instance, but was focused on Little Port Walter and just some of our salmon research in particular. With respect to proposed legislation, I am aware of much of that, but we have not been engaged in directly in those discussions or been invited to those discussions directly that I'm aware of in terms of what kind of salmon research needs to be done in the future, how we're working with our partners at the state and academia and other federal agencies. We do in our process acknowledge that we have requirements and priorities in salmon research. Those continue. We have a salmon program and salmon experts in our programs. And I'll touch on those here in a moment, just a couple of those projects. So that continues. So it's not clear how changes in legislation would impact that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Okay, it looks like we are ready to continue. Dr. Foy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back, so again, the next few slides are our fully funded high priority research. I'm going to start with our surveys. I know this is of interest to the council, so we will continue bringing back these Christmassy slides. You have seen this slide for the most part previously, but I just wanted to highlight and bring you up to date on our plans for 2022, now that we're actually in 2022. This is Gulf of Alaska, our fish and ecosystem surveys combined. We are in an off year for our groundfish trawl survey. Oh, let me find my arrow again. Here we go. So we are in an off year as expected. We do plan to conduct our longline survey, our acoustics survey. We have decided not to focus on the Boguslav survey this year so that we can save ship time. We are still planning under a continuing resolution with ship time. So this is the NOAA vessel Oscar Dyson. So some of the colored bars here are based on planning for a continuing resolution. In fact, if those funds became available, it would be too late to do Boguslav now anyway. But we don't plan to do that as part of our survey. This does not affect our ability to conduct stock assessments for pollock in the Bering Sea. Moving down, we've got our Shelkoff survey, acoustic survey. We've got a couple of yellow bars here, meaning that these are dependent on budgets. So we've been doing cod nursery work in Kodiak for a number of years, and our ability to continue that work and continue to inform the stock assessment with recruitment indices is dependent on additional funding this year beyond the continuing resolution. That's the same for our nursery, our large-scale nursery work. And then lastly, on Exxon Valdez Oil Spill Trustees Council funded program, Gulf Watch, which collects a number of oceanographic and forage fish data points for us that inform our ESRs for the council have been funded for 22. So we're excited to say we'll be on the water for that project. Next slide, moving on to the Bering Sea, which is our focus of this year. Our bottom trawl survey is expected to go. Our acoustic Bering Sea trawl survey is expected to go. We will not be conducting the slope survey per conversations with the council and SSC in terms of our priorities. And we do expect to be able to get into the northern Bering Sea with our charter bottom trawl survey. Moving down to some of our ecosystem surveys, we don't plan to be able to do all of our ichthyoplankton and likely our age 0 work in the Bering Sea this year. Again, this is based on us being in a continuing resolution, and this is work conducted on the Oscar Dyson. We do expect to work with our partners at OAR and turn over our oceanographic moorings and work with them on some of the data collections that we do in concert with those programs, which include the Distributed Biological Observatory, as well as some other projects. And this project right here in the middle, the Northern Bering Sea Juvenile Fish Survey, this is one of our surveys that's critical for assessing salmon in particular, as well as oceanographic variables that inform our ecosystem reports. We do expect that charter will be successfully concluded this year. And the Aleutian Islands bottom trawl surveys, this is an on year for those surveys, and our charters are in place, and we're expecting those surveys to go. Again, reminding the council that, these are some of these surveys that we're able to forward fund, which gives us this confidence in being able to say, hey, we can go do these surveys that are on charters, even during a continuing resolution, which is why it's critical to acknowledge the importance of this year's budget on future budgets. It allows me to stand here in February and say that we can get these done. So next couple of slides here, I wanted to focus a little bit on salmon and just highlight some of the at-sea marine survival programs that we have ongoing. We appreciated the letter from the council to the Secretary of Commerce and want to highlight the value that we have on doing this research. It doesn't often come up in some of our presentations to the council, but is critically important for a number of aspects of our mission, on-ramps to council, important council topics, as well as to the state of Alaska. One thing before I get going here is we are committing to give a presentation during B reports at the June meeting, where we will flesh out in more detail our full portfolio, focusing on various aspects of salmon that includes this work. We haven't identified how far we'll be able to take that presentation in terms of bringing some of our partners' research to the table as well, but that will include some of our research results that identify likely reasons for declines that we've seen in salmon production on the Yukon River, for instance, both chum and Chinook. So we will bring that to the council for a presentation in June. This is just a reminder of the Northern Bering Sea Juvenile Fish Survey that we have. You can see the footprint here on the left-hand side. This historically has been known as BASIS. This has collected a number of oceanographic data that have informed our ecosystem models, and it also includes collection of a salmon index for Chinook in particular that represents feeding area for Chinook salmon on the Yukon River, and an incredibly accurate multi-year index of successful return of spawners to the Yukon River system. So this is conducted in the Northern Bering Sea, and we include not only those salmon abundance data, those salmon juvenile abundance data, but also a full ecosystem suite of data collections from year to year. And this is survey is conducted in collaboration with the state of Alaska and a number of different funding resources that we try to keep going. Also wanted to highlight the International Year of the Salmon. hopefully you've seen some of the media output from this more recently. This is a multi-national effort to conduct a snapshot view of what's going on in the midwater, the pelagic, with respect to salmon and oceanography and salmon prey across the entire North Pacific. This is underway right now. The NOAA ship Shimada left port and is heading towards this arrow here, this region here in the middle. The Canadian vessel working on the eastern portion, and Russian vessels in the central and western portion with chief scientists from the United States, including our staff chief scientists, both in the central and both the central pieces here. The goal of this program is to build on some previous surveys that we have done in this region. And without getting into the details, we'll bring this in June. We'll bring results from this in June, what we've got available. The goal is to get a glimpse of at-sea survival, at-sea relationships to prey, and environmental conditions. So quite a huge footprint that goes into salmon research. Other highly funded research priorities, in addition to what I've just shown you, stock assessments, our ACLIME focus on climate prediction models, aging growth in order to support stock assessments, observer program, electronic monitoring. On the protected resource side, our focus on species in the spotlight is what National Marine Fisheries Service calls our most important research, focused on some of our most critically conservation concerns. In protected resources species, the beluga abundance in the Eastern Bering Sea and beluga whale abundance in Cook Inlet, as well as pin and ped vital rates. All fully funded work for 22. And I know this is very broad. There's 100 different projects under these bullets. Adaptive strategies. How are we thinking outside the box here to do this right? I mentioned before that we do have our priority-based resource program. We spend a huge effort to try and make sure that we're prioritizing and we're considering all of our stakeholder needs and our responsibilities, while at the same time achieving a balanced portfolio. As you know, based on the climate, the ecosystem presentations that you've received in the past, this was our big focus for October, was to bring this awareness that we can't just end up with a small survey that's counting animals. We must have this better understanding of the ecosystem perspective in order to sustainably manage these living marine resources and be prepared for the future. So this is a constant balancing act of how to identify base funding and seek external funding, working with some of the efficiencies and streamlining our work, making sure that each year we're asking the question, can we reduce efforts in one area to go to another? How can we invest so that we're more effective and more efficient? How can we work with our partners at the state, academia, and other federal agencies? Last two slides here are more of a national perspective. I just wanted to bring awareness to a national program called our Data Acquisition Plan, our Next Generation Data Acquisition Plan. This is a plan that the National Marine Fisheries Service has not updated for a while, but we're putting an entire annual effort here into identifying this plan. And the goal here is to identify what data, right down to the bite, of what information is needed in order for the National Marine Fisheries Service to meet its mission. And it might seem a little detailed because it's a data acquisition plan, but really this is every piece of information we collect. How can we do it better? How can we make sure that the integrity of those data are intact? We're acknowledging that the data needs are evolving rapidly. I've talked a lot about data today. So the goal of this document will be to describe what we're collecting, how we're collecting it, where we're collecting it, and then also to identify where we need to change that. Where do we need new and expanded data? How do we maintain our resources but expand our footprint in the Northern Bering Sea and further north, for instance? How do we continue to use sail drones, for instance? How do we continue to use eDNA, for instance? We'll use this plan to guide data collection with the next 10 and 15 years within the agency. This helps us define what our capacity needs are for NOAA vessels, for instance, for research and development, for laboratories, et cetera. So this is a pretty all-encompassing document. And there is an opportunity for public input. Right now, there are a number of listening sessions that have been scheduled. You can see here on the left-hand side, there are listening sessions on fisheries on February 15th, protected resource on the 17th, ecosystems on the 22nd, and so on. There will be additional working sessions beyond March 1st listening sessions. I'm going to put a link in the chat box right now, and this link is the website to all of this information. I realize that this slide really doesn't give any of you watching or looking a way to register or click on anything. So if you see that link on the left-hand side, I am going to update this presentation. We just got this link in last night, so I will update this presentation and ask council staff to update it on the council website under this agenda item, so that if you refresh your browser and grab this particular presentation after I'm done, you'll be able to see this event link on this slide. But this shows the information on that availability. If there's any questions on that, please feel free to reach out. But please participate in this opportunity to communicate what data you think National Marine Fisheries Service should be collecting and isn't, or different ways of collecting those data. With that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity for a long B report here, but always great to share the situation at the center and answer questions and get feedback.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Foy. Really appreciate your presentation. We have some questions. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Foy. I really appreciate the presentation, and you covered an awful lot of material in a very concise manner, which I appreciate. So I hope my question isn't too narrowly focused. My question is on looking at the Bering Sea fish and ecosystem surveys that will be conducted for 2022 as to whether that includes these deep water stations for Bering Sea snow crab, and if not, if that's something that needs to be funded or prioritized somehow, or maybe even when would we know an answer to that question?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, thank you for the question. Right now, we do not plan additional stations in the deeper water, based mostly on discussions as to the likelihood of snow crab being at those stations. We did have a brief conversation with the crab plan team about freeing up some time on our survey. We did some analyses this winter to free up time from, for instance, working on corner stations or some of our other footprints in the Bering Sea that would allow us to get to some deeper stations. And there remains a real need to continue doing what we're doing out there. Having said that, I'm definitely not pulling it off the table. We continue to work on how we're going to conduct our FY22 survey this year. So unfortunately, I don't have a specific answer for you, Mr. Down, other than right now, we don't have that worked into our plan, but I will let the council know if that changes at our next presentation at the next meeting.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Foy and Mr. It wasn't the answer that I was hoping for, but it was a clear, concise answer, so I appreciate that. That was helpful. I didn't know the answer to that, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. I'm thinking back to some of your first slides on the goals and of the strategy, and one of those was next generation assessments, and then our kind of continued discussion and need about, how we're making progress on changes to monitoring and surveys in particular in response to the changes we're seeing in the environment. So what comes to us most commonly is stock distribution for crab or for groundfish in the Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea, and whether we're capturing, our monitoring is capturing those changes at an adequate pace. And so I'm trying to then reconcile kind of your goal for next generation assessments with the slides on underfunded research, and then your final slides on the next generation data acquisition plan. And I'm just wondering, like, how you can help us respond to the public, in part, on what our plan is or how quickly we're moving toward our changes in those surveys to respond to those changing stock distributions. Is that part of the next generation data acquisition plan? Is that something I missed that we have funding for and is already underway? It seemed woven throughout your presentation, and I just am trying to get a really clear response for the.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, thank you very much for the question, and I appreciate the complexity of all these different moving parts at the same time. And so let me take a step back. So next generation assessments, this is part of a national effort to make sure that our stock assessments are evolving, if you will, so that we're considering how to incorporate ecosystem data, for instance, so that we can inform climate prediction models potentially. So the goal there is to continue building those models in a way that is responding to changes that we're seeing. How did we learn from the heat wave, for instance, in 2015, 2019, in terms of how our assessments look at changes in cod abundance and distribution? And so that is being done. So you will see those results on a regular basis through the plan teams and the SSC discussions as the stock assessment authors can continue to evolve those models. So that's happening on a regular basis. In terms of monitoring survey environment, another excellent question. We do continue to focus on the Northern Bering Sea and make sure that there is agency awareness of our need to continue those surveys on a regular basis, annually preferable. So we will continue to do that. That will allow us to continue to track footprint shifts in either direction, now that we've got a cold year out there. We continue to work with partners internationally as we try to get data from the Russian side of the Bering Sea that will help us support an understanding of what's happening in the benthos. That potentially addresses some snow crab questions as well as groundfish questions. We continue to seek opportunities to collect pelagic data, acoustic data on the Russian EEZ side, and we will continue to do that. Hopefully I'll have some updates for you sometime this summer, maybe at our June presentation. So our monitoring focus to address these shifts continues. We continue to publish and work on ways of improving our existing footprint in concert with the workshop, the international workshop that we conducted a couple of years ago. That was part of the presentation that the crab plan team received, was a discussion on our footprint in the Bering Sea. Can we change our footprint in corner stations in order to then focus elsewhere on the moving fish distributions? So we continue at a fast clip, given that it's in addition to everything else that we're already doing, to try and make sure that we're staying ahead of these shifts. Each year in the last handful of years, has brought new distributions and new information and unexpected changes in stock abundance and distribution that we continue to react to. In terms of better understanding, for instance, distributions of crab, the crab plan team and our staff have engaged to talk about our footprint on that survey. And as I said to Mr. Downs' question, while we are not focused right now on deep stations, that does remain part of our discussion. if we can free up resources and identify ways to do that in a way that's meaningful in the stock assessment. So this is a conversation that has to happen within the agency as well as the plan teams and the SSC, and those discussions are happening. To take it full circle, the data acquisition plan, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, is a process happening in parallel. It is a broader national level process. And the reason I encourage your involvement is because everything we just talked about and everything that this council in particular in the nation has had to deal with, these extreme changes, this is an opportunity to make sure we're looking 10 years out. This is if we had the ability 10 years ago to say we should have been in the Northern Bering Sea sooner, we would have done that. What can we say now about where we think we're going to be 10 years from now? So hopefully what I've provided you is what we're doing today versus some opportunity that the council has to weigh in on the agency's focus in the years to come. That obviously directs how we communicate our needs beyond just this year.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Foy. And on that last note, I see the public opportunities that you provided in your slide on the next generation data acquisition plan. Is there a timeline maybe I missed by which, the council would put in some comment on that, or when is too late, I guess, to provide feedback?
And Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, thanks for that. Great question. As you were asking it, I'm thinking, there is a slide of a timeline, but it continues to change. It's a full year-long process. What I will do is try and identify some documentation that I can pass on to council staff and make sure that the council has that information and specifically awareness on how to engage, either directly or through the different input opportunities that are there right now.
Thank you. I would really appreciate that, Dr. Foy. And just last comment, appreciate you bringing forward all the information on salmon research and the research survey associated with the International Year of the Salmon. And I look forward to the June meeting when we get more detailed information on salmon. So thank you for that.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Foy, thank you. I think I'll start with just, in addition to Ms. Kimball's last comment about the June presentation, it's my understanding that Pisces is now considering a longer-term effort to maybe continue doing what the International Year of the Salmon work has started, or I don't understand it very well. I'm hopeful that in June you could maybe provide us a bit of a briefing on what you know of regarding the Pisces plans at this point, and as well what you know of the U.S.'s ability to potentially participate in those if those come to fruition. So, and I think the acronym is Becky or something like that for the new Pisces plan. So hopeful that your staff are already engaged in development of that. My question goes all the way back to one of your earliest slides where you talked about your annual sort of operational cycle, taking the strategic plan and the work plans down to actual what's really going to get done. And you talked about activity plans as part of that, sort of the annual expression of that, but that those still get ranked, was my understanding. And I had a bit of a question about that ranking process. Is that strictly an internal ranking process at the Science Center, or do you actually invite some level of external participation? And are there criteria that are brought to bear on that are additional to the kinds of prioritization and decision-making criteria that you described to us in your presentation today?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I'll work backwards here in terms of our operational cycle and our annual prioritization process. That is internal. we work with the Alaska Regional Office on the management side of the house to weigh in on that process as well. Having said that, it's fully informed by our strategic plan. It's fully informed by annual guidance we get from the agency at the headquarters level. So there is broad input from those aspects. There's also input in response to this presentation. So while I'm not walking through the hundreds of projects that exist within this plan, what you can see from my bullets, those high priority items, for instance, those are the ones that scored the highest. The ones that are unfunded, not completely funded, those are the ones that scored second highest and don't have full funding. Of course, in the past, I have tried to get into the list of what is not funded, but there just aren't enough slides these days for those lists of projects. So hopefully that answers that question in terms of the process, which is an internal process, and it again allows us to identify all of our stakeholders in this. Allows us to focus on council needs as well as needs that we're responsible for with other laws, policies, et cetera, with our stakeholders. So hopefully I answered that, Mr. Twite. Let me go back to what you also said about Pisces and June presentation. Yes, we're aware of the Becky effort and are involved in that. It remains to be seen, where Pisces is going to go and how that might be funded to move on in the future. What we will do in June is bring our understanding of the value of that work and which species it helps us with. For instance, most of the evidence for Chinook production right now points to river environmental conditions as being a driver in successful future returning salmon to that river system. And chum, for instance, is likely somewhere at sea, mixing numerous pan-Pacific populations. So we'll bring that perspective, that was just a glimpse there, on the value of something like the future of Becky and the value of other potential projects that we should be considering on the Alaskan shelf as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Foy. I really appreciate a report of this depth, and I'm just particularly given that you're at the, you've just completed your 5-year strategic review. I think the information you provided today is really helpful, and thanks to you and your staff for pulling that together, as well as just a thoughtful 5-year strategic review.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any further questions? Okay. All right. Well, thanks again, Dr. Foy, for your presentation this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good rest of the meeting.
All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. Council, let's go ahead and take our morning break. We'll come back, let's say 10:20 Alaska time, and we'll continue with our B reports. please come back to order. All right, Mr. Witherell, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we move on to the B3 report, I'll stop and see if there are any questions on NIMS management report, or if Mr. Merrill or others from the Alaska region would like to talk about travel consultation or anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't know if we have Mr. Merrill connected, but I had a question about the note about the impacts of sort of temporary assignments on staff in the Sustainable Fisheries Division, and particularly I was curious about whether when staff from Sustainable Fisheries, who is a member of the SSC, such as Mr. Gaspar, are given a temporary assignment, whether that affects their abilities to perform their SSC duties as well.
Mr. Chairman, this is Glenn Merrill. If you would like, I can answer that question.
Good morning, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. Obviously, this is something to balance. I think Dr. Gaspar and I have had conversations on this as well. Just for example, on this particular case, certainly I think we recognize the need to be able to fill our multiple roles and try and balance those various interests as best as we possibly can. I'll note this is a temporary detail opportunity, but certainly we want to make sure that we continue to engage in the council process and in particular in the SSC.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further questions? If not, we'll go back to Mr. Witherell.
Okay, moving on to the B3 report. On the agenda are attached the normal notice of designated officials and NOAA GC recusal determinations for this meeting. Additionally, there's a briefing schedule on litigation regarding the Salmon FMP Amendment 14. And so I'll stop here and see if there are questions from NOAA GC or NOAA GC. Okay, moving on. The ADF&G report includes a status report on several fisheries, an update on the Board of Fisheries meeting schedule, and a summary of Board of Fisheries proposals for scallop observer certification and Eastern Gulf of Alaska fisheries that may be of interest to the Council. And I'll stop here and see if there are questions for Ms. Henry, Kendall Henry, or on any items from the Fish and Game report. Okay, moving on. The U.S. Coast Guard report details enforcement activities of the maritime boundaries, high seas, and critical habitat areas, and enforcement boardings of vessels targeting halibut and sablefish fisheries, and boardings of those vessels participating in crab fisheries. The report includes figures showing trends in boardings and violation, a summary of search and rescue cases, and enforcement efforts in terms of C-130 hours, helo hours, cutter days, and patrol boat days. We also have a couple of oral presentations from the Coast Guard, so I'm going to stop here and turn the controls over to Lieutenant Commanders Zuko and Rasky.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can I get it? This is Lieutenant Commander Rasky. Can I get a sound check while they bring up the foreign military in the Arctic slide?
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members, staff, and attendees. My name is Lieutenant Commander Jed Rasky, the Domestic Fisheries Enforcement Section Chief for Coast Guard District 17 in Juneau, Alaska. With me on the call are Captain Jason Brunell, Chief of Enforcement, and Lieutenant Commander John Succo, International Enforcement Section Chief. This morning, I will be providing you with a brief overview of foreign military and Coast Guard presence in the Alaskan Arctic region in the summer of 2021. I'll give examples of how the Coast Guard is executing its Arctic strategy through foreign engagements and meeting presence with presence, and I'll give you an overview of Operation Arctic Shield. The Coast Guard's Arctic Strategic Outlook has three main lines of effort. These include, number one, enhance capability to operate effectively in a dynamic Arctic. Number two, strengthen the rules-based order. And number three, innovate and adapt to promote resilience and prosperity. This briefing will focus on line of effort number two, strengthen the rules-based order. I'll start with Operation Arctic Shield. Coast Guard District 17 leads Operation Arctic Shield, a year-round planning and operational endeavor which provides mobile and scalable presence in the Arctic domain in support of the national and Coast Guard Arctic strategies. Objectives include U.S. Coast Guard missions. Executing U.S. Coast Guard missions, enhancing maritime domain awareness and understanding, broadening partnerships, and building preparedness, prevention, and response capabilities. Arctic Shield integrates Coast Guard surface, aviation, and shoreside resources to conduct a broad range of activities. These missions fall into two main categories. Number one is delivery of our statutory missions, including search and rescue, marine environmental protection, law enforcement, marine safety, aids navigation, and ice operations. And the second bucket is national security-related efforts in and around the Arctic. In accordance with the 2009 Arctic Strategic Outlook, as the sea ice recedes and Arctic activity increases, actions by strategic competitors will challenge the long-standing norms that have kept the Arctic as an area of peace and low tension. The institutions contributing to a conflict-free Arctic will face new challenges requiring active and committed American leadership. The U.S. Coast Guard is uniquely positioned to provide this leadership in the maritime domain. The service's operations in the Arctic represent the nation's larger commitment to the rule of law. And by upholding and complying with the rules-based order in the maritime domain across the globe, U.S. Coast Guard reinforces its commitments to those principles in the Arctic. The U.S. Coast Guard is dedicated to strengthening partners and institutions that will foster transparency and uphold global order, respectful of sovereignty and independence. In order to strengthen the rules-based order, the Coast Guard in District 17 has a two-pronged approach. Number one, strengthen partnerships and lead international forums. And number two, counter challenges to the international rules-based order in the maritime domain. Working closely with allies and partners, the Coast Guard will deter threats to international maritime norms and America's national interests by conducting effective maritime operations and exercises. And this leads me to the slide in front of you today. The major events involving interactions with foreign navies and Coast Guards this past summer are shown on this slide. I'll work through these events counterclockwise, starting from the upper left-hand corner, so somewhat in a U-shaped fashion. The first two images outlined in red. In late August, D-17 became aware that a People's Republic of China, or PRC, Navy Surface Action Group was transitioning towards the Aleutian Islands. D-17 tasked two of our newest cutters, both of which were national security cutters, the Kimball and the Berthoff, to intercept the group of vessels to ensure the actions of the PRC vessels were in accordance with international norms. In the bottom left corner in green, on July 22nd, Coast Guard cutter Midget conducted a joint maritime boundary line patrol with the Russian border guard, vessel Kamchatka. This consisted of a transit through the Bering Strait along with helicopter operations, a combined patrol, and a small boat interaction north of the Diomede Islands. D-17 routinely conducts joint communications exercises and patrols with the Russian border guard to ensure cooperation for maritime safety and security in accordance with our Joint Action Plan and Combined Operations Manual. In red at the bottom, on July 23rd, Coast Guard cutter Midget encountered the People's Republic of China research vessel Zhuilong 2, transiting north along the U.S.-Russia maritime boundary line into the Chukchi Sea. Zhuilong 2 routinely operates in the Arctic north of the U.S., Canadian, and Russian EEZs. In purple at the bottom right, on September 23rd, Coast Guard Cutter Kimball conducted a joint patrol with Royal Canadian Navy vessel Harry DeWolf. Harry DeWolf is an ice-capable offshore patrol vessel, and she was conducting her maiden patrol across the Arctic to the Panama Canal. In brown, on September 20th, Coast Guard Cutter Kimball rendezvoused with the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force training vessel Kashima, 5 nautical miles north of Dutch Harbor, for a training exercise at sea. Kashima was conducting her annual training cruise through the Pacific. This engagement involved a joint patrol and communications exercises. In blue, on July 20th, Coast Guard Cutter Midget conducted joint operations in the Chukchi Sea with the Canadian Coast Guard vessel Sir Wilfrid Laurier, including launching helicopters from both cutters and interactions with the small boats. And finally, in yellow at the top right, Coast Guard Cutter Healy, a polar icebreaker, transited the Bering Strait multiple times last summer and conducted a transit of the Northwest Passage to the Atlantic Ocean, circumnavigating North America. Healy and national security cutters operated together in the Arctic to prepare for future demands of the polar security cutters that should be coming online in 2024. As you can see, the Arctic is a key strategic priority for many nations, and the Coast Guard serves as the lead maritime national agency in the region, ready to meet presence with presence. Our role in the Arctic is really an extension of what we're already doing in the Bering Sea around the U.S.-Russia maritime boundary line. This briefing slide shows the foreign activity in a strategically competitive and strategically charged space. The Coast Guard will continue to anticipate, respond to, and engage foreign adversaries and allies in the Arctic region. We routinely patrol the Arctic both in the northern Bering Sea and Chukchi Seas to monitor and enforce U.S. laws and regulations. In the summer of 2022, D-17 will position additional surface assets present to respond to any foreign presence in the 17th District areas of responsibility. And this concludes my brief. I'll be happy to hand it over to Lieutenant Commander John Succo or take questions.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thanks for that presentation. I just I wanted to confirm, and I probably missed this, that all of those vessels that you contacted had reason to be where they were, like in terms of making contact with the Chinese vessel. That was not unusual to be doing research activity in that area.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yes, that's correct. So are you talking about the Zhuilong 2 or the Chinese Navy Surface Action Group?
The first one.
So the Chinese Naval Surface Action Group, they were transiting in international waters. They were inside of the U.S. EEZ, but that is classified as international waters. They did not enter our territorial seas. So they had the right to be there.
And the other vessel?
The Zhuilong 2, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. So Zhuilong 2 transited on the Russian side of our maritime boundary line. They did not stop and conduct any research inside of our EEZ.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. The further, or Mr. Twike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lieutenant Commander Rasky. As I was thinking about Ms. Kimball's question and thinking about your the objective that you described of strengthening the rules-based order, and then remembering back to the events of a couple of summers ago, when at least it seems to me, the rules-based order was being tested severely by Russian forces. If I interpret correctly your answer to Ms. Kimball's question, this last summer was the summer when through the combined actions of international actions, it seemed like the rules-based order was intact and in fact sort of governing everybody's all nations' behavior there. Am I interpreting that correctly? In other words, we sort of haven't seen a further escalation of difficulties, and in fact, maybe we're seeing a restoration of order?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Dwight, for your question. I would classify the summer of 2021 as an opportunity for the Coast Guard to interact with the militaries and navies, but all of the interactions were very well scripted, I would say. We've worked with our partners, we worked with the Russian border guard to make sure that interactions at sea do not escalate. The Chinese vessels, the Chinese naval vessels that came into the Alaskan EEZ, but again did not transit into our territorial seas, it was evident that they understood what would provoke us, I think, and I might defer to Captain Burnell to better answer the question, but they operated in accordance with international norms and did not do anything to infringe on our sovereignty. As you spoke to the summer of 2020, when the Russian military exercise Ocean Shield did interact with the U.S. domestic fishing fleet inside of our EEZ, that was definitely a learning event for us. I think it was also a learning event for the Russian naval vessels, and there was a recent news article where the Russians had planned a military exercise in the Irish Sea, and that garnered a lot of pushback from the Irish about the military potentially interacting with their domestic fishing vessels. So I think that over time and experience that all parties are learning how to interact at sea without escalating tensions. Does that answer your question, Mr. Dwight?
Lieutenant Commander, it does very well, and I think I could probably speak for the entire industry in the North Pacific, the fishing industry in the North Pacific, and saying that that's welcome and good news from you, and just appreciation of the role that U.S. Coast Guard has played in sort of returning to that. And certainly, we all depend on the rules-based order for conduct of our business. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander. Any further questions? Okay. If not, we will go to Lieutenant Commander Sugo. Good morning. Not getting any audio.
Good morning, this is Lieutenant Commander Sugo. Can I get a sound check?
There you are. Good morning.
Great. Okay. Just one second. This presentation is on our 2021 North Pacific Guard operation. Again, I'm Lieutenant Commander John Sugo from U.S. Coast Guard District 17. Operation North Pacific Guard, NPG, advances U.S. goals for the conservation and management of high seas fisheries resources. It is both our at-sea enforcement contribution in accordance with multilateral and bilateral international agreements to which the U.S. is party, as well as a multilateral cooperative effort by North Pacific Rim nations to eliminate IUU fishing activity in the North Pacific. Next slide. Okay, so this slide shows some of our patrol statistics. During the 51-day NPG patrol, Coast Guard Cutter Bertzoff conducted 28 boardings. The operation yielded 42 violations, including 25 serious violations of Regional Fisheries Management Organization Conservation Management Measures, CMMs. These were presented to the North Pacific Fisheries Commission and to the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission. 689 shark fins and 25 salmon were discovered on these boardings and reported to the respective RFMOs, Regional Fisheries Management Organizations. During the patrol, 10 Chinese and 1 Russian-flagged NPFC vessel refused boardings, which resulted in potentially serious violations for each of those vessels for refusing a boarding by an authorized NPFC inspection vessel. 2 of the Chinese vessels refused boardings on 2 separate occasions, and that's why you see 13 total denied boardings there. MPG 2021 included Air Station Kodiak. They had a C-130 aircraft, and then we had a Canadian Dash 8 aircraft support, as well as 7 international ship riders from Canada and Korea, and 2 NOAA OLE ship riders, all on board the Coast Guard cutter Berthoff. Next slide. Okay, this slide shows the violation by flag state, with the largest number of violations found on Chinese and Taiwanese vessels. There's asterisks on Vanuatu and Panama because although the vessels were operating under those flag states, these vessels were operated by Chinese masters. Next slide. This slide shows the different violations we found. The greatest number of violations was for not having overhead markings visible by aircraft. And then second was failures to log catch. Next slide. The serious violations cited included records of catch not being logged, and that was primarily for shark, salmon, and squid, and then intentional taking in contravention to a CMM, or a conservation management measure. We issued or noted that violation for the vessels that had shark fins and salmon on board. Then we also had a serious violation for a vessel that intentionally modified its VMS to transmit every 2 hours instead of hourly as required. And then the last category of serious violations was for the boarding denials. There were 11 vessels, again, 13 instances, but 11 vessels that deny boardings. And I'll talk about that more on the next slide. So the boarding refusals, it's a serious violation was issued to all 11 vessels for refusing a boarding by an NPFC authorized inspection vessel. The PRC vessels denied the Coast Guard boarding teams on the basis of not wearing Tyvek suits as part of the team's COVID-19 mitigation personal protective equipment, PPE. The team was fully outfitted with PPE that was recommended by the RFMO and were fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The RFMO did not establish a requirement for boarding teams to wear Tyvek suits, and it also did not authorize any of its registered vessels to deny boarding based on subjective interpretation of the PPE guidelines. The boarding refusals undermine the effectiveness of the NPFC high seas boarding and inspection scheme. And so our recommendation to the U.S. delegation to NPFC was to add these vessels, the all 11 vessels, to the NPFC's IUU list. The delegation supported that recommendation and submitted all 11 vessels for IUU listing, which will be reviewed by the RFMO for a decision this spring. Additionally, the U.S. State Department issued a demarche to China concerning these boarding denials and requested they investigate and inform China that the U.S. will be recommending these vessels to be included on the NPFC IUU list. Next slide. Shark finning is a violation for fishing vessels registered to WCPFC, but it is not a violation in the NPFC. We issued violations to 2 WCPFC fishing vessels which had shark fins separate from shark carcasses, which is a violation per their CMMs. However, we also found shark fins with no carcasses on 3 NPFC vessels, where unfortunately it is not a violation. It is a violation in NPFC to not log all catch, and these 3 vessels had failed to log their shark catch. So that's how we managed to violate them and get this issue before the RFMO. We're working with the U.S. delegation to NPFC to propose a shark finning CMM going forward. Next slide. So we discovered 25 salmon on NPFC registered vessels, while these vessels were also operating in the NPAFC convention area, which prohibits retention of salmon in the convention area. We issued violations for significant failure to maintain sufficient records of catch, as the salmon were not recorded in their logs. Additionally, DNA samples were taken from the salmon and are being further analyzed to determine their origin, to show the impact to U.S. and Canadian salmon stocks. Next slide. There were 3 separate detections of MARPOL violations, marine pollution, with sheens found during refueling operations as detected by our C-130 aircraft. This is another issue. We're working with the RFNOs to propose a CMM to make this a clear violation. Next slide. Various markings issues were detected during the high seas boarding inspections, to include a lack of horizontal markings or partially obstructed markings were also found, often obstructed by gear or debris. Most obstructed markings were due to runoff from squid ink, making it nearly impossible to ID during the high seas boarding inspection or monitoring activities. Next slide. Vessel identification anomalies. We found a foreign fishing vessel broadcasting incorrect AIS as a cargo vessel with no name or call sign associated, and it had an unregistered MMSI number. There was also a carrier vessel transiting without AIS, and then our cutter detected a large fleet on radar, but not transmitting AIS. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get closer to that vessel due to weather conditions, or closer to that grouping of vessels. Next slide. So for the next steps for the Coast Guard, specifically for D-17 and North Pacific Guard, we're pushing RFMOs to strengthen their conservation management measures of high seas resources by targeting irresponsible fishing vessel activity and keeping dialed in with the RFMO. We're working with the U.S. delegation to support the IUU list submission when it is reviewed this spring, and we're also pushing for a shark finning CMM for NPFC going forward. For NPG, we have a longer patrol schedule for this year with 90 days of cutter support. Our partners in Canada have also stepped up their contribution with more aircraft support days and additional staffing support. We're working with Fisheries Agency of Japan to request they increase their contribution as well. And lastly, we will continue our focus on intel-driven operations for this patrol in order to target the vessels most likely to be committing violations and increase our effectiveness with the time that we are out there in the convention area. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander, for that presentation and this effort. And I just was wondering what this past year reflected in this presentation looks like compared to previous years. Is this a pretty typical year, or is this an anomaly? And then also, if you could answer and remind me, what results from being on the IUU list? What does that mean for a vessel? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This year was the past couple of years, our operations have been more intel-driven. So we're now, instead of just going out there and looking for boardings, we're going after the most likely offenders. So our violations per boarding rate has increased. We're finding more violations while we're out there, making the operations more effective. So this year and last year, we've been on that trend. In terms of getting IUU listed, the vessel will not be able to fish in that convention area, and then it'll be noted by other RFMOs for consideration to include on their IUU list and potentially ban the vessel from their convention area.
Thank you. And is just to follow up, Mr. Chair, Lieutenant Commander, is that a ban on just fishing activity in the area, or is it a ban from being located at all or transiting the area?
I believe it's just a ban on fishing activity in the area, or that convention area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Okay, all right. Thank you again, Lieutenant Commander. Okay, I believe that will move us back to Mr. Witherall and our IPHC, or Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't have any new updates from the Fish and Wildlife Service, but I'll stop and see if Mr. Fassbender has anything he wants to say before I move on.
Good morning. This is Pete Fassbender. We do not have any new updates, so thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on.
You bet.
At this point, I'm going to stop. We have an oral report from the IPHC on the summary of their annual meeting. I believe we have Dr. David Wilson, the Executive Director, along with Dr. Barbara Hutchinsack and Dr. Ian Stewart. So, passing the mic over to Dr. Wilson.
Thank you very much. Just confirming you can hear me okay?
We can.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. As you indicated, I also have Dr. Stewart, who's going to present a bit of an update on the stock assessment, and Dr. Hutchinsack, who will touch on the outcomes of the economic project and also the fishery regulations that were adopted this year's annual meeting. The meeting itself was held in the last week of January. As per most meetings these days, it was held electronically with a solid turnout of about 200 participants joining the various means. The report itself is still being adopted via correspondence, and we expect that probably by the end of next week, that final report will be publicly available. The report and all of the meeting documents and presentations and other material are available by the AM98 webpage, which is on screen at the moment. The mortality limits that were adopted by the Commission for 2022 total 41.22 million pounds, and you can see the breakdown there by regulatory area. And to provide you with background on that split and how the Commission utilized the advice from the stock assessment to come up with those mortality limits, I'll pass to Dr. Stewart. So over to you, Ian.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, and good morning, council members. I'll now take you through the mortality limits and a little background on this year's stock assessment and projections for the next several years. So, as you can see in this slide, the mortality limits for 2022 were increased slightly, generally across the board, with IPHC Regulatory Area 2A being the only area that did not receive an increase, so 5.7% up at the coast-wide level. And this is primarily due to a more optimistic stock assessment this year, and I'll provide some more detail on that in just a second. We do provide more detailed projections associated with the TCEYs that are set by the IPHC. And here, just to note that although the TCEYs corresponded to a 41.22 million pound overall mortality limit, we do project the mortality due from all sources and all sizes of halibut. And in total, that projection is for just over almost 42.5 million pounds of mortality. So to take you through the stock assessment, a few of the highlights from this year, we did see improvements in both our fishery independent and fishery dependent indices up from 2021. And this is largely due to an incoming 2012 year class, which is quite good news for the stock trends. We're seeing some shift in the stock distribution back toward biological region 3, which is the central Gulf of Alaska, which is consistent with where the historical biomass has largely been distributed. But in recent years, we had seen some shifts toward, particularly toward region 2. So this is a shift back toward more historical distributions. We find that the spawning biomass is estimated to be nearly flat in the last 2 years, and to projected to continue so for the next several years at the IPHC's reference level of fishing intensity of F43%. Finally, these projections do rely heavily on this incoming 2012 year class, which is only partially mature at this point. So this does represent the largest source of uncertainty in this year's stock assessment. To provide you with a little bit more detail and background, this figure shows you the estimated mortality accruing to the TCEY, which is the mortality limit set by the IPHC over the last 9 years, in comparison to the limit that was set in each of those years, shown as the dashed and then solid blue line across the top. And as you can see, the limits and the actual mortality have been very close over the majority of this time period. However, you can very strongly see the effect of the last several years where the actual mortality has come in substantially below what was projected based on the limits at that time. So in essence, the stock has gotten a bit of a break due to all of the challenges that have faced both the directed halibut fishery as well as all the other fisheries in the North Pacific over the last two years. This figure shows you the modeled trends based on the IPHC's Fishery Independent Setline Survey and also relying on trawl survey data from the Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea. And what you can see here is that across most biological regions, we saw an increase. At the coastwide level, that was a 13% increase in the weight of fish caught by this survey. The one region where we did not see an increase from 2020 to 2021 was Region 4, comprising the Bering Sea and IPHC Regulatory Area 4A, which continues on a downward trend. If we look then at just the legal size fish, or O32 weight per unit effort, we see a slightly moderated trend of only 4% up, very consistent with what we saw in the commercial fishery logbook records from the same time period shown here on the right. Now, the reason for a more muted trend in the O32 weight per unit effort when compared to the total weight per unit effort is that the total includes fish that are less than 32 inches in length. And because the 2012 year class in particular is still occurring on both sides of that minimum size limit, we see a larger increase in the total than we do in just the legal size portion of the catch rates, which is good news for upcoming years. As I mentioned early on, the stock distribution is shifted back a bit toward Region 3. Each of these panels shows you the percent of the stock biomass that's estimated to be in each of the biological regions. You can see it for biological region 3, after about a decade and a half of downward trend, we see an increase in the last 2 years, in 2020 and 2021. And that increase is consistent with a decrease in biological region 2 in the bottom right and region 4 in the top left, with the Western Aleutians, IPHC Regulatory Area 4B, and also treated as a separate region, being essentially flat over the last couple of decades. The other news on the biological front is with regard to size at age. This figure shows you the average female weighted age. And as I'm sure you're aware, we've seen some large declines since the late 1970s in weighted age. But the good news here is that we are starting to see some increases at the end of the time series, which appear to be progressing from the younger fish toward the older fish. And in fact, our 12-year-old fish have essentially caught up with the 14 and 16-year-old fish that are currently in the stock. So should these conditions persist, this is likely to have very large implications for yield in the long term for the fishery. However, I would note that this patterns in weighted age for halibut seem to take decades to play out. So this is not something that's going to happen very rapidly, but nonetheless, it is good to see some increase, particularly across this age range from 8 to 16, which are those ages that are most important for the commercial fisheries. Moving then to the results of the stock assessment, this figure shows you the results of the 2021 stock assessment, shown as the blue shaded region. Each of those red dots represents the result of the previous 9 stock assessments. that were conducted in each of those years. And you can see here that this year's assessment is quite consistent with the results that we've seen from those last 9 stock assessments, all corroborating that the biomass came down over that period until about 2010. We did have a modest increase through about 2016, and then we've seen the spawning biomass decreasing slowly since that time in 2016. And the reason for that decrease can be seen here. This is a graph of the relative recruitment estimates from the 4 different stock assessment models that we use to create the overall ensemble stock assessment. And I'll call out a few highlights here. The first are 2 important year classes, the 1999 and 2005, which have both been very important to all of the fisheries over the last couple of decades. And you'll note after 2005, we had 6 low years in a row of incoming recruitment. And this created essentially a gap moving into the spawning biomass. And that's been causing the reduction in spawning biomass over the last several years. You can also see on this figure the 2012 year class, which although it's not currently estimated to be quite as large as 1999 and 2005, nonetheless, it's a substantial improvement over the previous 6 years. And then finally, even though these fish have been in the water for a number of years, the 2013 and later year classes are still highly uncertain. We don't get a strong read on the magnitude of these year classes until we've observed them both in the fishery independent setline survey as well as the directed commercial fishery where they're sampled for 2 to 3 years. And so we're just beginning to see the year classes that are coming after 2012. And I highlight 2012 because as of 2021, we estimate that cohort is about 19% mature. So only about 19% of the fish in that particular year class would have been mature last year. Over the next 3 years, we would expect that to improve to approximately 56% of those fish. And so this particular year class is going to be important not only to the fishery over the next 3 years, but also to the biology of the stock. And because these fish are just beginning to mature, this of course does represent an uncertainty from a biological sense in whether or not they will continue on the same schedule that we've estimated in recent years for maturity for Pacific halibut. This table shows you a summary of some of the metrics and indicators, both biological and fishery, that we use to describe the stock. And I won't go into too much detail here, but just to note that the reference level of fishing intensity for the Commission is an F43% policy. And that is quite consistent with the longer-lived species that are managed around the North Pacific. And I would note that, as I showed you in the first slide of this presentation, the level of fishing intensity in 2021 was somewhat lower than that, estimated to be an F46% for 2021. So again, over the last 2 years, even though the limits have been targeting an F43% policy, there's been a slightly lower level of fishing exerted on the stock. Finally, looking forward now into the projections, the adopted 2022 mortality limit, again, which is based on that reference level of fishing intensity, corresponds to a 59% chance that the stock will continue on a downward trend, but only a 25% chance that it will drop by at least 5% or more. This corresponds to a 44% chance of dropping below the management trigger at SB 30%, and essentially a coin toss as to whether or not the fishery will need to take another decrease over the next 3 years to maintain this same level of reference fishing intensity. So in a nutshell, the stock projection is quite flat. And although we don't know the exact trend over the next several years, it looks promising that the fishery will be in roughly the same magnitude that it's been over the last several years. Finally, just graphically, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Apologies, I know you're on a roll here. I should remind members of the public to please sign up to testify prior to the end of this presentation, as we don't have an AP report, and so we'll move right into testimony after this. So with that, Dr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just wrap up by showing you graphically what this projection looks like. A slightly lower rate of decrease in the spawning biomass projected over the next 3 years compared to what we've seen over the last several. And I'll note that you can find considerably more information than provided in this presentation, both in the summary that was provided for the IPHC's annual meeting, the link there at the top, as well as through our webpage, which provides a detailed history of the stock assessment, as well as updated stock assessment and overview of data documents that have been generated for this year's stock assessment. With that, we'll turn it back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks very much, Ian. So I'll pass at this point to Dr. Hutchinson, who's going to walk you through a little bit of the economic project outcomes rather, and then also the fishery regulations. So over to you, Basha.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Good morning, council members. The IPHC also conducted an economic study of Pacific halibut. The goal of the study was to provide stakeholders with an accurate and all-sector encompassing assessment of the contribution of Pacific halibut to the economy of both Canada and the United States. This research brings a human dimension to the IPHC research framework, providing for essential input to management of Pacific halibut that is aligned with both IPHC mandate and also prevalent in the legislation of Canada and United States socioeconomic objectives. The developed model focuses on Pacific halibut contribution to households, that is an impact on earnings and income. The figure here summarizes the impact that covers all sectors included in the model, the commercial sector, including processing, as well as the charter sector. The multipliers derived from the model were also used to estimate the impacts related to anglers' expenditures on fishing trips and durable goods, and this reflects also the economic contribution of the recreational sector more broadly, including also unguided fishing activities. In the model, employee compensation and profit type of income generate household earnings that are first allocated based on the place of work. Here, look, this is the location of fishing activity. Then we also assessed earnings flows related to quota and permit ownership and residency of Pacific halibut sector's employees. We also estimated indirect and induced economic impacts. The indirect economic impacts provide an estimate of the changes related to expenditures on goods and services used in the production process of the directly impacted industries. The induced economic impacts include economic activity that is generated by household spending earnings that rely on Pacific resource, and this is related to both direct and indirect reliance on the Pacific sectors. In this case, the cross-regional flows are generated through import of inputs and production. And in the figure, we have also incomes. Incomes here are assessed by residency of those benefiting from the resource, both directly but also indirectly and through induced economic impact. Previous figure provided estimates for 2019. A more typical year in the economy. However, we also estimated the model for an extended time series that includes 2020. These estimates, of course, are highly driven by the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The results suggest that Pacific halibut sector's contribution to households decreased by 25% between 2019 and 2020. And these are general information and outputs of the project. The full report for the study is available on the IPHC website. Moving to the outcomes of the IPHC annual meeting in terms of policy or regulatory changes, we received 8 regulatory proposals, and 6 of them were adopted by the Commission during the annual meeting. These relate to the fishery mortality limit that Dr. Stewart was discussing. We also have decisions related to fishing periods, chartered management measures, trap gear use in IPHC regulatory area 2B, And there will be also a short note on the Fisheries and Independent Setline Survey. The Commission adopted fishing periods for 2022 as provided below. These are the start of the season is set for March 6th, and the season will cease on December 7th. This implies the same fishing period as these adopted for 2021. In terms of charter management measures adopted for regulatory area 2C and 3A for 2022, in IPHC regulatory area 2C, the adopted fish mortality limits imply the following charter management measures. This is one fish bag limit with size limit of less or equal to 40 inches or greater than or equal to 80 inches. For IPHC regulatory area 3A, the measures are as follows. 2 fish bag limit with 1 fish of any size and a second fish less than or equal to 28 inches, Wednesdays and 2 Tuesdays, July 26th and August 2nd, closed for retention of Pacific halibut, 1 trip per vessel, 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day, and there were no annual limits adopted for this year. However, for general record keeping, the Commission adopted Proposal B that establishes the annual limits reporting requirements in the IPHC regulations.
Okay, thank you very much, Basha. And just a reminder as well that those fishery regulations have been drafted and finalised and sent to the 2 governments for final adoption before the season commences in March. Regarding the Fishery Independent Setline Survey for 2022, if you cast your mind back, the Commission endorsed a particular design at the interim meeting in November of 2021. And that design wasn't further amended at the most recent AM 98. The design itself is estimating an approximate 1,188 stations to be sampled throughout the convention area in 2022, and the map on screen just gives you that approximate visualization of where those stations are going to be. We have completed the first round of tenders for undertaking the setline survey in 2022. And at this point, it looks like we're going to be able to cover off on all of these stations with the potential for putting out a second round of tenders for Area 4, C, D, and E, particularly the north and central area. That is expected, as per usual, to kick off around May. And at this point, we don't expect any other delays per se. Looking ahead, the Commission has accepted the kind offer from Canada to host the 99th session of the IPHC annual meeting in Victoria, Canada, from the 23rd to the 27th of January 2023. However, as per all meetings, we will wait and watch and see what happens with the current pandemic to determine if we need to have that meeting in person, fully electronically, or some hybrid thereof. The Commission also agreed to another special session of the IPHC, currently slated for the 25th of February or thereabouts, and we'll make an announcement later this week on the specific time associated with that meeting. The meeting itself will cover off on 3 particular items. Obviously, the FY 2023 budget is yet to be adopted. The management strategy evaluation program of work that the Commission would like the Secretariat to undertake over the course of the next couple of years, as well as to revisit one of the fishery regulation proposals that wasn't adopted but rather deferred, and that being B4, a daily bag limit in IPHC Regulatory 2B. As I mentioned at the start, the report itself is still being adopted via correspondence, and once that is made available, we will post that on the website and send out the media release associated with it. And so with that, I'll pass back to you. Thank you very much, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Mr. Misra has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay, or am I double muted?
Yes, you're good. Mr. Misra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Wilson. I just was hoping you could provide a little bit more detail about the change that occurred at the IPHC meeting regarding annual limits. Did the commissioners just synchronize the annual limit regulations at the Halibut Commission to mirror the regulations that we have for annual limits, so that it's not necessary for us every time we impose an annual limit to have a sentence in our recommendations to the IPHC reminding the rulemaker to sign their name to the back of the license, or is that what that is, or is it something different entirely?
Thank you. Here is Basha Hudniczak. Regarding the charter management measures, the Commission adopted a regulatory proposal coming from the United States that set proposed measures depending on the finally adopted mortality limit. So we accept the proposal that comes with a multiple proposed charter management measures that are then picked accordingly depending on the final mortality limit that is decided by the Commission at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Misra. Further questions? Mr. Twice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Wilson, for the presentation. Dr. Wilson, can you remind me of the status then of the Commission's analysis of the potential impacts of decreasing the minimum size in order of halibut that are allowed in the commercial fishery in order to reduce the dependence of the commercial fishery on maturing and mature females?
Through the chair, Mr. Twight, this is Ian Stewart. At the conclusion of the previous evaluation of the minimum size limit, which was very tactical in nature, looking at the potential implications over the next few years of changing the minimum size limit, the Commission adopted a plan to investigate this as part of its strategic management strategy evaluation. And so this is something that's been prioritized for the 2022 work plan. And the role of a size limit as part of a greater management procedure will be investigated again in this coming year for presentation at next year's meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twight. Further questions? Thank you again for the presentation. Okay, Mr. Witherell, I believe that concludes the staff presentation on in item B. Okay.
Yes, it does.
Sorry, Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a question that was prompted by the IPHC report, but I think is more appropriate for NIM staff because I looked back at the B2 report and it's related to their entry about the IPHC meeting we just completed. So I'm not sure if Mr. Merrill is still online, but this might be best addressed to him. So two things really. With regard to the special meeting, special session scheduled for the IPHC on February 25th, the B2 report indicates that the U.S. commissioners are seeking stakeholder input on particularly the proposal to change the daily bag limit for recreational fishing in Area 2B. And it's more of a process question in terms of, I just can't remember, what is the best way for stakeholders to provide that input to the U.S. commissioners? Is there public testimony at the special session? Are there opportunities for input prior to that February 25th meeting?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Through the chair, if I may, Mr. Kaneen. On this specific issue, at this annual meeting, both the U.S. and Canada agreed that it was perhaps best to address issues related to this 3 fish bag limit proposal from Canada at a special session. And in particular, Ms. Baker, I think one of the issues that were identified by the commissioners was a desire for better understanding of the potential implications of this proposal. As you can see from our report and some of the information that we provided, CFO has a somewhat different management system than the U.S. does. I think there was some concern expressed at the meeting and prior to the meeting by U.S. stakeholders about the potential for creating a differential size limit. In terms of public comment, certainly we do provide an opportunity, or have in the past, at various special sessions as well as annual meetings for that input. We don't have a formal public process set up currently. We did want to use the opportunity here at the council to highlight that this is a proposal that is under consideration, be able to provide you the information that we've received so far from Department of Fisheries and Oceans for your consideration. And then if there's any additional input that comes in through the council process, certainly that can feed into the process. We could certainly make ourselves available for additional public comment, and we're always available to be directly contacted by various members of the public. Does that help answer questions on process?
Mr. Chair, brief follow-up, if I may.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Merrill. That is helpful, and I think it may also be relevant for my follow-up question, which is a little bit longer term beyond the February 25th special session. It is also my recollection that what has been referred to as the interim agreement between the United States and Canada in terms of allocating TCE-wise between the areas expired, I believe, with the conclusion of this annual meeting at the end of January. And so a similar question in the sense that assuming that the U.S. commissioners will be seeking engagement and input from U.S. fisheries stakeholders moving forward on plans for what's next in terms of that agreement, do you envision sort of a similar process for seeking input on that particular plan or decision?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Through the chair, yes, there will be opportunities for public engagement in that process as well. I think at this point in time, we are still trying to gather what the best approach is to be able to provide stakeholders input into our process as we're having ongoing negotiations and discussions with Canada concerning whether or not we can come to agreement to some longer term arrangement in terms of allocation issues and also to address a number of financial issues. So at this point in time, I believe that that is still under development. We'll certainly keep the council and stakeholders apprised of that process. I would envision that unfolding over the next several months in particular, with the intent of trying to have some much greater clarity on a potential U.S. approach moving forward for next year's annual meeting, which takes place in January of 2023.
Thanks, Mr. Merrill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Merrill, I have a question just regarding the same issue that Ms. Baker brought up regarding the February meeting about the differential bag limits. I'm happy to reach out to charter industry members, but I'm wondering if there is available a document that has the rationale for doing that action that Canada is considering. So instead of just getting comments that are not informed on what the intent of the action is, maybe the industry can respond to it in a more productive way by understanding why Canada wants to do that. Is there a document that came out of the meeting that could be used as a reference so that stakeholders can participate with full knowledge of why that's being suggested, as opposed to just reacting to it, the words that are associated with it?
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, through the chair. We have inquired with DFO if they have a quick primer that can basically describe their fishery management system. We have not yet received that. We do have the contracting party report from Canada, which provides some additional detail on their management system. Certainly we can pull some information from that, but we will continue to engage with DFO to see if we can pull together a quick description of how their recreational fishery management system works, and then how this particular 3 fish bag limit proposal works in that context. And we'll try and get something, ideally we were hoping to have something prior to this council meeting, but we'll reach out again and see if we can get something soon.
Great, that would be helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau and Mr. Merrill. Are there any further questions before we move into public testimony? Okay, seeing no further questions. There are 2 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Marissa Merkuliev and Noah Oppenheim, and then Linda Benkin. A reminder, individuals and companies have 3 minutes, associations have 6 minutes. We have a timer on the Adobe Connect platform. With internet connections, it may have a lag, so I will time here as well, and it may make sense for you to time on your end. I will let you know if you are coming up against or if you've run out of time. With that, Ms. Merkuliev and Mr. Oppenheim, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Marissa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Noah Oppenheim, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Marissa McCoy. I'm the director of the Office of Justice and Governance Administration for the Isle Community of St. Paul Island. As you heard in the executive director's report, we did submit a new nomination to the National Marine Sanctuary Program called Alagoon Canoe, which means heart of the ocean. Mr. Witherall also provided a brief outline of the different ways the sanctuary can operate with regards to fishery council authority and management. And while there's no action needed at the council at this time, as the nominator, we did want to come here and provide some overview about what our intentions are with this nomination if we make it into inventory. We did upload a diagram as attachment to these oral comments to help walk us through this. This diagram's discussion purposes only, but it hopefully demonstrates how we see the council's role and authority. Before we get into that diagram, I just wanted to quickly share our principles of the PRIME initiative, as we call it, the Pribilof Island Marine Ecosystem. We're seeking co-management between our federally recognized tribes, the federal government, and the state government, if the state should choose to participate. Our main goal is economic resilience, so we're using a tool that allows for our local communities to prioritize and pursue non-commercial fishing economic activities, provide for a flexible, diverse economy, such as research and tourism. And to achieve this, here today we want to talk to you about the continued authority of this council, and the way we want to demonstrate that authority through this process is transparency, collaborative approach with all stakeholders at the front end of the designation process. And I'm going to turn it over to our consultant, Noah Oppenheim, to go into more detail about how we're proposing to ensure North Pacific Fishery Management Council authority continues throughout this process and into designation. Noah?
Thanks, Marissa. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Noah Oppenheim, for the record, consultant for the tribal government. I'm going to speak briefly about the issues associated with the operative provisions of the National Marine Sanctuaries Act and its regulations, as were wisely pointed out in the Executive Director's report, with respect to what the council might expect if the federal agency moves forward with sanctuary designation. And I'll also talk a little bit about, briefly, the opportunities that the council might have to engage in this process, in addition to the provisions in Section 304 stipulating, in the National Marine Sanctuaries Act, stipulating how the council would interact with the National Marine Sanctuaries Office in designated regulations. So first of all, I want to just raise an aphorism of jurisprudence. In 2001, the Supreme Court ruled, when interpreting statutory authority, Congress doesn't hide elephants in mouse holes. And so I want to be crystal clear that the council shouldn't expect surprises. No elephants in the room here. The very narrowly constructed operative provisions of the National Marine Sanctuaries Act make it crystal clear that the sanctuary's designation document, which will be developed in the early phases of this process, is the place where any kinds of authorities that the sanctuary program would have to supersede council authority would be listed. And it's the intention of the tribal government to not list any areas where the sanctuary program could supersede council authority. We want to be open and transparent about this, as Marissa stated, and so we hope to work with the federal agency, if they do choose to proceed with designation, to, at the earliest possible opportunity, develop an advisory council that would have this explicit role of advising on the development of this designation document for a lagoon canoe. That would be a stakeholder-driven process with numerous groups, including those represented here at the North Pacific Council, who would have a major participatory role in engaging on the development of this designation document. So in addition to establish trust and transparency, to also work with the tribal government on articulating what sorts of activities, including ecosystem-based fishery management, work informing the council, the development of tribal traditional ecological knowledge might be within the purview of this council, and the ways in which those activities under the sanctuary might fit well with the activities that are being undertaken by the council. So in that regard, the North Pacific Council may very well have numerous opportunities to engage with the development of this nomination and designation with the co-managing entities prior to its statutorily defined role in assisting with the promulgation of regulations. And that includes both through the work at this advisory council, but also through communications with the good folks at the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries Pacific Islands region, which is coordinating the review of the nomination. And I understand that council staff are already in touch with those folks. So numerous opportunities to engage with the very beginning of a very early process. Marissa and I are delighted to take questions, to meet with any of you and with any of the members of the public who are listening in order to explore this in further detail. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oppenheim and Ms. Marculia. Are there any questions? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Oppenheim. I was reviewing the conceptual document you attached to your comments there, and I have to tell you, this is the closest document I've seen to explaining an on-ramp for co-management that I've seen come through the council. So I appreciate the effort and thought that went into this, and I see how a concept would work through this and have a lot of input before it ever got to the council, which I think is a great idea. That way you're covering everybody's interests that are covered under that sanctuary before the council sees it. But the one question I had on this document is, there is something over on the right-hand side of the document that says designation document can prohibit commerce from overriding the North Pacific Fishery Management Council decisions on sanctuary recommendations. I was wondering if you could just speak to that sentence that's in that that conceptual document to help the council understand what that means.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Chair, the principal operative provision in the National Marine Sanctuaries Act is the creation and approval of a sanctuary designation document. And that's articulated in the National Marine Sanctuaries Act in Section 305, which is described in the Executive Director's report, as well as the regulations implementing that section at 15 U.S.C. Section 922, also described and discussed in the Executive Director's report. Restrictive regulations for any sanctuary are predicated on this designation document and its content. And what that means is that basically any sort of restrictions on the regulation of activity in the sanctuary derive from that designation document. And those restrictive regulations must be articulated explicitly. So in other words, the designation document must, in order for a sanctuary to prohibit fishery management implemented by the council, it has to be listed in the designation document. There are some sanctuaries that do that. There are many that do not. In other words, there are sanctuaries that explicitly do not, as a matter of intent, include the authority to supersede the Fishery Management Council. There are some that, and I say they're a minority, that explicitly articulate that authority in a very, very narrowly constructed way. What the tribal government has said and has articulated here in this diagram and what we're saying to you now on the record is that it is not the intent to establish a sanctuary that explicitly endorses overruling the council's fishery management.
Thank you. That's helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for the testimony. I really appreciate you taking the opportunity, even though we don't have any action in front of us, to explain where you're coming from and outline this piece of the proposal. So my question is a little bit close to the question I asked of Mr. Witherell, and what I'm trying to understand is, while it might be clear the designation document must say that the council retains authority, is the authority the council maintains MSA authority? Like the council must still manage fisheries consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act and all of our existing fishery management plans? Or does the council have a different authority such that they must manage fisheries differently under the objectives of the proposal? That's my question.
Thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Chair, I'll answer the question in two ways. First is, I'll actually, the nature of the designation document is not subtractive in the sense that it must explicitly list the capacity to overrule council governance of fisheries in the boundaries of the sanctuary. Rather, it's additive in the sense that in order for the sanctuary to supersede the council, it must explicitly say the ways in which that happens. So, for example, in a sanctuary where, let's say, for example, there would be some sort of restriction on transit through the boundaries of the sanctuary in a certain place. Whether or not this has to do with fisheries, the designation document would have to say that it is within the scope of authorities for regulation that the sanctuary program can restrict transit in a certain area. If the designation document doesn't do that, then that authority doesn't exist. And so what we're saying is that the intent here is not to include those authorities here in the designation document when it comes to fishery management under the purview of the Council and the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The second part of my answer to your question has to do with those Magnuson-Stevens Act authorities. The answer is that the Council is instructed by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, of course, to manage fisheries in a certain set of ways defined by the Act, as well. And the National Marine Sanctuaries Act explicitly provides for the Council to interpret any issues relating to sanctuary regulation or recommendations under the terms of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The 10 national standards are explicitly mentioned in Section 305 of the Sanctuaries Act, and regulatory law further articulates, or the regulations implementing the Sanctuaries Act make it clear that the Council's purview and authority is under Magnuson. I'll just finish by saying that the Magnuson Act is very specifically crafted. The authorities to manage fisheries, to designate zones where and periods when fishing may be limited or shall be permitted, etc. That's in Magnuson, are explicit and specific congressional authorities which tend to trump more general authorities like those in the Sanctuaries Act, which is much more vague with respect to fishery management. So the Council is bound under Magnuson, and its authorities thereunder would remain in effect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I have a question about a process and timeline question, really. The handout that you provided for your testimony today outlines your concept for the co-management entities and the advisory council participation as a part of the designation process. And I think we're all learning a little bit more about the process for the Marine Sanctuary Office. And so do you anticipate going through the inventory process that I believe the Sanctuary Office is undertaking right now before beginning discussions about forming the advisory council and all those things, or do you anticipate waiting for the designation process, or do you not anticipate? I guess I'm just asking if you have any idea about the timeline for this.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Chair, great question. The sequencing will be the National Marine Sanctuaries Office is currently reviewing the nomination to determine whether it is consistent with a set of management criteria and consideration. If they determine that it is, it'll be placed in inventory. And at that point, there could be one of two things that happen. One is it could simply remain in inventory. The second is that NOAA could determine that it intends to proceed with the designation. At that point, it is under the authority of the Director of the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries to, it is his option to convene an advisory council for the designation process prior to the development and promulgation of the designation document itself. And there's precedent for that. Not all nominated sanctuaries have advisory councils prior to designations, but some do. And in this case, we feel it's highly appropriate for that conversation to develop so that stakeholders can become familiar with this process and have a role in advising its development. And that process could begin. We, as Mr. Witherell stated earlier, we believe that the decision to place the nomination in inventory or not could come as soon as 8 weeks from now. And at that point, there is an undetermined period of time between when that decision will be made and when an advisory council could be convened. But we intend to have numerous conversations prior to and after that decision with anybody on the council staff, members of the stakeholder community to further discuss these issues and welcome that opportunity. The information to help drive those conversations can be found on the Elliott Community of St. Paul Islands website, aleut.com/prime, aleut.com/prime. Looking forward to those conversations. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Oppenheim. I appreciate that. That's helpful. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Thank you again, Mr. Oppenheim and Ms. Marculia.
Thank you.
To testify is Linda Bank.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Linda Bankin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I think I will be brief, not keep you from lunch too long. Just wanted to touch base on two issues. The first is to say we really appreciate the update on the halibut sablefish IFQ cost recovery fees. It's welcome to see those fees coming down a bit. The first time in a while, recognize that that's attributed both to containing costs as well as to seeing increased value in the fishery, demand for halibut and sablefish returning after the market disruptions of COVID. So appreciation from the fleet for that reduction in the cost recovery fees. I wanted to also comment on the 30 by 30 atlas and the council's comments relative to that, to say that we think it's really important the council weigh in to highlight that it's not possible to protect the ocean with lines on the chart or map from the impacts of climate change, that clearly climate change, ocean acidification, ocean warming is transcending all boundaries, but that it is possible to build resilience into these systems to conserve living marine resources, sustain fishery-dependent communities, and clearly there's lots that the council has done already in that regard. I hope that the council will provide comments that identify those areas where the council has taken action already to address impacts to habitat or provide for a fishery-dependent community to recover a species, whether it's crab or stellar sea lions, and that all of that be included in the comments that are forwarded in this request for input on the 30 by 30 atlas. In particular, we have seen the Southeast Trawl closure, for example, left off of some of the comments prepared by NGOs on the 30 by 30 atlas or other areas where the council has taken action to restrict different fisheries that occur in those areas. And I think it's really important that the council provide input on all the suite of conservation actions that have been taken by the council to date. None of which is to say that there won't be more that we need to do in the future as climate change, ocean acidification continue to affect our environment and our communities, but that it's important to have this atlas include all the actions that have been taken to date by this council. I'll end there and happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Bacon. Any questions? Don't see any questions. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Council, that concludes public comment. Does the council wish to take any action on anything in the B items? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Witherell a question before we leave these items so we know if we have any action needed in staff tasking. Relative to the 30-30 response, I guess I might be getting a little bit lost on our responses to 30-30 in general. We've written several letters already on 30 by 30, really consistent actually with the public testimony we just heard, to the effect of highlighting the areas that we're already conserving through various regulatory means, as opposed to things like marine protected areas, and really focusing on the fact that we can't, just as was said, build boundaries that will prevent or mitigate climate change. So our efforts have been in collecting data, monitoring, and ensuring that we are working within these climate resilience initiatives that we've already put forth. So I don't know if this response letter is supposed to encapsulate all of our other letters where we've provided that, and or Mr. Witherell's work to actually populate the atlas on this council's behalf for the North Pacific. So if I could just get a little bit better outline of where we are in that process, then I think we'll be better set for some staff tasking if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nicole. We did write a letter to NOAA specifically, who had questions, kind of broader questions about the whole approach to 30 by 30. And this is a higher level Department of Interior request for comments on specifically what information should be included in the atlas. And, you know, I usually think of an atlas as a series of maps, but it's more than that. From what I can tell from the aquaculture atlas, it includes a lot of other information. And what we're asking for in all of our letters is, at this level in the Department of Interior, I was suggesting that we use the data that will be supplied from the Regional Fishery Management Councils as the source data for fishery management conservation areas. And that, that is consistent with the testimony we just heard. Rather than utilizing databases that have been constructed by external entities trying to describe Fishery Management Council designated conservation areas. So we're trying to put this together. All the councils are trying to put together their own database and bring that forward. So they're kind of two separate letters that we've done. This latest one is a higher level letter specifically asking for what kind of information should be included in the atlas that we will then track progress towards conserving marine resources and ecosystems.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate that. We'll think about that for staff tasking.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Witherell. Think further on our B item. All right, great. Thanks again, Mr. Witherell. And what you provided us reports and presentations this morning. Let's go ahead and take our our lunch break. Come back, call it 1 o'clock Alaska time, and we will take up our AP report. over an hour.
Okay, great. So for the record, Ruth Christensen here to give the AP report in its entirety. Okay, and just to let the council know that we held the election of officers right at the beginning of our meeting, and Angel, myself, and Matt Upton were all reelected to fill our roles as chair and co-vice chairs. So then starting with agenda item C1, the EDR amendment, the AP recommends that the council take final action and select alternative 3 with all 4 sub-options to eliminate all 4 EDRs as currently constructed and implemented. And that motion passed 13-3. And I'll pause after each agenda item to see if there are any questions. But not seeing any on this one.
Okay, yeah, please continue, and I'll just let you look for questions, Ms. Christensen, and if you don't see any, then move on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item C2, the BSAI crab specs. The AP acknowledges the receipt of the CPT report and SAFE document. The AP recommends the council approve the 2022 OFL and ABC or Norton Sound red king crab as recommended by the SSC, and that motion passed 16-0. The next action item that the AP took up is D1, the CSP allocation review. There were 2 motions that were presented at the AP for this agenda item. That first motion failed 7-9, but it is contained in the AP minutes. The second motion, motion number 2, reads, the AP recommends the council develop a purpose and need and initiate analysis of the following alternatives to the existing charter management measures. Alternative 1, charter management measures identified as per the existing process, but in place for 2 years. Alternative 2, charter management measures identified as per the existing process, but for implementation in the year following council and IPHC recommendation. And that motion as amended passed 9-7. Okay, moving on to agenda item D2, Greenland turbot. The AP recommends the council adopt the following purpose and need statement and alternatives for initiating analysis on the use of longline pots in the directed Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery. Purpose and need. Whale depredation is preventing directed fishing for Greenland turbot by commercial fixed gear vessels in the Bering Sea. Participation in this fishery has been a significant source of income for a number of hook and line sea vessels that primarily target Pacific cod. The importance of turbot fishing increased for these vessels as Pacific cod tax in the Bering Sea declined by half between 2012 and 2021. A regulatory amendment that would allow vessels to use longline pots when fishing for Greenland turbot would resolve the depredation problem and allow this fishery to resume. The council granted longline pots as a gear option when whale depredation was negatively affecting the sablefish and halibut IFC fisheries. Other benefits of reduced whale depredation on Greenland turbot include improved catch accounting for managers and data quality for Greenland turbot stock assessment. Although this issue has primarily affected vessels in the Bering Sea hook and line CP sector, the option to use longline pots would be available to any federally permitted groundfish vessel that is targeting Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea. The characteristics of the Greenland turbot fishery, small size, remote location, and processing requirements have limited fixed gear participation in this fishery to a few vessels, and that will likely continue. Alternatives. Alternative 1, no action. No allowance for longline pot gear for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea. Alternative 2, allow the use of pot longline gear when directed fishing for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea subarea.
Element 1, maximum tunnel opening restriction for longline pots, wind directed fishing for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea subarea. Option 1, exemption from the 9-inch maximum tunnel opening restriction. Option 2, a 14-inch maximum tunnel opening restriction. The AP further recommends the Council include the following items as a part of the subsequent analysis. 1, an analysis of Greenland turbot harvest in the Bering Sea by both 6-year and 12-year, looking at both spatial and temporal data. And that motion passed 16-0.
Right. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really sorry. Ms. Christensen, can you go back to the, so that slide that you're showing us there doesn't have the same motion as the advisory panel minutes have in there. And there was a long discussion at the AP about this. I thought everybody really dug deep into this, but I think the original motion that's posted is different than that. And I was just wondering why you didn't show that original motion, because I think there might be some questions about that we can't ask if we don't see it.
Mr. Mesereau, yeah, through the chair, this is, like I said at the beginning, there were two motions put forward. So the first motion that I believe you're referring to was a failed motion. And in general, our practice has been to not present failed motions to the Council. We do include it in our AP minutes. And so with this inclusion in our AP minutes, I do believe that the Council Council members have asked questions regarding failed motions in the past, especially when they are close votes. So if you do have a question about that first motion, I'm happy to answer any questions related to that one.
Okay, thank you. That helps clarify that. I just the only question I had was, when I look at this, it looks like there was an amendment that, Amendment 1 passed, Amendment 2 passed, and then the main motion failed. And I was just wondering if you might be able to walk us through how that, what that means and how that transpired. Because it looks like there's a sunset date and another option to exclude one area. And I just think the flavor of that discussion might be helpful for Council members that are contemplating this agenda item to understand what the AP was doing. And this may be our only chance to get that.
Sure. No, Mr. Mesereau, through the chair, that's not a problem. I will provide a summary of the failed motion and the AP discussion, and if you have any further questions after that, I can do my best to answer them. So the failed motion, if Council members have their minutes in front of them, was similar to the second motion that passed, in that it was recommending the Council develop a purpose and needs statement and initiate an analysis for initial review regarding the Halibut catch share plan. That first motion, the action alternative would have revised the Halibut catch sharing plan sector allocations. And there were two options contained within that alternative. Option 1 for Area 3A, and then Option 2 for Area 2C. So the first amendment that Ms. Mesereau, that you were referring to, had to do with the establishment of a sunset date if Alternative 2, to modify the charter sector allocation, was implemented. And that sunset date, the recommendation was for that sunset date to be implemented in such a way that it matches the ARC program funding implementation. And this amendment was offered in response to concerns
that we heard at the AP regarding use of the RQE as the primary mechanism for addressing allocation issues between the charter sector and the commercial IFC sector. And so there was concern voiced, and I'm sure you will hear this in public testimony as well, that without a sunset date, there could be a disincentivized the RQE pursuing RQE until its final implementation or its final ability to be used would be disincentivized under these potential options. So hopefully that makes sense. So that amendment was offered as a way to address some of those concerns that we heard. And like you noted, I believe that, I'm going back to double check my notes real quick, that amendment did pass 16-0. And so the second amendment, Mr. Messer, that you were referring to, was an amendment to remove option 2 from this motion, which focused on area 2C, and just advocates for that amendment noted differences, between the areas, area 3A and area 2C, and how area 2C seemed to be to have better met the goals and objectives of the CSP, that's not warranting inclusion in the overall motion. And so those two amendments went forward, and then the motion overall with those two amendments failed 7-9.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. That was really helpful, and I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge that this is a contentious issue, and I felt like members of the AP from all sectors were actively participating and trying to come up with a solution, and I felt like the dialogue was really positive and people were well prepared, and the public comments in general, I think it was like the AP at its finest. So I was really glad to see people take an interest in this and try and resolve this issue. I know that's not a question, but I probably won't be speaking again about this. So thank you for all of you for your efforts on trying to work this out for the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mesra. I appreciate hearing that, and I agree. I thought that our conversation at the AP on this particular agenda item was very thorough, and everybody was fully engaged. So thank you for that feedback. And if there are no more questions, I will. Oh, I do see another question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. My question is actually on the Greenland turbot. I was trying to catch you before you got too far ahead. And so my question is in relation to the rationale bullet that discusses potential for stablefish bycatch, that halibut and I think it was crab were likely to be minimal or even further reduced from hook and line. And my question is, did the AP have any discussion about other potential bycatch species that could increase? I'm thinking things like octopus, that's not an issue in hook and line gear, but has been an issue in pot cod gear, or the non-commercial crab species that are found in the slope survey. And I'm just wondering if you had any discussion about the potential for those kinds of species to increase in bycatch with pot.
Ms. Vanderhoeven, through the chair, good question. We did not, as an AP, highlight octopus or other crab species specifically, but what I think the flavor of the conversation in general was it noted a concern for bycatch, I think, as a whole. And so we weren't necessarily just limiting ourselves or our concern
to what's noted in our rationale, but those were the ones that were specifically noted in the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Christensen.
Okay.
Please continue.
All right. Moving on to staff tasking, the AP recommends the council initiate analysis to modify the Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish program. The AP suggests the council consider the following points when crafting a purpose and needs statement. Expanding the season by changing the start date to April 1st from May 1st would provide flexibility and added protection against unforeseen circumstances for the fishery by allowing more time to harvest quota. The vessel harvesting caps and processing caps have become increasingly constraining. The number of shore-based processing facilities in Kodiak has decreased from 7 in 2012 to 4 in 2021. This 42% reduction in the number of processors means it is increasingly difficult for vessels to find a processor for their fish, especially later in the season as processors approach the current caps were closed for seasonal maintenance. The tax are not fully taken for either dusky rockfish or northern rockfish by the catcher vessel sector, suggesting that the harvesting cap should only apply to Pacific Ocean perch, not the aggregate rockfish catches, to allow more dusky and northern rockfish to be harvested. The cooperative holding cap creates inefficiencies and may not be necessary, as demonstrated by the BSAI CD cause lab analysis, where multiple cooperatives can associate with one processor, which is the same structure as in the rockfish program. These modifications may help the CV fleet in more fully prosecuting these fisheries and bring more landings across Kodiak docks. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternative 2, change the season start date and modify the harvesting, processing, and cooperative holding cap. Options are not mutually exclusive. Option 1, change the rockfish program season start date from May 1 to April 1. Option 2, eliminate the CV cooperative holding cap, 30% QS assigned to the CV sector. Option 3, increase the processing cap to between 35% to 40% of the CV quota share pool for sablefish, cod, and primary rockfish. Option 4, revise the vessel aggregated rockfish, POP, northern rockfish, and dusky rockfish harvesting cap by capping only POP harvest at 8% of the CV POP quota share pool. And that motion passed 16-0. And that concludes my AP report.
Great, thank you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Christensen. And I apologize, I'm going to go back even further than Mr. Mesereau. I was back to the EDRs, the very first. I was reading the rationale in the AP minutes and wasn't fast enough. So I wanted to ask, the motion is very clear. The rationale that the AP provided, if you can help me, it seems like that those AP members in support of the motion that passed made it very clear why they thought it was appropriate to remove all of the 4 EDRs under consideration. But I wanted to ask about one of the bullets that the rationale bullets that it seems to be, or there was a recommendation, it could be worth considering a more comprehensive, streamlined, consistent economic data collection program. And it says apply to all fishing sectors in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. And I just wanted to ask about that and the discussion at the advisory panel in terms of what might be appropriate there, and just confirming my understanding that bullet suggests considering some sort of data collection, streamlined data collection for all sectors, not just rationalized sectors. Is that how I should be interpreting that?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, yes, you are interpreting that bullet correctly. So while, and to expand upon that a little bit, while the motion itself, recommends eliminating the EDRs as they are, generally speaking, everybody, the majority of the AP members that voted in support of this motion were not against EDR collection, the collection of EDR data at all. It has to do with making the EDR data more useful and more streamlined, and yes, apply it to all sectors and not just rationalized programs. And part of the reason for that being, it's sometimes difficult to compare impacts, on from one rationalized sector upon another rationalized sector, or even upon an unrationalized sector, if the data being collected isn't the same across the board, so that you're not able to compare apples to apples, which seems to be the case for the way the EDRs are currently structured.
That's helpful. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you again, Ms. Christensen.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Okay, that will bring us into agenda item C1, EDR amendments. And we'll have Council Staff Sarah Marinan introduce this agenda item for us.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Sarah Marinan, council staff. As you mentioned, I'm just here to give a brief introduction to this agenda item. This is going to be the staff presentation on C1, Economic Data Report Amendments. Scott Miller with National Marine Fisheries Service is here to provide the presentation. So here the council will consider a final action recommending amendments to the EDR collection programs, including whether to retain the data collections. There are currently 4 EDR programs in place in the North Pacific, representing mandatory annual data reporting requirements for regulated entities participating in the BSAI crab rationalization fisheries, the BSAI AFA pollock fisheries, and BSAI Amendment 80 fisheries, as well as the goat trawl fisheries. And I believe Scott's going to provide all the information on the different alternatives being considered today. I just also wanted to note that at this meeting, the action was reviewed by the SSC as well as the AP. This is final action, and the SSC previously reviewed the initial review draft, but since that time, the council added the alternatives to potentially discontinue the individual EDRs. And so the analysis was expanded to consider the impacts of that decision. So after Scott provides the staff report, we do have a SSC report on this agenda item as well. And with that, I believe that Scott is available for the presentation.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. This is agenda item, as Sarah's pointed out, C1 Economic Data Reporting Program Regulatory Impact Review for final action. This analysis was prepared by myself with considerable contributions from Brian Garbriantz and Steve Kaspersky at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and I've conferred with several other Science Center economists for content as well. So this action has an extensive history that's documented in the document. We began way back before April, actually, in a regulatory review setting, and out of that came
the request for a discussion paper from the council. The discussion paper was presented to the council in 2019, and that discussion paper included some short-term recommendations that ended up being the initial review draft alternative set, and then some longer-term recommendations. And then in April 2019, the council also adapted the purpose and need and alternatives, and then tasked the social sciences planning team, and full disclosure, I am now a member of that team. I wasn't at that time, but I am now, with an EDR program review, and they tasked NIMS, essentially myself, with developing the initial review draft regulatory impact review on the short-term recommendations. So we moved forward with that, and in January, February of 2020, I presented the initial review draft RIR. The purpose and need was further amended, just some language changes, and alternatives were amended slightly, and I'll walk through those changes as we move through the presentation. The SSPT report was also received at that meeting, and some additional tasking was requested by the council to do SSPT outreach, an extensive outreach effort to gain industry and participant respondent input on the EDR revisions. In April of 2021, the SSPT chair presented that outreach report and an AFSC presentation regarding EDR data. At that time, the council chose to further amend the alternative set and then scheduled final action for February of 2022. And that's how we got to where we are right now. So this is just some excerpts of the purpose and need statement for this action, not to be confused with the purpose and need statements for the individual EDRs. These were amended January of 2020. You can see the full purpose and need in section 1.2, which goes from page 14 to 15 in your document. And also just for information, when I was presenting to the AP and the SSC, I occasionally faded in and out. So if anything like that happens, your staff can put a chat up, or you can interrupt me, because I seem to hear, but I fade. So the excerpt here of this purpose and need, just pointing out the bolded words, and I'll talk to those or speak to those throughout the alternative set as we move forward here. So the council intends to review whether some revisions are needed to improve the usability, efficiency, and consistency of the data collection, and to minimize cost to industry and cost to the federal government. In looking at the revisions of third-party audits and blind data protocols, the concept here is that could reduce the cost of the data collection program to industry and government while still maintaining the integrity and confidentiality of the program. And then confidentiality provisions have proven to reduce the usability of the data for analysts and at increased cost of collection and management. And it may be that confidentiality requirements that apply to all fishery data collections may provide sufficient protections for the EDR data. The purpose and need continues with a paragraph that specifically addresses the GOA trawl EDR with the language that it was designed to collect baseline information to assess the impacts of a future catch share program. But it notes that the council should reevaluate the purpose and need for GOA trawl EDR and make adjustments as necessary in either the purpose and need for the program or in the data collection program itself. And that is essentially part of the purpose and need for this action. So the alternatives as amended in April of 2021, so almost a year ago, Alternative 1 status quo, Alternative 2 stayed almost the same. It is making revisions where needed in the EDR sections of crab or groundfish FMP and EDR regulations. These options are not mutually exclusive. That was actually added in April, not mutually exclusive. The first option under Alternative 2 is to remove requirements for third-party data verification audits under the existing programs, and that would reduce burdens associated with this process for the agency. And then option 2 is to revise requirements for aggregation of data across submitters and blind formatting in the crab data collection program to make those data aggregations and confidentiality protections comparable to the requirements under the other data collection programs. What this is referring to is that the council, in establishing the crab program, initiated a policy decision, and that policy decision was to blind format and to require the use of a rule of 5 for data aggregation instead of our standard rule of 3 that's used in virtually every other data program. This option 3 was added in April of 2021, and it's to revise the EDR collection period to and it's got 3 options: 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years. This option 3 came out of the SSPT outreach report that you received. I'm getting a little feedback. Are you still reading me okay?
Yes, we are.
Great, thanks. And so you received that report, and as a result, this alternative, this option, was added for consideration in this final review draft package. So that was one of the revised alternatives the SSC had not seen and reviewed. And in addition, in April 2021, the Council amended to include an alternative 3 that removes EDR requirements for options and not mutually exclusive for each of the EDRs, options 1 through 4. And note that this is the correct language. There's an errata provided on the agenda that just a track changes error retained the word revise, which was an error. So this is the correct language for this alternative. And what this change actually took a previous alternative that was to remove all EDRs and broke them out individually so that you could receive individualized analysis of each one to assist with decision making. This table is a comparison of the alternatives with regard to what we will need to do depending upon action taken in the FMPs, in the various regulations, with forms and instructions, and any operational procedures. One thing that we should point out, we will talk about this a little bit more in a moment, but the operational procedures of audits. Audits used to be automated. They're now not automated. They're not being done unless we see non-compliance. And I'll speak to that a bit more in a moment. You can see, though, the difference between the different FMPs. The crab EDR was spelled out quite extensively within the crab FMP, but not so much, not at all, really in the GOA FMP, groundfish FMP, and only just a little bit in the BSAI groundfish FMP. So not a lot of work in those two. And then we have regulatory changes for crab in Part 680 and in groundfish Part 679. Those regulatory changes are marked up in an appendix that you have to this action that shows how we will have to amend regulations and FMP text depending upon what action you might take. And this last line on operational procedures really just kind of identifies how we do business with the EDRs and with our DCA, which is our data collection agent, which is the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. So moving into our status quo conditions, the conditions that we're currently operating under, the effect under Alternative 1 of suspending the automated third-party data verification audits has been to procedurally suspend them, which eliminates the associated costs, and they used to be fairly large costs, and those have now been eliminated under the status quo. These will only be done now in cases of non-compliance, like somebody does not turn in a form, which we usually follow up with them on, and or they turn in data that doesn't pass through verification and is suspect. That's when an audit might be done. It's important to point out that suspension of these audits was done in recognition of the fact that we have never had a case of noncompliance come up in an audit. There's never been one. So the authorization for third-party data verification audits would remain in place under the status quo, and we feel that if the EDRs remain in place, that this provides an incentive for accurate and timely reporting. So under the status quo, we have to go through a process with the Office of Management and Budget to get approval for each EDR data collection, and those approvals have to be renewed every 3 years. And it turns out that the crab program is a year off cycle. It'll be renewed starting in October of this year into 2023. The GOA trawl A80 and A91 were just renewed this last year. Each of these has to be reviewed. The renewal packages has to be reviewed by the Office of NOAA's Chief Economist for clarity, completeness. We also query industry in a Federal Register notice, and also in some short surveys that the analyst that's doing the renewal, which is me, reaches out to industry to collect information. And one of the things that we try to collect is the amount of hours of burden time it takes for respondents to complete the EDR forms and what a burden cost per hour would be. A point about that is that in the crab rationalization program, when it was first begun and there were automated audits, there was an assumption made that auditors would probably be the people pulling the information together because of the reality of having to go through an audit. So the annual burden cost for that EDR is measured at $165 an hour. The other three EDRs are measured at a current rate, Alaska-based rate for an office staffer at $37 per hour. And that's according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics data. So that's a big difference between those two. We will be renewing, if it remains in place, the crab rationalization program, and we'll reach out to industry for some updated numbers. But I just wanted to point out that that's quite a difference between the two prices that are used. But the crab EDR is quite complex, so it may still be a valid number. We'll have to find out as we move forward. So what that means for crab is that the annual burden cost is just shy of $313,000 a year, and almost $115,000 a year is implementation costs between National Fisheries Service, Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, which is our data collection agent. If we look at the GOA trawl, we're at about $65,000 in burden. These are 3-year estimates, average annual burden over the last 3 years. And that's the way that these renewals are calculated. And for GOA trawl implementation, we see $79,395. And there's a point to be made here with the asterisk, and that is that GOA trawl is not a catch share program, so it does not have a cost recovery component. And the other fisheries presently do, at least in part. And so that dollar figure of just shy of $80,000 is covered by the AFSC and NIMS Office of Science and Technology. So that's a burden to the agency in terms of that EDR. But we don't collect it in cost share. So if you look at the total burden and cost per respondent per year, I should have mentioned that crab is just shy of, it's $4,500 a year or so. If there were cost recovery, the burden per respondent for GOA trawl would be $1,234, but if we actually take out that $80,000 or so, it's about $555. And as you see, when we look at the Amendment 80 GOA trawl, we have a slightly 24.5 or so burden, and we're close to $82,000 in implementation costs. So that GOA trawl, A80 GOA trawl CP cost is higher at $35.44 per respondent because there's fewer respondents. And so the Amendment 91 Chinook Bycatch annual cost is just shy of $24,000 and $52,640 in implementation for a total burden and cost per respondent per year of $509. But again, a lot more, greater number of respondents and relatively similar cost structure for these three non-crab EDRs. Now, these status quo numbers
Dr. Miller?
are...
Dr. Miller?
Go ahead.
Before we move on, looks like Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I don't know if you were still working off of this slide. I can wait until you're finished with this slide. I just didn't want you to move on before I ask my question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to better understand. So I'm tracking you in this is table 8 in the analysis, if I've got that right. And I just want to make sure you're going, thank you, Scott. And you're going through a lot of detail, but I want to make sure I understand these columns generally, that the annual burden cost is reflective of the amount of money per sector that is the estimate for people to fill out and submit the EDRs. And then the average annual implementation cost is what would be cost recovery for the agency's burden, I guess, of dealing with the data, with the exception that you noted under GOA trawl. Did I get those two right so that they are additive? You would add up those two columns in order to get kind of the total cost, whether it's to the public or to the industry filling out the forms.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. Yes, you're correct on all counts. So it is additive, and so that in the case where there's a cost recovery program, we recover agency implementation costs from industry, and the industry pays the annual burden costs that we've estimated. for the information collection. So yes, they're additive, and then we divide through by the total annual respondents to get the burden cost per respondent per year. And the structure of this is dictated very much by the way the renewal process works through the Office of Management and Budget and NOAA's Chief Economist's Office. The estimates here are essentially up to date through 2021 for Goatrol, A80, and A91, and 2020 for crab. So that's the time frame.
Right, and so just to be clear, I think you said this in your response, but the last column of total burden, that truly is the total. It's the amount of money that it costs for industry to fill out the forms, plus any kind of cost recovery on the agency's part divided by the total number of people. So we can look at that as a total number per respondent per year.
That is, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes, thank you for the question. That is correct. I would caveat that I've done a number of these renewals over the last few years, and the number of respondents can change quite a bit from year to year. It does vary, and that's why these are estimates of an annual average. But if the number of respondents goes way down, or we see, some change in the number of vessels being used in a fishery, then we would see that number of total burden and cost per respondent per year could go up. But that's just a function of the math.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Don't see anything else.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, so moving into alternative 2, option 1 is the audit authorization, which allows us to conduct an audit. It presently is authorized in regulations, but not technically required. So what this option would do would be remove any authorizations for us to do those audits. And as a result, as we've stated, these costs have been procedurally eliminated under the status quo. So this option does not actually provide cost savings. And if we eliminate it, it would eliminate the incentives for audit to provide timely and accurate reporting of EDR data. So one other issue here, it's a kind of a side issue, but it could create a management and enforcement issue if blind formatting, which should be option 2, is not removed. And I'll tell you why that is the case in just a second. So moving into blind formatting. So what this option would do would be to eliminate the requirements for blind data formatting in the crab EDR, but not the Goatrol EDR. And we pointed this out in 2019, I believe, or 2020, sorry, in 2020. And it didn't get changed. Conferred with council staff, the impacts of changing blind formatting would be the same on whichever EDR it would apply to. So it may be possible for if council felt that blind formatting could be removed from Goatrol, that would be acceptable. But that's an issue for you all to decide. With regard to the reason that Goatrol is included but Amendment 80 is not, is that there's a specific exemption, 679.94 exempts the Amendment 80 fleet from the blind formatting. So that's where blind formatting. And what this means is that blind data has no identifying validation numbers or I should say identifiers. So vessel name or respondent name, things of that nature are removed. And so it anonymizes the data. And that was felt important when the CRAB program was originally created. But it basically it creates an administrative challenge for us and for the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission in oversight and management and data verification. So what we feel is that it would eliminate significant administrative challenge for the AFSC's oversight and management and Pacific States in collaboration with the Pacific States. It also eliminates impediments to timely completion of verification procedures and production of economic safe reports on some occasions because, as I'll mention here in a moment, the EDR data for CRAB and Amendment 80 specifically gets utilized in your CRAB economic safe and in your groundfish economic safe, which the SSC reviewed earlier this past week. So alternative 2, option 2, confidentiality, and referring back to that summary table, which appears in your executive summary and then later in the document, this is a council policy call. It would not require a regulatory change. It's just a changing in council policy. So what we would be doing here is allowing the application of the standard data confidentiality protocols. This is consistency with other commercial fisheries data collection. So we would be reverting to the rule of 3 and not using the rule of 5, neither of which are identified in regulations in that way with regard to the EDRs. So what that does is eliminates the confidentiality impediments that prevent regular use by counsel and NIMS analysts. It also reduces confidential data suppression in several specific cases. For example, crab custom processing, which is a substantial fraction of the data reported in the crab processing EDR. I would add, I do believe that it also would affect GOA trawl shoreside processors for a similar reason, just there's not enough of them. Cost of employment data in smaller crab fisheries that would otherwise be publishable under a 3 record standard. So we have data that we can't release because of the rule of 5. And then, and here we are, GOA trawl processor data. When I was writing this up, I was actually thinking more of custom processors, but I have learned in this meeting that there are actually even fewer processors in the GOA area than we had previously. So moving into option 3, frequency, and if you recall, this was the option that was worked on, discussed by the SSPT, and the council picked this up in April of 2021. So reducing the frequency of EDR reporting would reduce industry reporting cost burdens for the EDRs. It's just essentially, if you go to every 2 years, you cut down half of your cost. But there are a lot of caveats that we'll get into, and I believe the SSC will give you some caveats for this as well. If we go to once every 3 years, it's a 66% reduction, and if we go to every 5 years, it would reduce those respondent burden hour costs by 80%, just on an assumption of an upper bound that it just eliminates that year's data reporting. And there are some caveats here. So the howevers, it would reduce some agency costs as well, but then that reduces cost recovery fees charged to industry. The difficulty is that these collections, if they continue but at a periodic rate, then the verification process in the years when the data are collected and the infrastructure of databases and web electronic forms, all of that infrastructure would need to be maintained in order to monitor and manage the EDR information collections. So the agency would have to maintain that infrastructure, and so it wouldn't necessarily translate into a large decrease in implementation costs. We would still have to maintain staff and/or contractors to be retained, but they may be available for other agency tasking in years when EDR data is not submitted. But the loss of cost recovery in years when EDR are not required to be submitted would mean that agency operating costs would increase, but cost recovery fees borne by industry would be reduced. Now, this is a point that if frequency were to go forward as in an action could stand to be clarified, because if the council is choosing to change the periodic frequency to reduce burden, it makes some sense that then it's expecting that the agency would not charge for cost recovery in those years. However, that's not, I don't believe that's presently how the cost recovery program regulations are written. So there may still be these agency operating costs that would have to be recovered to pay the cost of running the EDRs, even though they're running periodically. So that's one caveat to consider there.
Dr. Miller?
And so affecting implementation costs, is there a question?
Yes, there is. I apologize. I'm slow on the draw here. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Miller, on the previous slide, my question was quite a ways back. I think we have a delay in the hands, which is no one's fault. But now I have a question based on that last point that you just made under alternative 2, option 3. And I'm trying to understand, are we assuming the agency operating costs would increase? I don't quite know if we're solid on what those costs would be and whether we're saving them by actually reducing the frequency of collection or whether we're not. It sounded a little bit like you were unsure. Do we have something solid on that?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. There is a bit of uncertainty around this. We don't really have a solid idea of a number. Part of it is that, a lot of it's going to depend upon what frequency, and this will be a slide coming up here, what frequency, is it the same frequency for all of the programs, or are they each going to have a different frequency? there's a lot of things that were kind of unknown. So we packaged this sort of qualitatively, and I'll have quite a bit more information from the SSPT outreach report to you that might make it clearer.
Okay, I will definitely wait for that. But before you move on, just so I don't lose this question, back on alternative 2, option 2, when we were talking about the blind formatting, I just realized I've read this section over and over about the blind data requirement introducing significant, there it is, administrative challenges for the oversight and management of the EDR program in collaboration with specific states. But I guess I was hoping for an example or something of what those significant challenges are. I realized I didn't understand what that real world example might be.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. This is there's a process that has to be done with specific states of the data collection agent that the economists at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center go through, where they try to verify data. And when you have blind formatting, it makes that process, the verification of the data process, much more difficult because you don't have identifiers. And so if we find data, then this is my understanding from talking this over with the economists at the AFSC, and I believe Brian Garbriance is on as a presenter, and I may ask for a lifeline on this because he is the one who really lives with this data. But my understanding is that going through that process without identifiers is much, much more difficult and time-consuming than it would be if you could actually reach out to somebody. But I think at this point, if Brian can jump in, if we can see if Brian can jump in.
Sure. Hello. Thank you for the question. The problem is mainly just cumbersomeness on the part of FSC staff who oversee the administration of the data collection. Typically, if we do distribute confidential EDR data to anybody beyond AFSC staff or Pacific State staff to use the data for, say, a contractor hired by the council to do analysis using EDR data, they have in the past always received anonymized EDR data, regardless of whether it's one of the EDR programs that have the blind data requirement. So it's mainly a matter of the benefit would be more efficient administration of the data validation, quality control part of the data collection process.
Thank you. And thank you. I think that got right to my question that we are providing, it's only confidential data when providing to a contractor as well. But those of you administering the program need to see who it came from, is my understanding, to better contact those folks if there's a problem with the data submittal or things like that. Is it at that level where we're trying to remove the blind formatting for your level of administration?
Yes. Through the chair, that is correct. It's particularly important now that we have phased out third-party audits, that we have a more direct line of communication with EDR submitters when we're doing those validation processes internally.
Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you.
And thank you, Brian, for that lifeline. That also segues into something that I forgot to mention about this, is that the enforcement issue is if you retain blind data formatting, but you don't have audits, then enforcement has difficulty figuring out who they're enforcing an action against. So that is the point of that. It's just another part to this. So Ms. Kimball, did you have further questions on either this or anything else, or two?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just move on then. So we talked about the very simplistic way of thinking about this, about how it would, by percentages, change your cost over a period of time. And then we have issues with maintaining our infrastructure. And then that last bullet there is some uncertainty. If we don't do cost recovery, if it were the council's intent to not have us do cost recovery, in the years when the EDR data is not collected, then our operating costs would be borne as they are right now in the Goa trawl EDR, where there is no cost recovery by the agency. Some of those, whatever those remaining costs turn out to be, and it's difficult to put a number on what that might be. Also, if we reduce the frequency of the reporting, it affects our implementation costs, and it really depends upon how you might choose to do it. If costs change with changing frequency in the EDRs on the same frequency versus individual years, that would seemingly be a more simple system and could be a little less costly. But if it's differing frequencies of collection, then you have to apply, a different metric to each one, to each EDR that you put different frequencies on. So in a staggered approach, the implementation costs would be somewhat spread out, but the need to maintain the EDR processing capabilities would remain. So I think that those are the key points, is that we would have to maintain the infrastructure if we had a periodic EDR or one or more. So with regard to the frequency changes, the SSPT did discuss this at length in the outreach meetings with industry, and it's reported on in the SSPT report, which is incorporated into this document by reference. But I did pull out 4 themes that are embedded, and we did excerpt a good section of the SSPT's report in this document, but I've also come up with a synopsis, if you will. And so the first theme is that there are ways to reduce associated burden with the EDR submissions other than changing the frequency. And they may come through some what are referred to as small changes. And there are small changes that the SSPT discussed, and these can include, it's just not an exhaustive list, addressing inconsistencies between reporting excess of value and lease costs versus gross revenues using crew settlements and NIMS landing records and IFQ permit deductions, pre-populating some data fields, something the SSPT discussed as well, possibly eliminating days fishing and days processing from EDR forms, and potentially revising the way capital expenditures are reported. And these are discussed more in the SSPT report. I would point out that because the alternative set was amended in April of 2021 and included an alternative to eliminate either one or all, not mutually exclusive, of the EDR programs, work to address the last paragraph of the council's motion in April of 2021, which said that the council wanted to receive a report on the implementation of some of these small changes prior to implementation. But the issue has been twofold. One, to do a lot of these small changes requires outreach, and in the pandemic, that's been very difficult to do. And 2, we still are addressing right now in this action the potential of eliminating one or more EDRs, and so it's kind of the agency doesn't know which EDRs to try to affect some small changes on until this action is taken, is what this comes down to. So moving into theme 2, EDR reporting improves and burden is reduced over time. So, and I believe the SSC will speak to a little bit of concern about this, but generally the respondents indicate that when they gain familiarity with reporting forms, burdens reduce, data quality and consistency can improve over time. Some fields would need to be tracked by industry on an annual basis as part of routine annual bookkeeping, and the changes in frequency would reduce burden of submitting annually, so the actual burden hours rate estimate, but standard bookkeeping practices would likely be maintained. So it may not be that reducing frequency is going to give us as much benefit as it first seems. And I think the SSC picked up on this and felt that this first bullet point about respondents gaining familiarity and experience, if we go to more infrequent, a periodic collection, those individuals who work for the firms will lose some of that familiarity as depending upon how infrequent or frequent the collection is. And so I think that the SSC felt that there would actually be a cost associated with retraining people or hiring, or if you hired new people, training them, and that could be kind of contrary to the concept that frequency changes are leading to a reduction, measurable reduction in industry respondent costs. So theme 3 is that change in the frequency of EDRs may not be consistent with the purpose, need, and objectives of the EDR, could reduce the quality of the data, and that some data may be best captured with averages, and less frequent reporting would make averages less accurate and less useful. And changing the frequency of the EDRs may also be inconsistent with the intent of establishing a baseline to allow ongoing monitoring of the economic and social effects of establishing a rationalization program. And that point is specifically with regard to the GOA-TRAL EDR. And finally, theme 4 is that changing the frequency of EDR reporting raises substantial risk of not collecting data that would describe year-to-year events such as COVID-19 or climate anomalies such as ocean acidification and temperature shifts. It could also affect the utility of the data for monitoring and interpreting trends over time, and it could diminish the value of monitoring and understanding trends over time and understanding the impacts of anomalies and fishery events. The respondents felt that changing the frequency should not contribute to data quality issues, but the fact is that less frequent reporting could lead to the loss of data to capture extreme events. So those were the 4 themes around changing frequency that I was able to pull from the SSPT outreach report. And there is a hand up. Is that Ms. Kimball?
Yes, Dr. Miller. Ms. Kimball.
Yes, it's Ms. Kimball. I was wondering what kind of examples you might use in that besides things like COVID, Scott. Like in terms of what would we not be collecting? I don't want to give the impression EDRs are the only things we're collecting in the fishery. Like for instance, we know how much we lost when we didn't have a survey year in 2020 on fishery data, but this is a little bit different. So I guess are we saying we might lose our understanding of how crew were impacted from a year like such was impacted by COVID-19, things like that? Is that what we're getting at with that first bullet?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. Yes, crew data would definitely be one of the things that if you didn't collect that information, you would have a difficult time figuring out what the impacts to crew might have been from the event and also how they might recover from the event. So the frequency of collection could, for example, if you have a crab fishery closure like we have had with Bristol Bay red king crab, if we don't collect data the year following that closure, if that was a year when we weren't collecting, we would lose our information on evaluating impacts to crew. We lose information on how leasing might have changed. It would vary by EDR because they are all somewhat different. But yes, that's the idea, is that you would lose that information, whatever the EDR collects. And by the way, there is a very large table in your document, table 4, I believe, that actually compares and contrasts every variable that the EDRs collect. And so you can see which EDRs out of table 4 have that crew level, leasing level, that kind of information. We would still, of course, have the information that we have for any landings, and revenue information could be estimated, but you definitely would lose the data that the EDR does collect. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Now moving into the effects of alternative 3, option 1. And in this case, what we're really talking about is we know with some certainty that we have our estimate of cost. And that's relatively simple to point out what that means if we make the assumption that it's an upper bound of savings, if you will. It's harder to figure out what the benefits are, because the benefits in this case are having the data that each EDR provides and being able to use that data to the extent that we can for reporting, for council actions, for some academic work that has been done. And there actually is a section in your document. It is in chapter 3.2 at the very end of it, application of EDR data. And so there is an overview of that application in several different contexts. And I'll identify a few of them here, like things that we lose if we eliminate the specific EDR. And that's the format of, if you will, of how I'm treating each of these. So as mentioned previously, the GOA-TRAL EDR purpose and need statement in February of 2013 identified a need to establish a baseline information collection. A council action on GOA bycatch management was suspended in 2016. So Essentially, the original need for this data collection program has been indefinitely suspended, calling into question the efficacy of continuing the program, given that it has demonstrated programmatic costs borne ultimately by taxpayers because the agency pays those costs, as well as industry compliance costs in the terms of their burden. And I'll go into that in a moment. So there have been uses of the GOA-Trawl EDR data, perhaps not exactly in the way originally envisioned, but several recent council actions analyses have used GOA-Trawl EDR data. The 26 GOA Bycatch trawl management analysis used it in the social impact assessment. It was a very young program at that point. The EDR data was used in the recently completed analysis of potential crew and community impacts for the BSCI Pacific Cod lab that you recently completed review of. And also the GOA Rockfish program reauthorization used GOA-Trawl EDR data. So I'm highlighting here the things that the council staff, and NIMS economists have used it for mostly. But there are other uses, and I believe the SFC is going to give us some input on some other uses of EDR data that I was not aware of. So what this does as an upper bound is it eliminates the administrative costs of just under $80,000 per year. Eliminates additional NIMS staff costs that are not directly documented to the GOA-Trawl program. So we can document staff costs for the other EDRs because there is a cost recovery element, but we do not maintain records on staff costs for GOA-Trawl EDR because there is not a cost recovery program. It also eliminates industry compliance costs of approximately $65,000 per year for catcher vessels and processors. However, audit costs used to be about $2,500 per audit, have been procedurally limited under the status quo. So those are the easily identifiable cost numbers in terms of sort of an upper bound of our estimate of what it costs to administer these programs and for the industry to comply. Having a little cursor problem here, excuse me. For some reason, my cursor is bouncing all over the place, and I can't get it to stop. Just a second. There we go. So moving in to the further elements of what the elimination of the GOA-Trawl EDR would do, you end up, of course, with a complete loss of a unique EDR data set that has been used in the analyses that I indicated in the previous slide, but also other analyses that are discussed in the document. You have a truncation of the time series of baseline economic data that could be used to inform future council-requested analyses of the GOA-Trawl and other fisheries. We seize the collection of unique crew-level data, not readily replaceable from other sources. As you know, we over the years have always struggled to obtain and utilize crew-level data in our analyses. And so overall, elimination of the GOA-Trawl EDR eliminates the opportunities for this information to inform future council analyses of the fishery or other fisheries. So I'll pause and see if we have any questions. I'm not seeing anything. Okay, effects of alternative 3, option 2, eliminate the BSCI crab EDR requirements. So as we showed, our estimate at the higher end of the programs is not quite $115,000 in average annual agency costs that are covered by cost recovery, so paid by industry, and almost $245 in industry compliance costs. But it would also result, similarly to GOA-Trawl, and this is the theme that you'll see throughout here, complete loss of unique data that can be used for addressing, and this is specific to the crab rationalizations programs, underlying objectives such as promoting economic stability for harvesters, processors, and coastal communities in a more comprehensive way than simply ex-vessel values and landings data. It would significantly slow the AFSC economics research program, and I'm going to talk about that in quite a bit more detail on the next for the next option. AFSC analysts would have to rely 100% on voluntary survey data collection, requiring extensive OMB review and approval, with consequent weakness of low data accuracy and significant increases in the amount of time and expense required. So these bullets, and we'll see this with the Amendment 80 EDR as well. Over the last several years, Dr. Chang Sung, along with Dr. Ed Waters, has been developing a regional social impact analysis model. These are similar to the class of models you might have heard of as either input-output models or multiplier analysis models. And so I have worked with Dr. Chang Sung to develop a web-based user application of this model, which was presented to the SSC in February of 2020. And the SSC was very favorable of, that was a 3-region model. These are regional economic impact analysis models. And they were very favorable of the model, but there was a 10-region model in development at the time. That since then, that 10-region model has been completed. We have also completed a front end for it on the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission site that we're finishing up. There's a few things left to do. But basically, this 10-region model now allows us to do regional economic impact analysis at the borough and census level for the borough and census areas in the surrounding the BSCI and the GOA. It includes an APC portion. It's also got the rest of Alaska, a U.S. West Coast, and the rest of the U.S. It has elements in the model to give us economic multiplier analysis. So things like income, employment, local taxation. There's a whole series. It's quite an extensive list of things that model does. The SSC was scheduled to review it at one point last year at this meeting, but due to scheduling conflicts and time constraints, they have put it off and have not scheduled it for a review. It's just unfortunate that they didn't get to see it. But what happens with that model is that it utilizes the EDR data, the EDR CRAB and Amendment 80 expenditure data. It's an expenditure-based matrix model, and it uses that data to populate much of the matrix. And without that data, what will have to be done is the AFSC economists will have to go to update the model and possibly expand it to more borough and census areas to break out the rest of Alaska, basically. They will have to do surveys, and they will have to get OMB review and approval on those surveys, which is not easy to get and may not happen in some cases. And so this is the point about weakness and low data accuracy and the amount of time and expense required. The survey work for the 3-region model ran around $100,000 through contractors. It was about twice that for the 10-region model. And Dr. Chang Sung indicates that if we had to replace EDR data, Amendment 80, and CRAB EDR data, surveys could cost as much as $400,000 to replace that data for the base model. So you've seen the 3-region model previously. You've not yet seen the 10-region model, but it is an important new product that we hope to have rolled out very soon, and it allows a lot of power in regional economic impact analysis. So that's essentially what we call it the MRSAM. It's the multi-regional social accounting matrix model. So just wanted to include that model is very dependent upon the EDR data. So further elimination of the CRAB EDR would result in the loss of annual reporting of economic performance parameters and unique crew level data not readily replaceable from other sources. It also eliminates the opportunities for this information to inform future program reviews as required by the MSA and in stock rebuilding analyses. And the EDR data, I just would like to point out, the EDR data for CRAB and Amendment 80 was actually documented in the program reviews for each of those programs. Those programs are scheduled for program reviews coming up in the next 2 years. It just depends on staff time and availability as to whether they'll actually be done. But essentially, the MSA requires the reviews, and the data for those 2 programs has been used in those program reviews. And finally, elimination of the use of the data in continued development and maintenance of the MRSAM regional economic impact model for Alaska fisheries. We would limit the ability of us to use that as we update that model. I neglected to point out that regional impact model uses a base year, and then you have to collect data to update it. It uses the EDR data to populate overall expenditures, and then it uses sub-surveys to get regional numbers to break it out by the borough and census areas. Okay.
Dr. Miller, yes, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Miller. There was a lot of time in the analysis devoted to that model, so I guess I should ask the question. I don't quite get the connection between the EDR data and that model in the way it's described. When I look at the expenditure data collected for CRAB and for Amendment 80, it definitely has expenditures in there, provisions, bait, fuel, things like that, but it doesn't look to be broken out by, even a regional level. It looks like annual expenditures by fishery, as opposed to the census and borough level distribution that you highlighted. So I guess I'd like a little more, not a lot, but a little more explanation about the connection between these particular data and that regional model.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. The RIR is a little bit light on that. It's always a challenge to know how much detail to put in about a product, but in this case, the benefit of the EDR data is that it's a census. It's not a survey. It's a census of expenditures. And so the EDR data forms the underlying expenditure matrix. And then what was used to overlay on that are sub-regional and regional surveys to determine what proportions of that overall expenditure are attributable in terms of landings, landed value, and other data reporting categories to the specific areas. So in this case, borough and census areas is the breakdown. So that's the technique. And I apologize. I work mostly on the application of the model and the front end web-based, when helping get the front end web version prepared. Dr. Chang and Ed Waters are really the experts on model development and the base model. And I don't see Dr. Chang on our call today, but there are a series of technical memoranda that have been published that document the way the model is constructed and what all of the different expenditure categories are. And I can provide those to you if you'd like.
Maybe it will necessitate a follow-up. I'll think about that. I can't see how the data that is collected at an annual level by fishery gets redistributed among really finite areas such as borough or census area. That connection is still not clear to me at all. So I do see the survey data feeding into that regional model. I don't see the EDR. So I will think about that and figure out how to pursue that follow-up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Miller, for your presentation. I want to focus in on where you just finished, the effects of alternative 3 eliminating the crab EDR. And I'm trying to, much like Ms. Kimball was in an earlier question, understandably your description of the impacts in the RIR are fairly general. But I'm trying to walk that through to an example and reconcile the different perspectives I'm hearing on the usefulness of the EDR data, quite frankly. And so I was looking in the section of the document where you describe the uses of the EDR data and analyses, and you just finished talking about the regional impacts model. Mine is more related to let's see. I'm looking on page 39 where you talk about the use of the EDR data in the CRAB 10-year review program. And so I have a very specific question. I don't know, we might need Dr. Gabriance's help with this, or maybe it's not a fair question, but the RIR highlights that the social impact assessment included in the 10-year CRAB program review, that EDR data was used, and the SIA includes harvest trends by crab fishery, local community fleet participation, catcher vessel crab harvest volume and value, processor participation, a fair number of really useful information, and then goes on, the RIR goes on to talk about EDR data used to summarize social impacts of crab rationalization by community, including discussions of vessel participation, catcher vessel owner shareholdings, locally operating processors, support services, et cetera. And some of those things, particularly in the first set of variables, catcher vessel crab harvest and volume, processor volume and value. Are we also collecting that information on EDRs? Because it's my impression that we're getting that information from our basic fishery data collection. And so can you just help me walk through, and I don't want to get too detailed, but when I read this paragraph in the RIR, can I assume that the EDR data are collected for all of these things and that they are critical to the program review? And if we hadn't had the EDR data, we would not have otherwise been able to provide the information of the type that's described here. Is that a fair interpretation of that paragraph?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for that question. Yeah, I think that is a fair interpretation. Some of the data points would be collected in other ways, and it is a good point to make that, for example, the AFA program review does not use EDR data because the data wasn't really intended for that purpose. It was to monitor Chinook salmon bycatch activities. So I think what you see summarized there is just essentially, just a summary of what that SIA includes, and I'd have to actually go back and look at it more closely to be sure that it's, which piece of it is strictly EDR data. But that was just an attempt to point out where that data has been used. And if I have another lifeline, I think I'll see if Brian can add to that.
Okay, thanks for the question through the chair. Without getting into the details of every single category of information, most of the data that is collected in the EDR is not available from any other source. The available substitutes that are available from other sources are poor substitutes. The closest example is the ex-vessel revenue data that is reported in EDRs. We do have ex-vessel revenue data from e-landings. However, the EDRs are reported somewhat later and have been shown to be more accurate in that they capture more post-season adjustment payments. And there is a substantial difference between ex-vessel revenue calculated from what's available in e-landings from what's available in EDRs. EDR data also differentiates between revenues paid for different types of IFQ and CDQ. So we're able to differentiate between or identify premia that are paid for B-class IFQ, for example. I could go on, but hopefully that answers your question sufficiently.
Thank you. That is helpful, and I appreciate that. It was a slightly difficult question. And Mr. Chair, that's all for me, but in the afternoon rush, I guess, I can't put my hand down anymore. I've lost a feature, so I'll try to fix that. But if my hand is up, please disregard it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Like it worked. Okay, back to you, Dr. Miller.
And thank you, Brian, for that clarity. As I said before, Brian really is the person who is the expert on the data, the use of the data. I'm kind of the packager on this part. But moving on then into alternative 3, option 3, which would eliminate the BSA Amendment 80 EDR requirements. And here you see that costs, as I showed in from Table 8, are just less than $82,000 a year in agency costs. They are recovered, and $25,000 in industry compliance costs. Also, though, we have, however, loss of an annual summary report in the economic status of the groundfish fisheries off Alaska that assesses the performance of the Amendment 80 fleet under the rationalization program and subsequent changes in fishery management. Again, loss of the opportunity for this information to inform program reviews and other analyses. would significantly slow the AFSC economics research program and would eliminate the use of these data to inform the MRSAM regional impact model. And moving right into alternative 3, option 4, which is eliminate the BSAI Amendment 91 EDR requirements. This would eliminate 52,640 in average annual agency costs and just short of 24,000 in industry compliance costs. Again, with the caveats about whether that really would remove all the costs or not. It would information that I have in the IR is that this information collection, losing it would reduce analyst insights and understanding of the diversity within the fleet, and that may affect analysis of future Bering Sea salmon bycatch issues. It also eliminates collection of fuel cost data, and that's presently the best scientific information available on the operating costs of AFA pollock vessels. It's not without its issues, which I'm sure you'll hear about in public testimony, but that is, at this point in time, one economic impact point that we know about the AFA fleet. So to wrap this all up into a sort of a by words table here, we've laid out what the action is for each alternative, which we've walked you through, and we've laid out what the impacts are first to industry cost, direct cost, noting that the audits have been suspended procedurally, so there's no real benefit to removing that authorization. And you can see that industry direct cost is not affected by alternative 2, option 2, or either part of option 2, the blind data formatting, or the confidentiality policy. And then the industry cost is reduced under the frequency option, just depending upon what frequency would be chosen. And then elimination of the EDRs obviously eliminates all or a portion of the industry costs. Cost recovery, you see similarly, what we've got going on currently is with alternative 1, the status quo. We've got agency-funded EDR, the Go Trawl EDR. So as we move through these, you see that we, under option 1 of alternative 2, we have the potential for reduction by elimination of programmatic costs. No changes for the other small change options or the blind formatting and the change in handling of the data. And then, of course, we have some reduction in cost potentially and reduced taxpayer burden. And then when we look at programmatic costs between NIMPS and the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, you can see there that in several cases they're reduced. In some cases, there's no change. Data use and availability is really the big part here in terms of if you were to do option 2 or alternative 2, and the other part of that with the change in confidentiality, you improve your data. Under frequency, your data is less complete, and under elimination of 1 or more EDR programs, you're eliminating that data. We pointed out that the compliance incentive under the status quo is maintained, but we could lose that compliance incentive for accurate and timely reporting under alternative 2, option 1, which would remove the authorization for the audits. No changes to compliance really that we see for options 2, alternative 2, or option 3, and then under alternative 3, option 1 through 4, compliance need is eliminated in essence because you eliminate the program. And then finally, we've got enforceability, which we have an issue that it's procedurally reduced with audits and enforceability inhibited by blind formatting, and then potentially reduced under option 1, improved, especially if audits are eliminated or amended under option 2, and then no change with regard to confidentiality, and we don't see a change with regard to frequency. And then as there's no compliance need, there would be no enforcement need, depending upon whether you eliminated 1 or all of the EDRs. And Mr. Chairman, council members, with that, I would entertain any final questions.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Looks like Mr. Meekum has a question. Mr. Meekum, you might be muted on the Adobe Connect system. There you go.
Am I there? Can you hear me?
You are there. Good afternoon.
Great. Yeah, I go back to the previous slide, alternative 3, option 3. There was a statement made there at the middle bullet on the I must have the one about the Amendment 91. Sorry. Anyway, it talks about the loss of information on the diversity within the fleet relative to salmon bycatch, and went over that pretty quick. What does that mean?
My understanding, and this is information from the FSD economists, is that even though the Amendment 91 EDR has not always performed or has not performed in the way that it was expected to, for example, there's been no compensated transfers or a compensated transfer report because the processor agreements or incentive plan agreements prevent it from ever happening. So that's one way that didn't occur. And then the master survey, there's three forms in the Amendment 91 EDR. There's the compensated transfer, there's the vessel master survey, and then there's the vessel fuel survey. And the vessel master survey still does provide information on movements and actions taken to avoid Chinook salmon bycatch. And my understanding is that we would lose that information, and that would be the reason that we would lose insight and understanding of a lot of differences between masters and vessels, and that if we have to consider a future Bering Sea salmon bycatch analysis, regulatory analysis, could affect our ability to understand what the change might, whatever a regulatory change might mean. And I'll throw it out there for Brian to jump in on this if he'd like.
Okay. Thank you for the question through the chair. The master survey is it's a very distinct data set from any of the other qualitative or quantitative information that is collected in other EDRs. These are open-ended. There are a handful of yes/no questions, but for the most part, these are open-ended questions asking about fishing conditions during the A and B season, bycatch avoidance measures that were taken. And it's difficult data to efficiently analyze and report on. It really requires a textual data analysis, qualitative data analysis that can't be done quickly. We generally don't have staff available to do that type of analysis, so it's not something that we're able to receive this data and crank out an analysis in time to include it in, for example, the groundfish economic safe. There is some useful information in those qualitative responses, but what we have found is that increasingly, because of the way that that survey is administered, individuals, there's a considerable difference in the quality of information and the effort that individual vessel masters put into providing complete responses. And increasingly over time, we see just people copying and pasting their responses from the previous year. The data could be a very useful model for data collection, but I think it needs substantial revision in the way it's approached and the way it's administered to make it really as useful and worth the time and effort that both the agency and industry put into just what is now a pro forma exercise.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Meekum. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Gabriels. I had a follow-up on that same point, and I appreciate that explanation. When I look at the questions, I can see how you would get the same kind of responses every year. You know, did your participation in IPA affect your fishing strategy? I can't see anyone not saying yes to that. Did the amount of Chinook salmon bycatch on the grounds affect what you're doing? Did you need to move out of an area based on Chinook PSC rates? Yes, yes, yes. We get that information in the co-op reports from each sector every year in April. And so I'm wondering, given those comments, do you have suggestions for how we could change this particular, like the vessel master survey is the one you used, survey to be more informative, I guess, than what we're already either collecting or collecting from a different source? And if so, can we do that through a non-regulatory means, or does that require a regulatory amendment?
It would require a regulatory, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. It would require a regulatory amendment to suspend or alter the existing data collection. The regulation requires completion of the vessel master survey. So we could conceivably modify the data collection in the way it's administered, and depending on how we did that, it may not require a regulatory revision. But one thing we would want to do is, as it is now, that those questionnaire forms are due June 1st, following, that June 1st of the next year. So there's a long delay between completion of the A season, for example, and submission of the EDR form for the next year. So we would want to make the survey more contemporaneous with the operation of the fishery itself. Ideally, the way the data collection is done now, those questionnaires are essentially collected from the vessel masters and submitted by the vessel owner through the EDR, the Amendment 91 EDR portal. That really kind of facilitates potentially completion of the forms by the vessel master rather than or by the vessel owner rather than by the vessel master, or oversight of what the responses are by the vessel owner. So a more careful survey protocol would have the data submitted directly to the data collection agent by the vessel masters, and there would be more flexibility in varying some of the questions year to year to be responsive to what we know about the fishery a priori.
Thanks. And just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, just to make sure I understand. I understand the timing and who submits it is important to the data quality, but did I understand that you could modify the questions without a regulatory amendment?
Through the chair, Mrs. Kimball, yes, we could modify the content of the survey, but it is in the rule, the submission deadline and the sort of proxy process of having the vessel master submit the form having the vessel owner have the responsibility for submitting the vessel master surveys that are supposed to be completed by the vessel masters. That is actually in the rule, so there would have to be some amendment to allow a different administrative protocol and a different timing.
I understand. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any further questions? Okay, don't see any. All right, thank you, Dr. Miller and Dr. Darbrians.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's go ahead and take. All right, let's go ahead and take an afternoon break. Let's come back in 10 minutes, 2:50 Alaska time, and we'll take the SSC report. Reminder to the public to please sign up to testify prior to the end of the SSC presentation. Like at 2:50. Good afternoon, Council. Please come back to order. All right, we are ready to move into the SSC presentation on agenda item C1, and we'll also take the report on D1 as well. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Dressel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Council. For the record, my name is Sherry Dressel. I'm co-chair of the SSC, and I'm here to present two components of the SSC report that the chair mentioned. The SSC's focus for this agenda item was to identify information for the Council to consider when selecting a final alternatives. And this was specifically with respect to the availability of best available scientific information for future management actions, and was particularly regarding alternative 3, which was added since the last SSC's review. We also focused on providing information and considerations that may not have been included in the document. The SSC finds the document sufficient to inform the Council of the effects of alternative 2, options 1 and 2, and that included removing third-party audits and to remove elevated confidentiality requirements. The SSC suggests that the Council consider some additional aspects for alternative 2, option 3, and which was, regarding reducing collection frequency, and that is that reducing the collection frequency is likely to increase the cost of collection in reporting years due to the increased need for training, weaker data processes for reporters and agencies. Wanted to also consider that if the frequency is reduced, the amount of best scientific information available will also be reduced on social and economic conditions, and these are addressing National Standards 2 and 8. Third consideration was that new models will likely be required, new methods developed to interpolate between missing years, and the last one was to consider that there may lose information on annual events that aren't recorded or sampled, like COVID or warm and cold years. The SSC highlights that the analysis doesn't completely characterize the current use of subsets of EDR data that are collected in the Council process, which the SSC believes is necessary for the Council to evaluate alternative 3. I will say, however, that in listing items, subsets of EDR data that are used, I also wanted to note that the SSC does recognize that EDRs can be more streamlined, and that some data, but not all, or some but not all data, EDR data fields continue to support the Council in science-based management and are the best scientific information available on social and economic conditions. And those are required in the SAFE under National Standard 2 and 8. So in other words, we recognize that some types of data fields are critically important to informing the Council, and others that currently exist may not. So in considering alternative 3, the SSC notes that EDR data are used in the economic SAFEs and the dashboard indices that are included in those, in 5-year reviews for which the EDRs were originally designed, in required allocation reviews, and then continuing on this slide, in the analysis of Council actions, including those where its role is to monitor community measures and avoid adverse impacts. They are included in basic research, which informs understanding of how management programs work beyond a single or individual Council action. And while these research are outside specific Council action, they do help modify and design better programs. Another use is in calibrating, which I know there was a question about, or I believe that there was, a new regional economic model, the MARSAM model, which will dramatically improve the ability to link fishing activity to regional economic activity and employment. And the last one is, as the EDRs are currently the primary concrete examples of advancing 2 of the Council's top 10 research priorities. And those in this last year involved the design and collection of social and economic data. For consideration regarding Alternative 3, the SSC had a number of different notes. The first 2 had to do with particular programs, and that was that the Gulf Trawl EDR community engagement data is currently widely used. And the second one, as I believe that you may have discussed, is that the Amendment 91 EDR has been less effective at achieving the Council's goals. The SSC had considerable discussion about possible other means of collecting data. And in doing that, one of the means that was discussed was voluntarily collected survey programs. And so these last 3 bullets apply to those. And that is that voluntarily data cannot easily be backfilled through voluntary collected data programs. And that's owing to the burdensome Office of OMB process for non-EDR surveys. We also discussed that voluntary surveys may be more costly than the current EDRs. And finally, if not all entities respond to the voluntary surveys, modeling is actually needed to estimate indicator values for the full population, whereas currently the economic data reports, as Dr. Miller described, are census. So the SSC continues to support the collection of social and economic data across all fisheries, and we discussed that in our April 2021 SSC report. And so the SSC has a number of suggestions depending on where the Council chooses to go with this action. If the Council chooses to eliminate some or all of the EDRs, the SSC suggests considering ensuring that high-value time series are maintained through the transition to a replacement mandatory economic data program. If the Council chooses to continue some of or all of the EDRs, the SSC suggests possible future steps for EDR refinement. We recognize that those are not under the current action right now, but felt that it might be worth consideration of where to go in the future when you're making this decision. And those include developing a clearer mapping of which variables are and are not used in which products, and the slide names a number of those, to identify specific outcomes and broader questions that have emerged as catch share programs have evolved. One of the topics of our discussion was that when the catch share programs were initially instituted, there may be metrics and information that were really critical to collect and follow at the beginning, but may not be as critical for mature programs. And the third one was to consider the use of, and this actually came from public testimony, was to consider the use of small groups, and this, ones that may include agency staff, that may include industry, that may include council members, that may include members of the public or the industry, to revise this EDR process. So then, whether the council chooses to keep or not to keep the EDRs, I think in both cases, the SSC does continue to support the collection of social and economic data across all fisheries. And so in either case, the SSC suggests considering a mandatory data collection plan with a reduced set of variables that are collected consistently from all fleets. And that would help to address the concerns that we discussed with voluntary data collection programs. So that is the last slide on academic data reports, and I'm happy to continue or to answer questions as you wish.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gressel. Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that very last bullet on a mandatory data collection plan across all fleets, did the SSC discuss what kinds of variables would be valuable in that kind of data collection?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, the SSC didn't discuss we didn't name specific ones. However, we did discuss at the SSC that some of the EDR variables that are most extensively used include data on crew, fuel use, community engagement. Those may be valuable for a starting point. But we did not name those as the only ones that are important.
Thank you. That's kind of what I remember from the conversation, so I appreciate you confirming that. Thanks.
All right, Dr. Dressel, I don't see any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so for D1, sorry, hear all my papers shuffling. For D1, the SSC finds the document sufficient to inform the council of whether the objectives of the allocation are being met. And wanted to note that in this review, the metrics do demonstrate how each sector creates benefits, although they're not comparable. And the SSC felt that this was sufficient for this allocation review. If the council does request further analysis for a specific action, the SSC can, at that point, advise on calculating comparable metrics within the specific purpose and need that the council names. The SSC does recommend some minor revisions as practical, and those are to clarify differences in measure or the measures used between charter and commercial sectors. They are developing a dashboard metric of sustained participation and focusing on metrics of diversification. And then last, the SSC fully recognizes all of the limitations we've had during COVID. Obviously, during last October's meeting, the SSC wasn't able to get to the work plan for CSP, but the SSC does, where possible, request and look forward to the opportunity to review work plans for future allocation reviews. And that is all that I have for D1.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Are there any questions on D1? Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On that last point, I'm curious to know if the SSC has already approved of a allocation review, and 10 years goes by, and the analyst is going to use the same methodology as they used in the previous allocation review. Would it need to go back to the SSC?
Through the chair, Mr. Witherall. You know, this was not addressed during the SSC, and so the reply that I'm giving you is my own interpretation in listening to the SSC and my understanding of where they're at. And I think that it might depend on which allocation it is. But for some, if conditions have changed, I think that it might actually be worth having the SSC review the work plan. If situations have not changed a whole lot, I know we've had a lot of discussion about, you know, time, the SSC's time, and where to allocate it. And so in some cases, it may be appropriate that it doesn't take the SSC's time. So I don't have a specific answer for that, but I'm guessing that it might depend on the conditions that occur over the period of time that has occurred between the last review and the current one.
That makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Witherall. Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that will bring us to public testimony. It looks like we have 7 members of the public signed up to testify. Got a bunch of pros getting up to testify, so I don't think I need to go over the rules again. First up is Mark Fina, then Chris Woodley, and then Jason Anderson. And just a reminder to maybe time yourself as well if there appears to be any lag with the internet. And with that, Dr. Fina, are you available?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Chair. This is Mark Fina. I'm with U.S. Seafoods. We're part of the Amendment 80 sector. And I guess I'll just start my testimony by saying that our sector position is that we should discontinue collection of EDRs. And I guess part of that is out of the frustration with the alternatives that don't really leave us any other path. There've been pretty extensive discussions of how to improve the EDR. There have been some improvements made, but we're extremely frustrated because it seems that it takes a really long time, and often the changes are very incremental when there are many issues that come up with the EDRs. They're rarely used for actual management. The only action I've ever recall them being used for, they had a really significant impact, is back when the crab rationalization program was put in place to look at some of the crew issues that came up. And I guess while I understand the desire to have data and good time series data, I just think that we need to spend a little bit more time focusing on where these data are really useful and eliminate the ones that aren't useful. We often find ourselves when the council is putting together analyses like the ABM action, providing data to the analysts outside of EDRs. And I would say probably in the case of the ABM analysis, our input to the analysts was far more significant than what the EDRs collected data was used for. We used our data for they used crew data in the EDR from the EDRs for that document, but they also needed to come back to us and ask for a bunch of demographic data. And I think I guess what I'm suggesting is that a lot of these individual one-off projects that the council often has require data that's not collected. And we've found it pretty efficient to provide data outside of any formal data collection process to council staff for different actions. And pretty often we find ourselves being frustrated that the ADR data just show up in the back of the economic safe, which very few people use. And while there are a few elements that get consistently used, such as crew data, I think that on the whole, the documents or the collection is way too expansive, and we've seen it for 10 years or so, very little use of these data, and it's as industry, we've spent a lot of time with the analysts trying to help them figure out ways to streamline this. And, the motion that we're looking at this meeting is either get rid of it or keep it with our sector. And I think it's unfortunate that we're stuck with that as the only out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fina. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Fina. I think you're maybe uniquely qualified to answer this question, but you mentioned crew data. Can you just list for me other data that your sector is providing through this EDR that we wouldn't be collecting some other way that is actually used for decision making in the council process?
Well, that's a tricky question. Yeah, Mr. Chair, Ms. Campbell, that's a tricky question because use for a decision is a critical part of it, and we have not seen it used really at all for decision making by the council or for any other regulatory decision making. I mean, even the crew data the crew data have come in, but I wouldn't say they've been critical to any council decision. That being said, I can see situations where you may be interested in knowing what happens with things like crew. So I really haven't seen use of these data in council decision making. It doesn't mean that there might not be a few elements that can be informative, such as crew data, maybe fuel data would have some information in it that you'd be interested in. But things like observer data, for example, the observer costs, it's pretty easy when you already know how many days we fish and you know from the observer providers what an observer costs, and you know how those change year to year. It's pretty easy to put those numbers together without data collection from everybody. There'll be some edges on it where, when did we put the observer on the boat? How much, how early were they there? How much did they sit waiting for the boat to start fishing? But you can come to a reasonable estimate.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fina. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Further questions? Thank you, Dr. Fina.
Thank you.
Next up is Chris Woodley.
Mr. Chairman, do you read me okay?
We do. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. All right, thank you. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley, and I am the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Groundfish Forum member companies operate 19 trawl catcher processors in the flatfish, Atka mackerel, Pacific Ocean perch, and Pacific cod fisheries of the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the EDR program. I would like to note that Groundfish Forum submitted a comment letter to the council on this agenda item, and we are recommending to the council to adopt Alternative 3, Option 3, which would eliminate the EDR collection requirements for the Amendment 80 sector. Since 2008, our sector has submitted EDR data as part of our regulatory program. Over the last several years, Groundfish Forum member companies have been very active with council and agency staff in recommending changes to the EDR program, which would reduce reporting burdens and eliminate redundancy, all with the goal of creating a more relevant, useful, and less intrusive product. With these goals as a backdrop, we have grown frustrated that the EDR data, which has been collected with few exceptions, has not taken on a prominent or meaningful role in critical management decisions before the council. It is our perception that the EDR data is not being used in a significant way. As a telling example, and what was arguably the most significant action the council has taken on the Amendment 80 fleet in the history of our fishery, EDR data usage in the Halibut ABM action was scant, and much of the information which was available was not incorporated into the draft environmental impact statement because similar information was not available from the directed halibut fishery. This situation begs the question, what is the utility of collecting comprehensive data from one sector if it cannot be compared against another sector that has different data collection requirements? This issue underscores one of the major shortcomings of the EDRs. First, that each EDR has its own unique subset of data and is thus not directly comparable to other fisheries, and two, that not all fisheries are required to have EDRs. I recognize the final action before you doesn't address these fundamental concerns. Having said that, without sufficient detail provided within the final action document to carry out wholesale revisions to the data captured within the EDR programs, and without having the ability to create a baseline economic data collection for all fisheries the council manages, the only choices left within the current alternatives fall into what I would call the too little, too late category. Dropping verification audits or changing submission frequency, both certainly have merits, but neither of those solve the fundamental problem with the EDR program. The collection of the EDRs on our sector generates a significant workload for our sector. Each Amendment 80 company spends about 25 to 30 hours per vessel collecting and reporting this data. It also generates a significant workload for NOAA fisheries, most of which is underwritten by cost recovery dollars collected from the Amendment 80 sector. Groundfish Forum member companies do not object to providing time and money that is useful for informing the management of our fisheries. However, past experience has shown that the vast bulk of the information collected in the EDRs is not put to use in a meaningful or substantive way. Furthermore, the information that is used is often available from other agency sources or can be made available directly from our sector, as was the case during the ABM action, where we provided information on crew data, port call information, and company-specific impacts of halibut reductions. I would also add in that in the last 2 years, the staff report had mentioned COVID expenses. And I would just note that there was no specific guidance from the agency to the EDR users as where those EDR costs should be placed in the overall tabulations. There are 4 to 5 categories within our EDR where you could have put that information, and ultimately, if the companies weren't provided any specific direction as to where that information should be recorded, ultimately gets watered down and it's limited to, and there's limits to the ability to retrieve that information. The best way to have gathered that information would have been to go out directly to the affected industry sectors and request it. So given this myriad of factors and issues here, we are recommending that the council discontinue the EDR program for the Amendment 80 sector, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wood. You caught me by surprise with your comments about the expenses for COVID-related expenses not being quantified in the EDR. Is there anywhere that's quantified, or nowhere in our data collection are we able to assess the impacts of COVID, your sector or any other one?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, as I said, each of the EDRs are different. I think that the Amendment 80 sector probably has the most comprehensive data requirements as it relates to company expenses and vessel expenses. There's 20 different categories within the Amendment 80 sector. And of those, I could see that cost information being parked in 4 or 5 of them. And I guess the point that I was trying to make is that, one company may park all of its COVID costs in one category. And so that you might see a bump there in that category. If everybody did that the same way, you might see a bump in the expenses. But if the companies put that information in different categories, in the overall picture, you're not going to see, you won't notice any impacts. So it's, and so when I heard the analyst saying that, that the EDRs are important for collecting COVID information, I mean, quite frankly, that just surprised me because, I spent the better part of 2 years feeding, COVID cost information to various agencies and federal and state governments. And never once did I hear, that the EDRs are a good place to park or store that information. I've never referenced the EDRs to retrieve that. I got it from other sources, and so I just feel it, and COVID is one example, but there are other examples that I think when you have a specific issue that needs to, where you need economic data, there's a better way to proceed. I understand there may be, some time constraints with or some restrictions as it relates to data collection, but a direct question to the affected fleets is the best way to go instead of trying to tease it out of some data collection or, stack of numbers that people may be reporting differently. So that was my point, Mr. Mesereau. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry, I kind of rambled there.
No, it does. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Meekum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Woodley, I just have a quick question. So you've raised three issues here, I guess. One of them is, and I want to focus on the cost. So you've looked through the analysis. Do you agree that those costs are at least ballpark realistic costs for industry?
Through the chair, Mr. Meekum, I've gone out to our companies to get some information on how many hours per boat, how many hours does it take per vessel to put that information in there. And I think, I'm not sure exactly how many we have this year. We're at 18 or 19, but what I've heard from the individual companies is it can be 25 to 30 to 35 hours, depending on the boat and depending on how well coordinated their data collection is. I mean, at this point, they've been at this for a dozen years, so they've probably gotten pretty good at the actual data collection aspect of it and getting that information. So I think the hours for our fleet, just a general ballpark, 600, maybe a little bit less than that, depending on the number of boats. What I'm not so sure on is the actual cost per person. I mean, we have CFOs that are involved in this stuff. We also have the regulatory affairs people who are all, pulling this data from the boats. And I just don't have a good sense of what the actual personnel costs are. So I think the numbers are probably, 575, 600 hours for our sector is probably a good estimate. But as far as what the personnel hour cost is, I don't know that. So sorry, I couldn't give you a more definitive answer than that.
No, that's good enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Meekum. Any further questions for Mr. Woodley? All right, thank you again for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up is Jason Anderson.
Hey, can you hear me, members of the council?
We can. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Anderson. I work for the O'Hara Corporation. We're a family-owned business with 5 trawl catcher processors in the Amendment 80 fishery. We're members of the Groundfish Forum, and I apologize, my testimony is going to be a 3-minute version of Chris's, I think. But we support the Groundfish Forum position and the AP position. We've annually completed EDR forms and participated in this process since 2008. We've created internal tracking processes for cost categories, which we don't collect under our normal business practices. The annual process is therefore burdensome and does add significantly to additional required information submissions across multiple agencies. Additionally, annual cost recovery fees are significant to our sector. Our support of Amendment 80 EDR was based on the understanding that the data we provided was necessary to understand the impacts of our sector of Amendment 80 and to inform actions that come before the council. However, Amendment 80 EDR data has been used sparingly, partially because revenue information is collected redundantly with other sources. Current EDR collections have been built in a piecemeal manner, and some important sectors such as the halibut and tablefish IFQ programs have no EDRs. This decreases the usability of EDR data collected in other sectors or cross sectors. The current collection program has provided very little benefit to industry or the council, and for these reasons, we see no reason to continue the EDR collections. We would, however, support initiating a process that would comprehensively identify a small set of common economic data needs across sectors that are usable by analysts. And if the council were to choose to go forward with the EDR program, we would like to ensure that the burden-saving recommendations that came from the social science plan team workshops are implemented in the EDR forms. We participated extensively in these workshops, and in the council's April 2021 motion asked the agency to work to adopt the workshop outcomes. Due to the timing of this action, however, with potentially eliminating the program, these changes haven't occurred. But we're still looking to the agency to incorporate these recommendations if the council chooses to maintain the EDR program. So in sum, the Amendment 80 EDR data have rarely been incorporated into council analyses. These data collections do create a burden for us, and we support removing the Amendment 80 EDR collections. Thank you for your time, and happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any questions? Don't see any. Sorry, okay. Question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'm wondering, based on the first three testifiers, all from the same sector recommending we remove the EDR for Amendment 80, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, that the part of it is based on not having seen that use in a regulatory amendment or analysis context. And so I'm wondering, what would you see in analysis that would make you say, yes, these EDR are valuable and useful? Like, what kind of data or what kind of context could these data provide in an analysis that would make people understand their usefulness?
I mean, that's a good question. The crew information has been brought up, and I'm sure there are others. I mean, what we'd like to see is information collected across all sectors if there's going to be something that's easily collectible by us in different sectors. So I don't know how, you're going to have to get together in a process and think about what that might be so that you can compare information across sectors. The SFC had a pretty good set of recommendations for what to do if you do go forward with a program, including, looking at, clear mapping of which variables are used in which products and trying to come up with a data collection across all sectors. And I feel like that process would bring up a whole bunch of, not a whole bunch, but a list of information that could be used in a new data collection program. So it's a tough one to answer because I'm not exactly sure. There's a lot of things in our forms that are already collected redundantly, and I'd like to stay away from a process that continues to do that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Okay, all right. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Jamie Goen, then Julie Bonney, then Rebecca Skinner.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kaneen and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're an industry trade association representing the majority of harvesters that report through the crab EDRs. As you know, we're in the midst of working to address the recent collapse of our fishery, and EDRs have not been high on our list of urgent topics. That is to say that ABSC does not have a position on EDRs at this time. What I can say is that the council should be deliberate in the information they collect from industry, and that information should be useful for management of the fishery, given it's costly on industry to collect. I hear that we have some crab vessels going out at a loss this season just to keep their longtime crew working. The government should reduce costs on industry where possible. That concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions, although I will say with the caveat that those questions aren't about the crabbers' position.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen. I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. The testimony is not for one alternative or another, but that the council should be thoughtful and deliberative about what we collect because it costs money. Did I summarize that correctly?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Ms. Goen.
Thank you.
Next up is Julie Bonney.
You read me?
We do.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and members of the council, my name is Julie Bonney, and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, which is a member organization that includes all the shoreside processors located in Kodiak and trawl catcher vessels based in Kodiak. All our members are mandated to make annual data reporting for the Gulf Trawl EDR and some for the Amendment 91 EDR. We support eliminating both reporting requirements, Alternative 3, Option 1, and Option 4. With regards to the Gulf Trawl EDR, as the problem statement notes, the EDR requirements were put in place to collect baseline fishery data when the council was actively considering implementing a Gulf Trawl LAP program. The initial EDR submission started in June of 2016, and then subsequently the council chose to suspend any further action in December of 2016. The Gulf Trawl stakeholders have continued to report Gulf EDR data for the last 6 years, yet there is no LAP program being considered. According to the analysis, much of the data collected has limited to no utility. Non-labor vessel cost data, processing labor data, and the collection of processor water and electrical utility consumption. The data collected via the Gulf EDR reporting that does have utility is the catcher vessel crew data. For all other EDRs, cost recovery fees covers the cost for the EDR collections for NIMS. However, in the case of the Gulf EDRs, U.S. Taxpayers pays the cost while industry pays the compliance cost. Many of our vessel members are family-owned businesses where the wives are the personnel that fills out these forms annually. Over the years, I have received many complaints from participants regarding complying with the reporting requirements. We also recommend that the A91 EDR reporting requirements be removed. There are 3 electronic forms: the vessel fuel survey, the vessel master survey, and the compensated transfer report. As the analysis notes, the compensated transfer report form has never been completed by a submitter because the vessel's incentive plan agreements essentially prohibit compensated transfers. For the vessel master survey, an increasing proportion of the answers are pro forma, verbatim duplicates of other responses, and are not likely to provide much use as on an ongoing information collection basis. The vessel fuel survey information is the only data collected that the analysis suggests has value. However, and there's nowhere in the analysis that can be pointed to where this data is actually used. For these reasons, we also recommend removing all 3 reporting requirements for A91. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I am open for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bonney. Like Mr. Meekum has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Julie. So now I've heard at least 4 people say that the crew data is important and that we need that information and has utility. But I've also heard, from what little I know about it, that crew data is always extremely problematic from existing sources. So given your long-standing history and excellent work that you've done in terms of data collection, I'm wondering if you could give me some insight into how to solve this conundrum of the need for the information. Is there another place we could go, or should we be looking at a different route?
Through the chair, Mr. Meekum, thank you for the question. At this point, I don't believe there's another place to get the crew data. And that should have been a question for Mark Fina, but I've heard it from Mike Downs over and over again. But I think the bigger issue to me is, at least for the Gulf EDR, you're not collecting any crew data for Amendment 91, so you don't have anything for that EDR that would bring that forward. And then from a Gulf perspective, that where it has been used is kind of a one-off in other programs. The Gulf Rockfish Program is one example, and then the Bering Sea Aleutian Island Lab Program, catcher vessels. So, you know, if you really want to get into cracking the nut and crew dates, I think you need to look at it across all fisheries and not just the ones that you happen to have a hook in right now, because I do think it affects all federal fisheries, not just the Gulf ADR or crab or Amendment 80.
Good, Chair. Thank you, Judith.
No problem.
Thank you, Ms. Okay, any further questions for Ms. Bonnie? All right, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Rebecca Skinner and then Heather Mann.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Skinner, and I'm speaking on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. I have provided public comment on the Gulf Trawl EDR previously, and I also submitted written comments on this agenda item. AWTA supports the AP motion on this agenda item, and just particularly focusing on discontinuing the Gulf Trawl EDR. In the past, as I said, I have asked the council to discontinue the EDR requirement for Gulf Trawl. As noted in the purpose and need, the Gulf Trawl EDR was originally implemented in anticipation of Gulf rationalization, which never occurred. The Gulf EDR is the only EDR right now that is required for a fishery that still operates as a race for fish. I also wanted to speak to the cost side of the equation as far as the cost to the respondents. In the analysis, I'll just note that the cost estimate for each of the EDRs except for crab is based on a $37 an hour dollar rate amount for the time it takes to complete the EDR. And the Gulf EDR is estimated to take 15 hours for the catcher vessel owner to complete. From our perspective, the rate of $37 an hour seems unreasonably low when you consider that the people filling out the forms for Gulf Trawl are most often the vessel owners. So the result is that there's lost time that could have been focused on the fishing business operation, on vessel safety, fishing operations, and planning. Another cost that doesn't seem to be considered enough is the cost of time with family. And I note this particularly for Gulf Trawl because these forms are probably filled out while the owner is at home and not working on the boat. And the Gulf Trawl businesses are not generally the kind where they have an accounting department or a group of people that are compiling this information. It's usually the actual vessel owner that's putting the information together. So in closing, we ask the council to end the EDR requirement for Gulf Trawl and also support the request from the other fleets to end their EDR requirements as well. So thank you for your time, and I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Are there any questions? Don't see any hands. Thanks again.
Great, thank you.
Last up will be Heather Mann.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members.
My name is Heather Mann, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC members participate in pollock, cod, and groundfish fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska as well as the Bering Sea. MTC supports the motion which passed the AP, and that is to take final action at this meeting and select alternative 3 in all 4 sub-options. Essentially eliminate all of the 4 EDRs as currently constructed and implemented. For the record, I'd like to align MTC comments with the comments of all the testifiers before me. The programs have been constructed and applied in what seems to be an arbitrary way. We collect very different information from 4 very different fisheries, and it's not clear that the expense and burden of the EDR programs outweigh the value to decision-making in the council process, which we have heard that much of the data is rarely used. It sounds like there was some progress made in the social science plan team meeting on what could be more useful to the process, but that's not included as part of this final action. So it's unclear to me when those recommended changes would or even could take place. There's no doubt in my mind that the information is helpful to agency and academics for doing research and writing papers, but the usefulness of the current program to the council process is hard to suss out. So, like I said, the requirements for the EDRs seem inconsistent. There is no EDR for halibut and sailfish. There was no EDR to inform the final cod action that was taken last October, but we still had a very robust analysis which was used to take final action. It's not clear to me what additional information could have been collected that would have informed a different outcome or council decision. I question also why these programs are only useful for catch share fisheries. There seems to be a theme that the crew information is useful, and you've heard testifiers speak to that and council members, but it isn't the same information collected across sectors, and then there are entire sectors where no information is being collected at all. So from my perspective and MTC's perspective, it seems that scrapping the existing program and starting over, looking at a way to consistently collect information across all sectors would be useful in council decision making, and that should be considered. Many have said, instead of eliminating the program, how about we tweak it? But it's my understanding that attempts at tweaking over several years have already taken place, but not resulted in really a significant change. In terms of the Gulf of Alaska EDR, for the boats that I work for, it really is the salt in the wound of not having the Trawl Cooperative Rationalization Program in that area. There is a lot of data available that has been collected. I do have some concerns that the voluntary catch share programs in the Gulf may provide an artificial look at the economics because behaviors were definitely different that they would have been under a race for fish. Also, there is no EDR for the rockfish program in the Gulf, another example of sort of an arbitrary application of EDRs. Because this is final action, it's important to make a decision, but there's a really limited scope. And it makes more sense to eliminate all the programs and start over versus trying to fix the current ones. With a concerted approach that considers all fisheries, not just rationalized ones, and streamlines information collected in a consistent way, a program can be built with stakeholder support, which would likely be much more useful than the situation we find ourselves in now. In the meantime, if certain information is needed, the different sectors have shown they are willing to provide that information on an as-needed basis. And I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. All right, any questions from council members? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Mann, thank you for your testimony. You, along with a couple of the other testifiers, have indicated that you've seen sort of issue-specific information gathering work fairly well to support council analyses. And I'm just, it leaves me wondering about sort of the relative workload of responding to to issue-specific requests for information versus just filling out, versus getting into a routine of providing information as you do for the EDR. And I think most folks probably know exactly the kind of information they need to be collecting. They store it as they accumulate it throughout the year so that they can refer to it quickly, so that as opposed to the having to go digging for information when you get a specific request. I'm just left wondering, is the issue-specific sort of request for data really that much easier for the fleets to handle than the EDR?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, thanks for that question. I don't know that it's about it being easier. I think it's about it being pinpointed and informative to a decision that's being made versus a whole host of information being collected and stored that isn't used for anything or for very little. So, for example, if you were collecting information specifically on, I'm even thinking about the discussion in the AP where we talked about the catch share plan for halibut. And, without going into too much detail about that agenda item, the economic information that would have been helpful to decision making there, because we heard a lot of comments on both sides of the issue without maybe the analysis to look at. And so if people are motivated to provide specific information that will be used in council decision making versus filling out, these forms year after year that aren't used, and some of the information seems strange to be collecting, I guess I would say. At least that's what I've heard from a lot of the wives in the Gulf in particular. It seems there'd just be more stakeholder buy-in to the specifics of it. So while ease of filling it out is something that's important, it does take a lot of time. If you don't have an an accounting department doing it, I think if it was for a specific reason that everybody's interested in, it's just more of an incentive to provide that accurate and important information. So that'd be my response to that. Whether it's easier or not, I can't say, but I think people would be more supportive of it versus just compiling endless amounts of information each year.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, a second question, if I may.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Ms. Mann, sorry to do this to you, but this is another question that's been sort of, I've been formulating as I've been listening to several, and then I think the way you laid things out helped me crystallize it. You at one point suggested that the council might want to think about why it requires EDRs only in fisheries where we've developed some form of catch share program. As I was listening to that question, my initial reaction is, well, when we develop a catch share program, we also realize that the public has sort of increased, a legitimately increased interest in how those catch shares are working out, but equally how the companies are and the individuals are faring who are working in that environment. It's sort of a unique custody arrangement of a public resource, and we're very cognizant of the increased transparency requirements that really should go with that. So that was sort of my answer. As I was thinking about it, about why we might create that distinction. But then you raised the question of sort of the fairness issue regarding the Gulf trawlers that I think we've all sort of wrestled with a little bit when council sort of proactively implemented an EDR requirement in the early stages of building the program. And I was having some trouble reconciling, on the one hand, what I sort of think of at least as an increased transparency responsibility that goes with being a participant in the Catch Share program. And then on the other hand, the argument about fairness.
Question and comments. I guess when you first started that question, and you said that there's a desire by the public to understand how these programs are working, I guess I would respectfully say yes, but they have a desire, the public and the nation should understand how all programs are working, regardless of whether they're a Catch Share program or not. And so, and I think economics is a very important part of all fisheries management, not just Catch Share programs. And then as you continued on, I was definitely following what you were saying, and I'm agreeing with you. But then in my mind, I'm saying, well, why don't we have EDRs for the halibut and black cod ITQ program? Why is there not an EDR for rockfish program? And granted, I've only been operating, in the North Pacific for 10 years, and some of that's before my time. But as a public person, I would think, why is it only in some Catch Share programs and not others? So even then, it seems arbitrary to me. And when I talk about fairness, I'm not really talking about it as, well, this is arbitrary and capricious, the MSA way. I'm more thinking about what's the helpful information to the council to make informed decisions that impact, resources and livelihoods. And it seems like there are some really important key information, regardless of whether you're in a Catch Share program, that should be collected and used. And so I think, not having thought about your question before until you just asked it, those would be some of my initial thoughts. I'd be happy to, think about it some more, but I think that it's important across all fisheries that we manage to think about how participants are faring. And I don't know that I necessarily believe that because you're in a Catch Share program, you have more of a responsibility to provide information. I think we all do, but you do know that when you're in a Catch Share program, you also have a heavier burden, whether that's 100% observer coverage on your own dime, additional reporting requirements outside of the EDR. So I hope that helps to start answering the question that you raised. I'm not in disagreement with you. I think I'm just looking at it both ways and trying to suss out, how do we get the best information in a consistent way across fisheries, across gear types, across sectors to help manage the nation's fisheries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twice. Any further questions for Ms. Mann? Okay, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Council, that concludes public testimony at 6 minutes before 4. So I think we'll come back tomorrow morning to take action on this. We do have time for any questions.
Yeah, it looks, Ms. Kimball does have a question. I don't know how much delay there is, and it's showing up.
Yep. Oh, sorry, Ms. Kimball.
Thanks. I just had a question for staff, Mr. Chair, if that's appropriate before we break for the day.
Yes.
So I hope they're still on the line, but it goes back to a previous back and forth when we were talking about I think it was in the Amendment 91 EDR, that in the regulations we have the timing and the frequency, who fills it out is all under regulation, but there is latitude to change the questions, the substance of what we're collecting, without going through a regulatory amendment. That's my understanding of that response. And I'm wondering if that applies, I should know this, to the other EDRs that we're collecting. How much latitude is there in the crab EDR, for instance, to work through those questions and possibly with the objective of eliminating any redundancy or eliminating questions that we know aren't generating the data inputs or responses that are useful for any analysis or decision making. Is that question clear to either Scott or Brian? Am I just talking to myself?
It looks like we have both of them.
Hello.
Still. Hi, Dr. Miller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I'll wait and see if Brian is going to connect as well. That's a pretty technical question with regard to the Table 4, all of the different variables that are in Table 4 for each EDR and how they're set up in regulation and how the FMP, specifically the crab FMP, is very specific. I'd actually have to spend some time going back and looking at Table 4 and looking at the FMP language and the reg language to be able to answer that question. And perhaps if Brian's connected, he could fill in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can. Through the chair. Could you restate the question again? I caught the end of it, but I was thinking about something else when you started talking.
Sure. I was just wondering, through the chair, how much latitude we have in the other EDRs, CRAB, Amendment 80. You already answered the question on Amendment 91, to modify the questions or the substance of what we're collecting without going through a regulatory amendment.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. We have complete latitude to modify questions, and the council has already sort of initiated the process of asking Alaska Fisheries Science Center to develop revisions to the EDRs to improve the information content in the EDRs, to eliminate any redundant questions or eliminate pieces of data elements that tend to be less informative or that are not consistently and accurately reported, things that aren't really drawn from good record keeping bases. And those efforts to modify the EDR forms have been kind of slowed because of pandemic, and also because OMB has also imposed a moratorium on new Paperwork Reduction Act clearances. So we're really sort of in a holding pattern for a little while, but we haven't discarded the input that we received through the stakeholder process that took place a year ago, and intend to follow through on modifications to the EDR forms, particularly for Amendment 80 and CRAB, and to a lesser degree, GOA trawl and Amendment 91. But to come back to your actual question, we have complete latitude to modify the content of these EDR forms. The only things that are really set in regulation are the deadlines and the entities that are required to complete particular EDR forms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Dr. Gabriel. Any further questions of staff? Okay, great. Well, it's 4 o'clock Alaska time. Let's go ahead and break for the day. Come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow, Alaska time, and we'll take action if the council wishes to do so. Okay, see you in the morning.